capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council shortly after 6 p.m. on Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. As we do every meeting, I ask that you join me in a brief moment of reflection. This is a moment intended for all of us to begin our meeting this evening with a positive and collective support of our beloved Burbank community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, both in person and online. We encourage you right now to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work that we will be doing together tonight. And although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we're united in our shared passion for this wonderful city that we all call home. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what it means to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you all very much. And now if you'd please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Wonderful to see a packed house tonight. Madam City Clerk, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
Life's never been better. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Terrific. Councilmember Anthony?
Here.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Here.
And Mayor Schultz.
In the spirit of unanimity, I'm here.
Thank you.
That was hard. I like saying present, but you're all pretty good. Okay. Now, I'd like to be the master of the obvious for a moment. This is a night of intense debate and public interest. There's a number of items on tonight's agenda. So we're mixing things up a little bit, and I just want to begin by talking about how we're going to try to navigate hearing all of the public comment that you've come to share tonight while also tending to the city's business. So before I go any further, I and the Burbank City Council sincerely appreciate all of your cooperation as you make your way to chamber this evening to ensure that we stay within the room capacity that is set by our fire marshal. I want to mention that staff has handed out red tickets to those who expressed an interest in staying for the entirety of tonight's meeting. If at any point, for any reason, you change your mind or you run to the restroom, please let staff know on your way out, and please let them know if you're planning to return. If you are going to be leaving for the night permanently, we want to ensure that someone else, and there is a line outside the building right now, we want to ensure that that's one of those folks have the opportunity to take your seat and to be here for the meeting. And we appreciate all of you for working with us to make this process smooth and inclusive for everybody. Now, there will be 3 periods of public comment this evening, and of course, members of the public may comment in person or by phone for our general public comment period. So let's talk a little bit more about that general public comment period. First period of public comment is regarding any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item this evening. If you're here in person and would like to speak during the general public comment period, you should have already turned in one of these yellow public comment cards. Now, there are two options on the card. You can select either 1 minute or 3 minute. And by the way, what I'm about to say applies to all of our periods of public comment this evening. If you selected to use 1 minute for public comment, you will be going first. So we will go through all of our 1 minute speakers in person. Once we've exhausted all of those speakers, we will then do the 3 minute speakers. And once we have completed all in-person public comment during general public comment period, we'll then turn to our phone lines. If you'd like to participate in the general public comment period by phone, please call right now at 818-238-3335. Please note that callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person public comment has been received. Now, there will be a second and third period for public comment this evening. Those will be on the two reports to council. Because those are reports to council, they will only be done in person, and we will follow the exact same process I've just outlined, taking all 1 minute commenters first, followed by 3 minute commenters after. And for that, you should have filled out a green public comment card. Ms. Clark, could you hold one up just so everyone can see? Oh, I'm sorry. Pink for 5. Okay. So pink for 5, green for 6, but not salmon colored anymore, right? I can be a little persnickety on colors, so I'm glad we fixed that. Thank you. All right, everyone, thank you for bearing with me. And the last thing I just want to say is that there are a lot of folks here tonight. You all have a right to be treated with respect. You have a right to be heard by the council, and so I'm going to ask all of you to help me in creating an inclusive environment for everyone. What I don't want to see, and what I'm asking you not to do, is to jeer or even cheer for each other, because while it might feel good to applaud for those you agree with or to make a comment to those you don't, not only is it potentially disrespectful for the person making the comment, it actually slows our process down, because I'll be calling out the names of people coming up next. So for those of you who've been here before, you know I'm a huge fan of jazz hands. Don't ask me why. But if there's something you agree with, I love it in the back. There we go. I love to see the jazz hands. Visually show your support for a comment that you agree with. If you disagree with the comment, put a thumbs down or whatever. But by doing that, we'll keep the meeting moving in an expeditious manner, and my colleagues and I will make sure to look up at the conclusion of each comment so we can see that feedback from each and every one of you. So with that, let's turn to our next agenda item. We have 6 announcements this evening, and I ask that you turn your attention to the screens here in the room.
The following are announcements for April 23rd, 2024. Join us for a community meeting to discuss the residential soft story seismic retrofit program. This is an opportunity to learn more about the proposed program, who it affects, and how the city plans on making residents safer. The meeting will be held in the City Council chambers located at 275 East Olive Avenue on April 25th at 5:30 p.m. Find out more at burbankca.gov/community-development. The Department of Parks and Recreation is planting trees. Join us at Bryce Canyon Park on April 27th from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Volunteers are encouraged to bring gloves and a shovel. For more information and to sign up, please visit burbankparks.com. Drop off expired, unused, or unwanted medications for safe disposal during National Drug Take-Back Day on Saturday, April 27th. This drive-through event will be held from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the rear parking lot of the Burbank Police Department. Please note that illicit substances, liquids, needles, or sharps are not accepted. For more information, visit burbankpd.org. The City of Burbank is developing a City Parks Master Plan that will provide a clear vision for development and enhancement of city parks, recreation facilities, and recreation programs. Please provide your feedback at our next community meeting, which will be held at McCambridge Recreation Center on May 8 at 6 p.m. To register for this meeting, visit burbankparks.com. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one vacancy on the Sustainable Burbank Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Friday, May 10th at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 3 openings on the newly created Hollywood Burbank Airport Citizens Advisory Committee. The deadline to apply is Monday, May 20th at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right, thank you, everyone. Now we go to our council presentations. We do have 4 council presentations this evening before we get to our general period of public comment, so thank you for bearing with me in advance. First up, we have a proclamation recognizing April 24th, 2024 as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day here in the city of Burbank. And I also want to note that in addition to tonight's proclamation, beginning tomorrow night on April 24th, 25th and 26th, both Burbank City Hall and Burbank Water and Power will be prominently displayed in the colors of the Armenian flag in solidarity with our Armenian community. I would, thank you. All right, thank you all. With that, I'd like to invite Sarkis Simonian, Chair of ANCA Burbank Chapter, up to help me with the proclamation. So Sarkis, you know the drill. Actually, yeah, why don't you invite everyone else up and tell us who you're inviting up?
Thank you. I want to invite Antonik Charjev, our board members, Gaitzak Shabazian, and Hagab Jaspanyan, and Annie Andelian.
Thank you all for coming up. So I will read the proclamation, and Sarkis, I believe you have a few words to share with the community tonight.
He's going to be sharing.
Oh.
I have cold. I don't want to take the mask off. So.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Whereas from 1915 to 1923, 1.5 million Armenians were murdered, and hundreds of thousands more were forcibly deported from their homes and ancient homeland by the Ottoman Turkish Empire as part of a systemic program of genocide. And whereas April 24th, 2024 marks the 109th anniversary of this tragedy, witnessed by officials and missionaries from the United States and Europe, including ambassadors and officials from Imperial Germany and Austria, both allies of the Turkish Empire. And whereas by denying and distorting the facts of this first genocide of the 20th century, the present-day Turkish government deprives the Armenian people of their right to their own history and ancient homeland. And whereas the people of the city of Burbank will continue to remember forever the atrocities committed against the Armenian nation and the Armenian people of this world and all humanity in order to guard against the recurrence of genocide. And whereas the Armenian genocide has been officially recognized by the United States Congress in 2019 with the adoption of House Resolution 296 and Senate Resolution 150, officially reaffirming the United States record on the Armenian genocide, as well as President Biden's recognition of the genocide in 2021. And whereas the people of the city of Burbank continue to dedicate themselves to the principle of equal justice for all people and are committed to promoting these values for future generations to come, now I, therefore, Nick Schultz, the mayor of the great city of the city of Burbank, do hereby proclaim April 24th, 2024 as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day, in recognition for all of those who have suffered as a result of the Armenian genocide. I urge all of our citizens to join the Armenian community tonight, tomorrow, and over the next few days to overcome prejudice and inhumanity through education, appropriate observance, vigilance, and persistence. And we call upon the Turkish government to resolve with representatives of the Armenian nation all grievances stemming from the genocide. So thank you all for being here, and I believe you have a few words to add.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the council. Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, as much as we like to, the thought of the genocide, the memory of the genocide, articulating what happened during the genocide is painful and emotionally draining. We like to not talk about it. Unfortunately, the genocide continues. Just a few months ago, 120,000 Armenians in Artsakh were forced to leave everything and escape to Armenia. After a year of blockade and starvation, they were under the threat of being slaughtered, and they left everything, their churches, their homes, everything, including among the 120,000 was my son and his wife and 2-year-old daughter and a second daughter who was born on September 20th, the day that the Azeris started the attack. That baby spent her first week in a rickety car escaping to Armenia. It's almost unbelievable that in this day and time, can be so barbaric. It's my hope that righteous people, righteous leaders all over the world in city councils, legislatures, and leaders of the executive branch will come together and join Burbank City Council in condemning crimes against humanity and establishing justice. Thank you very much for adopting this proclamation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Next up, we have a council proclamation declaring April 1st through 30th as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and April 24th as Denim Day in the city of Burbank. Again, similar to what I just mentioned, both City Hall and Burbank Water and Power will be displayed this evening in honor of Denim Day and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. At this time, I welcome Lori Blake from the Family Service Agency of Burbank and Gloria Solis from the Zonta Club of the Greater Burbank area up here to join me in accepting the proclamation. Well, hello. Who are you?
Chris Ramos. Hi.
Wonderful. And you are?
Cynthia Cootsie.
Thank you all for being here. Good to see you, Lori. All right. So I'll, of course, read the proclamation. Perhaps I'll hand it to you, and then, Gloria, do you have a few words you want to share on?
But Chris can go first.
Oh, fantastic. Then I'll hand you the proclamation, and great. Whereas the United States government has declared April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and Denim Day has been declared on April 24th, 2024 in the County of Los Angeles. And whereas both events are intended to draw attention to the fact that sexual violence remains a serious issue in our society. And whereas sexual harassment is a part of a continuum of violence whose damaging effects are felt throughout our culture. And whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day were instituted to call attention to misconceptions and misinformation about sexual violence and the problem that many in society remain disturbingly uninformed with respect to issues of sexual harassment, assault, abuse, and rape. And whereas every 2 minutes, someone in America is sexually assaulted, approximately 1 in 5 women are raped during their lifetime, and youth under the age of 18 account for about 44% of all reported. At least 25% of women experience sexual harassment in the workplace, and about 75% of harassment victims experienced retaliation when they reported it. And whereas the City of Burbank strongly supports the efforts of the Zonta Club of Burbank and the Family Service Agency of Burbank to educate people in our community about the true impact of sexual harassment, abuse, assault, and rape across Southern California. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I hereby designate April 24th, 2024 as Denim Day. And I urge everyone to wear jeans tomorrow to help communicate the message that there is no excuse and never an invitation to harass, abuse, assault, or rape. And I want to thank you all for being here to expand upon that message. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, and Gloria, I'll hand you the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, staff, and the Burbank community. For those of you who don't know, FSA has been supporting the community for over 71 years. We do that in a variety of ways, one of which is creating awareness. Or on Denim Day, we'll have a display outside of our agency of jeans that were decorated and now are art pieces done by survivors who have come to find their voice and want to share that with the community. So we will have that on display tomorrow if you'd like to come by and see it. And thank you again so much for your support.
Thank you.
Both Cindy and I are members of the Zonta Club of Burbank, which has been in this city since 1936. And just as a little bit of history, our first president in 1936 co-founded Family Service Agency in the 50s. So there's been a partnership with Family Service Agency and with Zonta Club of Burbank for many, many years. And the two organizations are very much involved in empowering women and girls and campaigning against violence towards women and girls. And for those of you who don't know what Denim Day is, it came about because of a case that happened in 1992 in Rome, Italy, when an 18-year-old girl was raped by a 45-year-old driving instructor who was taking her on her very first driving lesson. He took her to an isolated road, pulled her out of the car, removed her jeans, and forcefully raped her. She reported the rape, and the perpetrator was arrested, prosecuted, convicted, and sentenced to jail for the rape. 7 years later, 1999, the driving instructor appealed the sentence, claiming that they had had consensual sex. The case made it all the way to the Italian Supreme Court, where the conviction was overturned, and he was released. A statement from the court argued that because the victim wore very tight jeans, she had to have helped him remove the jeans, and by removing the jeans, it was no longer rape but consensual sex. This became known throughout Italy as the jeans alibi. Enraged by this verdict, women of the Italian parliament protested by wearing jeans to work. The protests spread throughout the world, even to the California legislature, where women legislators wore jeans as a sign of solidarity. In 1999, Denim Day was born as a symbol of protest against erroneous and destructive attitudes about sexual violence. And the Zonta Club of Burbank, along with Family Service Agency, works for a world in which no woman lives in fear of violence. And I am very much appreciative of the fact that City Hall will be lit in blue tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for being here. Our third presentation this evening is a proclamation declaring the month of April 2024 as Autism Acceptance Month here in the city of Burbank. And tonight we have representatives with us from Acing Autism, and so I'd like to welcome Justin and Brooke if they're here to come forward. Thank you both for being here. Would you both like to say a few words in a minute? Or okay, fantastic. All right. From the top, whereas anyone can be born autistic regardless of gender, race, religion, or socioeconomic status, and whereas the rate of autism diagnosis in the United States is now 1 in 59, and whereas early diagnosis, childhood services, higher education, and job training are all essential components to helping autistic individuals lead healthy, productive, and independent lives, and whereas each autistic individual is unique, with different needs and strengths among a diverse spectrum, and supportive services must be tailored accordingly. And whereas autism is seen more and more as a disability rather than a disorder, and whereas the growing neurodiversity movement encourages individuals on the spectrum to empower themselves in the continued search for awareness and acceptance. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, in recognition of all autistic residents and their families and their caregivers who call Burbank home, do hereby proclaim the month of April as National Autism Acceptance Month. And I encourage everyone in the community to learn more about what it means to be autistic, to support those in your lives who are, and to really move towards a place of acceptance and love for everybody in our community. So I want to thank you both for being here. Who would like to go first? All right, here you go.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the City Council and the City of Burbank for recognizing Acing Autism during this month, Autism Acceptance Month. If anyone doesn't know, Acing Autism, we're a national nonprofit organization where we teach tennis to children and adults with autism spectrum disorder. Currently, we have over 145 programs in schools and communities across 33 states. And our location here in Burbank is one of the largest in the country. And that really is due to the leadership of Brooke Fennell here with me, Trey Mihal, who's not with us, and Seth Lindenfeld, who are the three program directors that run it. To To me, Burbank holds a really special place in my heart. This is where I started working for the organization down here at Burbank Tennis Center. We had about 8 children with autism and about 10 volunteers, and it's grown. And I want to now introduce you all to Brooke, who is our program director at the Burbank Tennis Center.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you to Burbank City Council, to the Parks and Recreation Department, and also Steve Starleaf and the Burbank Tennis Center, because our program would not be possible without you guys. Steve donates hundreds of hours each year to our specific program. We're there every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. for 3 hours, teaching over 30 kids how to play tennis. We've grown from, just Justin, when he used to run it, was only 10, and now we have over 30, and continuing to grow every season with over 40 volunteers. So if you're ever interested to come out and volunteer to the Burbank Tennis Center, we're there every Saturday. And thank you so much for the proclamation and for your support.
You want to photo? I'll done. And Councilmember Anthony, I know that you're one of a handful of elected officials across the country who's been diagnosed as autistic, and I wanted to know if you had any couple words you'd like to share with the community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as of to date, there have been only 4 elected officials in this country who have an autism diagnosis. I myself was diagnosed officially in 2022, and by that measure, the very following year, I became the very first diagnosed autistic mayor in the country, and the city of Burbank was very important in that happenings, because I'm at a little bit of loss for words. I cannot explain to you the kind of accommodations that happen here in the city government. With an elected official like myself who needs a lot of help and assistance, they have created a place that I can work and do my job effectively, and it has been amazing to see. And I know it sounds a little funny that we're talking about tennis, but I will tell you the work that they do, tennis is great for this kind of thing. It has very clear delineated rules. It has partnerships and pairings, and you work with each other. You need to communicate across the net. And it is such an interesting and integral way to get folks out of their sort of shells, so to speak. And I have seen you guys do some amazing work. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the proclamation. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you both so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Our fourth and final presentation this evening is a proclamation declaring the month of April 2024 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in the city of Burbank. And I know we got a great group of folks here that are really excited to tell you all about it. Why don't you, I know Commissioner President Eric Connor wants you to come on down, but if you want to bring your entire commission with you, I think that'd be great. Come on down. Yeah. We'll be right here. Great. All right. And then Chair Connor, will you be sharing a few words after? Yeah. Fantastic. All right. Whereas the arts work to heal, build community, engage youth, advance justice, and create jobs. And whereas California employs the highest number of people in creative industries, including but not limited to architecture, entertainment, fashion, media, and publishing, more than any other state in the nation. And whereas the city of Burbank celebrates the role that the arts and creativity play in building community, amplifying the need for racial equity, and highlighting the power of the arts to change our lives for the better. And whereas the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission mission is to enrich the lives of Burbank residents by celebrating our diverse arts and media community and to promote Burbank as a vibrant and enticing regional arts center, and I would certainly say it is that. Whereas the City of Burbank and the Cultural Arts Commission partner year-round with local nonprofit agencies and businesses to advance the arts and creativity in the city and encourage community pride, as well as to beautify the city through our very widely loved Burbank Arts Beautification Program. Those are all those fantastic utility boxes that you see painted so decoratively around the community, and I know you all work so hard on that every single year to make that happen. And whereas the Betsy Lukey Creative Arts Center, located in Georges A. Park, offers the community a variety of art classes for residents of all ages and hosts monthly exhibits in the art gallery, making art accessible to everyone. And whereas Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in April is the 5th annual statewide awareness and advocacy event that recognizes the crucial role of arts, culture, and creativity in the lives of everyone across the state of California. And whereas the city of Burbank recognizes that the arts and creativity support student success and lifelong learning. They provide key job skills and bring joy to our community while strengthening our connections at a time when we, quite frankly, need that more than ever. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in the City of Burbank, and I encourage everyone to celebrate the power and the impact of arts in our community. Chair Connor, I'd like to turn it over to you for a few words.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez up there, council members Anthony, Takahashi, and Mullins, and of course members of our city staff. Thank you so much for recognizing the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, which is truly a recognition of Burbank's creative and artistic community, as well as the diligent and patient, ever so patient work of our Parks and Recreation Department, who are here, and they deserve applause. I'm sorry. I like Fosse hands as much as the next person, but and also I just want to say it is humbling also to share this honor for the month of April with also the members of Family Service Agency in commemoration of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, as well as, of course, in memory of those lives lost, Armenian lives lost, as well as autistic awareness. My older son was actually in Acing Autism, and now he is a part-time employee at the ripe old age of 15 for the Parks and Recreation Department as an umpire. Yeah, don't mess with him. He'll. But I do think he learned so much from Acing Autism that it taught him a real love of sport and also, I think, a love of order and law. And so he is currently umping, hopefully, for some of your children. I promise he's fair. So I've lived in Burbank since 2008. But it wasn't until I joined this commission that I got a full view of the breadth of our creative scene. Between the Betsy Lukey Creative Arts Center, Colony Theater, Victory Theater, Community Band, Burbank Philharmonic, Media City Dance, Rockstar Dance Fitness, The Nightcap, Burbank Chorale, Conundrum Theater, and Animation Guild Gallery, just to name a few, you can always art locally in Burbank. It's a lot to keep track of, admittedly. Fortunately, we have you covered. If you follow Burbank Arts on social media or visit burbankarts.com/calendar. I'll wait. You could sign up right now if you wanted to. I won't wait. This year has been particularly exciting for our commission. In collaboration with Art in Public Places and the Public Works Department, we recently completed Phase 7 of the Utility Box Beautification Program known as Soaring, up and down Hollywood Way towards the airport. That brings our total number of beautifully designed boxes to 68. And now Phase 8 has been announced with the theme Diverse City, celebrating our town's cultural diversity. Don't worry, there's only one more page, and it's not a full page. This city council, as well as previous council members, have been incredibly supportive of our commission and all of our local artists. In 2022, the city council agreed to provide $100,000 annually for 4 years to help our creative community rebound and thrive. We're pleased to share that under the expert guidance of Christy Lazinski, our pilot community arts grant program has awarded $48,000 worth of grants to 16 organizations and artists, most of them local. It says here, hold for applause. I want no applause for that, though, because that's for all of us. And the beauty of the pilot program, it's just the beginning. The City Council funds are also supporting our own work on updating Burbank's long-term cultural arts framework, as well as multiple Cultural Arts Commission events, including our next one, which will be May 22nd, put in your calendar. It's an event celebrating some of Burbank's most well-known photographers, and our fall festival slated for September 7th at Johnny Carson Park, featuring live music and a screening of Burbank's own Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. So Thank you, one and all here. Please continue to support the arts, the creatives of this community. And thank you, of course, to the City Council, the city staff, Parks and Recreation Department for enabling this all to happen so well. So thank you, one and all. Appreciate you.
One more round of applause for everyone getting a presentation tonight. Good. Mr. City Manager, anything to report this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not.
Mr. McDougall, how about reporting out in closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, City Council met this afternoon at 4:30 in closed session to discuss two items. The first item was a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 in the case of Burbank versus Caltrans, Department of Transportation, regarding declaratory relief action. The second item was a meeting with the city's labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, concerning negotiations with the Burbank City Employees Association. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDougall. Now is the time for general public comment. I'm going to go over a couple prefatory remarks as a few more folks are joining us, and then we'll get started. I will be calling out the speaker's name and number that is placed on the yellow card that I've been handed. Comments are limited to 1 minute per person for this first set of individuals who will be commenting. A timer is, of course, available on the podium. And when we've completed all 1 minute public comment, I will clearly and definitively say we're now moving on to the 3 minutes so that you know how it's working. Again, you can choose either 1 or 3 minute. Please make sure if you're still hoping to fill out a card that you do so right now. We, of course, ask that you state your name for the record. And for those wishing to call in, if you haven't already, please call right now at 818-238-3335. You'll be placed in a queue until all in-person public comments have been received. And again, I just want to thank you all in advance and repeat my ask just to use any sort of visual display of agreement or disagreement so we can keep the meeting moving expeditiously. So with that, we're ready to get started with general public comment in person. And as I typically do, I like to say who's up and then who will be coming up next so that you can prepare mentally to give your remarks. So the first speaker I have, and one last note I'll make is if I mispronounce any names tonight, and that's entirely possible, please feel free to offer a correct pronunciation before your time officially begins. So the first speaker I have is Henzi Shani Yani Yen, followed by Spencer Anderson. And you'll each have 1 minute. Is Hensi here? Yes. Great, come on up. Once you start speaking, your time will begin.
My name is Hensi Xiangyong Yan. I'm the landlord. And me and my partner is already built a two-bedroom, two-bed apartment building since 1988. So it's been a long time. And we continue own the building as of today, so like more than 30 years. And I'd like to say no rent control, just make a story really short. Thank you. Is that good?
Thank you very much, sir. Next we have Spencer Anderson, followed by Joe Pimienta for 1 minute.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Spencer Anderson. This is actually my first City Council meeting that I'm attending. So I just want to say, thank you for letting me be here and talk to you guys. I just want to say hello to the residents of the City of Burbank.
Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you go off the microphone, then folks that are watching live can't hear you. So if we can pause this time, maybe give them 10 seconds back, you can continue, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I just want to say that I'm happy to be here and using this as a learning experience. And thank you and have a good evening.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here. Next we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Matt Kim.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone in the chamber. As you all know, my name is Joe Pimienta, and today I just, for now, I simply wanted to say that last weekend I got to go to the community event by the community garden, and that was a wonderful event. You know, it was great to bring out the community to to learn more about what is native to Burbank and whatnot. So that was fantastic. But I also just wanted to bring up a question in a completely separate topic, which is it's really awesome that the city website can actually take the options to to have the website whether in Spanish or in Armenian. However, when you click in to get, for instance, the agenda item, they are still in English. So I would like to ask is if I were to want to request the agenda or any of the staff reports in another language such as Spanish or Armenian, how long would I have to wait? Other than that, as you all know, I will be here for the agenda item. Thank you for your service. I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Matt Kim, followed by Annie.
Good evening, Burbank City Council. My name is Matt Kim. I've been renting here in Burbank for about 3 years. I moved here to join the entertainment industry, and just like a lot of other members and renters in Burbank, we come here to pursue jobs in entertainment. However, in the last couple of years, we've been facing unprecedented shifts in our field. Corporate mergers, sudden cancellations of shows and films, and the looming threat of AI has really disrupted our ability to really stay in Burbank. A lot of us have gotten concerned. A lot of my friends have had to leave because we're getting priced out. And a few of us aren't even have the luxury to leave. Tenant protections and rent stabilization is essential, and I would hope that you would prioritize it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Annie, followed by George Giroux. Love the jazz hands in the back, everybody. I'm watching.
Hello. Hi. I just want to say I fully support tenants' protections and ordinances. Ever since I first moved here in 2022, I and other tenants in my building have dealt with dangerous leaks and water damage during the rainy seasons, and we've been dealing with roaches and bugs ever since. And we just recently received a rent increase. We received a notice on the 1st of April due to the value of the building going up, which we find completely unjustified given how our problems have not been solved. And I personally have been having constant back and forth with my landlord about unclear language in my lease agreement, and I would just like for something to be done about protecting the tenants here in Burbank and in my building. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have George Giroux, and that's my last 1-minute comment card for the general public comment period.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, council, staff. As you know, I will be talking at the main event as well. But before then, not on the agenda item, I did want to reiterate something that I've heard from a very smart man, and he said that we have a lot that we can't agree on. And as people, sometimes we get caught up in because we have a difference of opinions, but I think that there's a lot of common ground that we could agree on. I want to thank everybody. First of all, thank the Academy. I'd like to thank City Manager, City Attorney, the people that showed up today to express their opinions. Thank you all, okay?
Thank you for your comment. Not part of the Academy, but glad to apply and hopefully get on there. I do have a few more comment cards. By the way, I saw some more jazz hands over here. I love it, you guys. We have one card, by the way. This person would not like to speak, but for sake of the record, Anna Smolinskaya, opinion only against rent control, so we'll go ahead and add that to the record. We do have a few more 1-minute comment cards. First up, I have Kristen Gish, followed by Raquel Holden.
My name is Kristen, and I'm an IATSE union member and a Burbank resident, and I want to speak on rent stabilization. In animation, I make a modest living in a sometimes unstable industry. I've worked consistently for 9 years, but like many in my industry, I've been unemployed for 8 months due to corporate mergers. I have been to more going away parties in the past year than I can count. Friends who I have been close with throughout my adult life are now forced out of the city that they love. I don't want the community of Burbank to be forced out by egregious rent increases. Over and over, people in my generation are told, learn how to budget, but these rent increases are ruining people's ability to budget. They're ruining their ability to build safety nets, to put money into the small businesses. It ruins their ability to start families. And in honor of Arts and Culture and Creative Month, let's make sure that the artists that live in this city can stay in Burbank. Burbank is a union town, and let's make it livable for those union members.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. Next, we have Raquel Holden, followed by Lauren.
Hi, this is also my first time being here and doing this. Currently, there is no maximum temperature for rental units. Our family learned this last summer. My daughter was just born. She was 3 weeks old at the time, and our air conditioner broke down. I also have a 2-year-old. Our apartment at night reached 85 degrees and got to 100 during the day. Our landlord said he could get someone to come and look at it in a couple of weeks. In the meantime, we had to figure out somewhere to live with a toddler and a newborn on our own dime. We were given no assistance with a place to stay. We were not prorated our rent amount for the week. We couldn't live at our home. When the landlord finally got someone to come and look at it, he suggested the air conditioner breaking was our fault. After a long back and forth, he paid the technician to only do a temporary solution but didn't fix the actual problem. As the summer is around the corner, my husband and I are very aware that our air conditioner will break again, and we are trying to plan for another place to live for the summer.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Next, we have Lauren, followed by Judy Kim.
Hello, thank you all for all you do. My family and I moved to a single-family rental home in Burbank in 2020 when I was pregnant with our now 3-year-old, and my 2 stepchildren were in 4th and 5th grade. My husband and I both work in Burbank. I am a union member, and all 3 of our children attend Burbank schools. We started reporting roof leaks in our bedroom in 2021. They made repairs but never fixed the roof. On February 20th of this year, part of the ceiling in our bedroom collapsed. It took our property management a week to respond at all to our calls and emails. There was disturbed asbestos in our ceiling that put our whole family in danger, and they did not care and pushed back when I asked for testing, which ultimately came back positive. My husband, our toddler, and I spent 57 nights sleeping on an air mattress in our living room. The property management company did not fulfill their legal obligation to put us up in a hotel while our bedroom was uninhabitable and sent us bills for our full rent the entire time. We are engaged community members who need and deserve protections. We love Burbank and care and want to stay here. Please pass rent control, tenant protections, and landlord accountability. Thank you.
Next, we have Giselle, followed by Martha Urell. Oh, I'm sorry. Judy Kim, you're first. Sorry. Then Giselle, then Martha.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Judy Kim. I moved to Burbank after a few years of working at a stop-motion animation studio around the downtown Burbank area. Over the last few years, the industry has really dried up, and even the most hardworking and talented animators have not been able to work enough to continue renting in Burbank. The nature of our work makes it really difficult to take on part-time jobs while unemployed, because we often get very little notice before an offer and quickly lose opportunities unless we prioritize clearing our schedules for these sporadic gigs that last mere weeks or days. We have tried to hang on, but many of the most talented young animators have already left the industry in Burbank because they ran out of money and energy to make it work. And even though they were highly regarded and called onto projects when there were any, it's not our fault. It's not that we're not trying hard enough or we're not talented. It's just not feasible to live in Burbank anymore in this industry. Last year, I didn't make enough to cover 10 months of rent. Animators are truly struggling and bleeding out. Getting a lower rent cap will decide if many of us can stay.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. Next, we have Giselle, followed by Martha Urell.
Hello, council members. I want to share that the concerns raised during the
during these discussions highlights significant challenges in the rental housing market, emphasizing the need for comprehensive solutions to address various stakeholders' interests, enforcement of laws, and assurance of fairness in eviction processes, particularly concerning long-term tenants facing no-fault evictions, is a primary concern. Additionally, the prevalence of corporate housing, often replacing smaller scale landlords, raising issues of affordability and community stability. High rent increases further exacerbates tensions between tenants seeking stability and landlords facing rising costs. Education on landlord and tenant responsibilities, as well as available resources, is crucial to fostering better communication.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Last 1 minute speaker I have is Martha Urell. And then we will, after this commenter, move into our 3 minute public comment cards.
Good evening, everyone on the City Council. My name is Martha Urell. It's almost a year to the date that the Maui apartments were starting to get their eviction notices. I really hope you guys pass some kind of rent stabilization. I'm thinking about the children, your children. Where are they going to live in the future? Where are you going to live as you get older as a senior citizen? There's no housing new for low income or senior citizens, and the rents are just too much. People, regular people, laborers from non-industry or just regular folks trying to make a living cannot pay these rents. And they keep going up, and the services and the landlords and the corporations are just making money, and Burbank is losing their people.
Thank you for your comment. So we now move into our 3 minute public comment cards. First up, we have Joel Schlossman, followed by Ron Bax.
Good evening, everybody. My comments have to do with the school board and the mismanagement over there. You know, all of us support the schools. There's no question about that. But as evidence of that is the hundreds of millions of dollars of current bonds that we've been paying on for decades. We support our schools, but in return, we want good management and good decision making. And that's not what we're getting right now. You have to read, you know, at the last meeting of the school board, they placed a $1.1 billion with interest on the November 5th ballot. And they've already said 2 years after that, they're going to place a parcel tax on that and another parcel tax. And we're not made of money, and we just can't afford this thing. And if you read the language of that bond, it allows them to buy more land. Why would they do that? You have to ask. And if you don't believe me, Mr. Schultz, read it for yourself. The school board has already told us they want to have pre-K for free, and they want all of us to subsidize it. And they've already said they want to build housing. They're talking $40 and $50 million to build housing for their employees, and they want us to subsidize it. And I'm telling you, enough's enough. They've got to get their house in order over there. You're going to hear more from me, and my telephone number is on this sign, 818-442-8118. And I can't do this job by myself. I need everybody's help. You're welcome to call me. Whether you're for this or against it, you will have a nice conversation with me, and I will listen to your points. But I have some points to make too, and my points are valid and backed up with documents. Do not believe the school district. When we had the parcel tax, they told us the sky was falling. They had to have the money. It was imperative, and it's not true. Without the last parcel tax, which was $112 million, all of them have gotten at least 3 pay raises in the intervening time. So what they were saying about the sky that was falling is not true. And it's true now. They have the money. they've chosen to give it to the superintendent. His first day, he got a $60,000 raise and $10,000 to do anything he wants to. If he wants to go to a seminar in Hawaii, he can. It's his decision. So to everybody here, once again, storm clouds are coming. If times are tough now, if you're a renter, a homeowner, a disabled person, if you do any business in Burbank, you're going to pay more. So vote no.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ron Bax, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I have to still say, boy, time moves fast when you're here at the podium, but when you're back there waiting, anyway. I retired from Highdoor in Burbank here after 29 years at the age of 50. The last 8 years involved working extensively, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Highdoor and 4:30 to whatever, usually 11 o'clock. I remember several times, 1 o'clock in the morning, I had to be at work at 7. At the building and weekends to develop my housing provider business, and it continues as a near full-time job. Income from being a housing provider does not increase Social Security benefits. The income is considered investment. There's no employer, so there isn't an employer-sponsored 401k plan and no pension. And no pension. Okay. You are considering measures that could cripple the self-funded portion of my retirement portfolio, which is currently about 90% of my retirement income. Why do I say that? In 2020, I concluded I could live with the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, which is known as AB 1482. But the events of the last few years make me worry that it and SB 567 may have already put my business on a path where expenses will exceed income, and our state continues to pass and consider laws that would make providing housing even more difficult. For example, AB 12 restricts my protection from destructive tenants. My sister-in-law gave me an example. I didn't know about that until she presented it last week, 2 weeks ago, of a destructive tenant. That would be, one of those is enough. 2, never mind. I have seismic retrofit in my building. I didn't know it was going to be on the announcements. I suspect many mom and pop housing providers have not. It is a major expense. When I called around to get ideas or quotes, examples, Jennifer at David N. Schultz prepared me for $275,000. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have David Donahue, followed by Manuk Gregorian.
Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council members, and talented staff. My name is David Donahue. I have a fantastical assembly bill that I wrote. I'd like you to follow along. It is called the Fair Profits Act. The purpose of this Fair Profits Act is to promote fairness and affordability in the housing market by capping the profit that homeowners can retain upon selling their residential property. The definitions. The purpose of this act, homeowners, refers to an individual who owns residential property and intends to sell it. Profit means the difference between the sales price of the property and the original purchase price. Upon the sale of a residential property, homeowners shall be limited to retain the maximum profit of 20% of the original purchase price. Profits exceeding 20% of the original purchase price shall be subject to redistribution as outlined. Excessive profits to exceeding 20% shall be redistributed to designated housing fund established by the state government. The housing fund shall support affordable housing initiatives, housing assistance programs, and projects addressing housing affordability and challenges. Implementation. The Department of Housing and Community Development shall oversee the Act's implementation. The department will develop guidelines and procedures for enforcing the profit caps and ensuring compliance by homeowners. Penalties for non-compliance shall be determined by the department and may include fines or other enforcement measures. Legislative intent. The intent is to promote housing affordability, equitable wealth distribution, by ensuring excessive profits from residential properties shall contribute to addressing housing challenges in our communities. This is just a fanciful kind of thing that I decided to have some fun to write with, to kind of illustrate some of the things that are going to be happening and discussed tonight. And I want to kind of end with this, that the Fifth Amendment specifically prohibits government from taking private property for public use without just compensation. By restricting the amount of profit that individuals can retain from their business activities. I want to repeat that. By restricting the amount of profit that individuals can retain from their business activities or investments, the government may be infringing upon those fundamental property rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Manuk Gregorian, followed by Tony Rodriguez.
Hello, Board. Mayor, I want to thank you for recognizing the Armenian genocide. As much as I appreciate you guys doing it, it just breaks my heart that I had to witness just outside this Burbank City Council, a Burbank PD was called upon of removing an American flag. It just breaks my heart that I cannot wave my American flag in America. Denim Day. Thank you for that. No sexual abuse is tolerated. In order to stop sexual abuse, we have to keep men out of women's spaces. When I say that, I mean President Biden just passed Title IX, which allows men to get women's grant to be in women's sports and be in women's locker rooms and bathrooms. One way we can stop this is Protect Kids California. It's an initiative that will stop all boys from entering women's spaces, such as sports and locker rooms. Puberty blockers will be illegal until the age of 18. Just like parents cannot consent alcohol to their children, they cannot consent puberty blockers. And everything that happens with their children at school, parents should be notified. I strongly stand with United States of America. I strongly stand with all children, whether that be Hamas children, Israeli children, Ukrainian children. I stand with children. In order to protect our children, we must take back what is ours rightfully as parents. We as parents should decide what is right and wrong with our children throughout their teenage lives. In order to do that, again, time is running out. We need to sign the initiative called Protect Kids California. I stand with United States and I stand with the police. And I want to thank the police department for doing their job. Even though I don't like what they did by removing the flag, but it wasn't them who did it. They got called on by this council to have the American flag removed from a street light. What kind of country are we living in? That I cannot even have my own flag? I'm an American citizen. I should be allowed to have an American flag without anybody telling me I shouldn't. There was a Hamas flag right next door in front of Adam Schiff's office for 10 days. Nobody disputed it, nobody took it down. 10 minutes after an American flag came up, the police were called and the flag was removed. This is the country we live in.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Board.
Appreciate it. We were doing so good with the jazz hands, everybody. I think we're going to bring it back with this next speaker, okay? All right, Tony Rodriguez, you're up, followed by Rennie Gabriel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, staff, and especially the citizens of Burbank. My name is Tony Rodriguez, and I'm a candidate for California State Assembly District 44, which includes Burbank, and that's why I'm here. I'm here this evening to show my support for the residents of Burbank. I'm here to speak about regarding your council's decision on providing directions on the next steps to potential property owners and tenant strategies that you guys are going to decide today. First of all, we all need to recognize that housing costs in California are extremely high. We all know that, right? But why is that? Well, there's a lot of government regulations involved in here, project labor agreements involved in this, and something that I learned recently, impact fees. We have impact fees in California for new constructions, right? Project labor agreements increase the cost of building any housing. So we're here arguing about tenants versus people that own property, but that's not the problem. The problem is the rules and regulations we have installed that increase the cost of property owners, which the cost goes down to the tenants. And that has to stop. We need to take a look at that. We can't be giving contracts just on project labor agreements just because it's a government project. Think about the cost of all that. And people are not aware that project labor agreements exist. We need to educate people about that. So it's taxpayer money. They should be able to give input on what the money is spent on, not behind closed doors or a little group or a clique making decisions for everybody. Kind of like the minimum wage issue. You raise it to $20 an hour, and that's fine, but what's the effect of raising minimum wage $20 an hour, $20 an hour? People lose their jobs, small businesses shut down. It doesn't affect the Walmarts, the big box stores. It affects the small businesses. And at some point, as a community, we need to think about the small businesses. We need to think about the tenants. We need to think about the people that own the property. We can't continue to steal from people. This isn't Robin Hood, take from the rich and give to the poor. I know, Mayor Schultz, you and your council may have already decided what you're going to do regarding this issue, but I think it's unfair that you make a decision tonight on this issue. I think it should be open to the floor, that people will come and talk to you and your staff, whoever the owners are and whoever the tenants are. So citizens of Burbank, if you don't like the decision that the mayor and the Burbank City Council made tonight, consider voting for me November 5th, because we can't continue to have the same old continue in California. I'm not beholden to any unions, any PLAs. I'm only beholden to the people of Burbank and the people within my district. At some point, you need to think about the people. All of you need to think about the people, not just your special interest groups. I signed a pledge that I will not initiate or sign any bill that will raise taxes.
Thank you. That's your time. All right. Next we have, hey guys, I can be here all night if you want. It's totally up to you. I got Rennie Gabriel, followed by Sonia B. Rennie, whenever you're ready.
Hello, council members and the mayor. I've never had to speak before a city council except for last year on the same topic. This is not how I want to spend my evenings. It appears after my extensive research that over the last 30 years, study after study shows rent control is a failure in advancing enough housing, and we do have a shortage. I have a pile of articles here that shows it creates more homelessness, more bureaucracy, less housing, less mobility, and less property upkeep and less maintenance and repairs. 81% of economists say rent control is a failure in reaching housing objectives. And the best quote that I found was from a liberal Swedish economist, Assar Lindbeck, who said, and I quote, "Rent control appears to be the most efficient technique known to destroy a city, except for bombing." At age 50, after 2 divorces and a business failure and saving my money for 3 years, I was finally able to have enough money to put a 1/4 down payment on a 3-unit property with my last and best wife and another partner. We were able to purchase some more units, and my wife and I have a total of 11 units in Burbank. I'm age 75, and the income from these properties is what I use to take care of my tenants, pay my bills, pay Burbank water and power, trash, property taxes, repairs, and upgrades. It might make more sense for me to sell out to some large company that has no interest in this community. 4 years ago, 32,000 Burbank voters, 63%, rejected rent control. Yet here we are with the same council members trying to oppose something that the voters have rejected. The state already has put into law rent control for the entire state of California. Other than creating a bureaucracy that generates fees for the city, Why are you trying to put into law something that the voters rejected and has a 90% failure rate? This is not a rhetorical question. Why are you pushing this? What you should be doing instead is stimulating and encouraging the building of more housing. Competition will put rents down. It'll drive down rents. Thank you. I'm Rennie Gabriel, and I can be reached at rennie@renniegabriel.com.
Thank you, Rennie. I love the jazz hands. We're back to it, everybody. It's all right, you guys. We got there. All right, Sonia B., followed by Lilybeth Jimenez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and previous Mr. Mayor and all council member and all everyone here and everyone in the audience. My name is Sonia B. And I'm telling you about my background first. First thing, I am not on the side of landlord. I'm not on the side of renter. I'm in the middle. I'm just want to talking about economy. And even United States is going down. We used to be better. Now we are harder for living. Okay. My background, a little bit economy and accounting. I used to be an accountant too, and I used to be an auditor too. And after I changed my career, go to college again and change to computer. And I be a software engineer. And after that, now I retired 16 years ago. And I just stay on my pension, small pension. Okay. And we're talking about economy. Economy and for the housing, you cannot go by landlord, cannot go by tenant, go by demand and supply. When you have a lot of supply, you think what the landlord going to do? Bring down the price. And if you don't have enough place for people to live, 10 people try to chasing for one place, the price jump up. So please go by demand and supply. For the rent control, I know Mr. Mayor or Mr. President or the high rank of the country, city can say, I want rent control. But please think it, rent control is good or bad. I don't say it's good, I don't say it's bad, but think it about economy. But I feel that rent control is not work. I used to be in the city, and one time city of LA have a lot of problem with rent control and want to cancel. But the question is, Sonia, what you could do with the employee? Lay off? Cannot lay off. Fire them? You cannot fire employees.
Thank you for your
time's
comment.
expired.
What?
Thank you for your comment. Your time is complete.
Oh, am I done 3 minutes?
You are. It goes pretty quick.
Oh my
You did great,
God,
though.
I'm still not done.
You did great. Come on back next week. We're here every week, just about. All right. Hey, everybody. Seriously, I know, quick breaking the fourth wall here. Thank you all. I know it's a little, it's a lot to do the jazz hands thing, but thank you. And I promise I got something waiting for you at the end of this you're going to love. Oh, yeah, and timer is on the podium, just as a reminder to everyone. If you look down, so you'll know how much time you have left. So next we have Lilybeth Jimenez, followed by Alessandro Guerra Pedrazzi.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lilybeth Jimenez. I am a Burbank resident. I have lived here for the past 2 years. I believe Burbank needs stronger tenant protections because it is becoming more difficult for everyday residents to afford to live here. I moved to Burbank to be able to have access to jobs in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, jobs that pay a livable wage have been hard to come by, especially in the entertainment industry, as many studios have gone through waves of cancellations and layoffs. Since I moved to Burbank, our rent has increased yearly, which has led to conversations with my partner about the sustainability of living in Burbank. With the rate in which things are going, it is very likely that if policies aren't put into place to protect tenants, I will only be able to afford to live in Burbank for an additional 1 or 2 years at best. Burbank is a great city. I enjoy living here and would love the opportunity to live here for a long time. So I would like to ask the council to implement a fair and sustainable rent cap so tenants can afford to stay in their homes, impose an emergency rent freeze and eviction moratorium until we find a long-term solution to the current mass eviction crisis, and protect tenants' rights to organize without fear of retaliation or harassment from landlords. This can be done by establishing a robust housing department that enforces and protects our rights as tenants. Lastly, and respectfully, I don't think people's access to affordable homes should be diminished to a difference of opinions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Alessandro Guerra Pedrassi, followed by Stephanie Clendenin. Is Alessandro here? Okay, we'll put that to the side and call it a little bit later. So that next brings up Stephanie Clendenin, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Hi, everybody. It's really emotional for me to be back here a year later because I don't live here anymore because nothing was done last year when I was here. But basically, I'm here because I want to do what's right for the people who do rent in this city. And so I'm here tonight to tell you about what happened to us since the year ago, basically. My name is Stephanie Clendenin, and I lived at 328 East Ahunga for 19 years. My entire building was evicted last June under the rent eviction loophole that was exploited by the real estate investors that purchased our building in May of 2023. If the city had issued an eviction moratorium when I was here a year ago, things would be very different for my neighbors and I. What happened to my building? They basically flipped it. They did minor cosmetic renovations, put in AstroTurf where there once was a garden for all of us, and they sold it again in February of this year, less than a year after it was purchased. Every person in my building was harassed and forced out of their home for the greed of 3 men that live in Newport Beach and run real estate scams in cities that don't protect their tenants. I was not able to find an affordable solution in Burbank. I now live in Pasadena and commute to Burbank every weekday. Basically, I help fuel the economy of a city that let me down last year. While I appreciate the help I received from Home Again LA, I feel disappointed that there hasn't been a resolution since then from anybody here. I moved to Pasadena for the following reasons. A, I could afford to live there thanks to the rent increase cap they passed for the tenants. And B, the same measure they passed, Measure H, found a way to close the rent eviction loophole that is still being exploited in this city. So I'm here once again urging you to impose an emergency rent freeze, an eviction moratorium, and consider the following guidelines that Pasadena passed to protect the tenants from rent evictions. And I have it here in their Measure H handbook. A landlord can temporarily displace you from your unit if there are substantial repairs that are necessary to bring the unit into compliance with the health and safety codes. If they do this, they must get documentation from the city that the repairs are necessary and pull construction permits first. Also, they must offer you another unit that they own at the same or lower rent to pay temporary relocation assistance. And lastly, they have to let you move back into the original unit at the same rent when repairs are complete. I asked for all of these things last year. I talked to the tenant commission, the landlord-tenant commission. I never had any mediation from any of them. And during that time, I almost lost my job on top of losing my home because every week I came home and I had to leave work weekly to come home to let them into my apartment for no reason. They would just
Thank
look
you
around
for
and
your
make sure I was
comment.
moving out.
That's your time. Thank you. Next, we have Mark Scroggs, followed by Cameron Hunter.
Good evening, everyone. What a night this is. I just want to first thank you guys. I was outside, I didn't see it, but for recognizing National Autism Awareness Month. As a parent with a young adult on the spectrum, it's really important that this stuff gets brought up, people feel aware, people feel part of the community. The entertainment industry has been doing this, a lot lately, and I'm glad you guys are doing it too. It's funny because usually I'm the one who brings up the entertainment problems first, and tonight this is so crazy. But I sent out to my friends, my fellow talent representatives, my talent agent, information that we got from the Department, I think, of Economic Opportunity last summer with all sorts of free resources. It wasn't about rent control, but it was about mental health and loans and different things. I'm going to try to find it. I don't know if it's in the Burbank sites or not, but I think just people were rereading it now because it's continual. The strikes could keep happening. It's getting slower and slower. And I can feel the pressure that all these other people who I deal with every day are just hearing too. I was thinking about this morning when I drove by the 99-cent store. It's closing. It sucks that it's closing. It sucks that these people are going to be out of work, but you're going to see that they're going to be out of work, and you're going to have a visual to remind it. With the entertainment industry, it's invisible. It's taking its time. People are gradually moving out. You see that a lot with animation. I do a lot of the animation stuff. I know how bad it is, and I know that we were talking about things to do. We need to kind of raise it a notch because it's getting worse and worse every day. On that note, have a great evening.
Thank you for your comment. Almost there, folks. 2 more in-person cards. We have Cameron Hunter, and then lastly, I have Adam Goldberg.
Mayor, councilman, council members, everybody helping make this happen, thank you for being here. I'm going off the cusp, so forgive me if I, don't sound like I've rehearsed, because I haven't. I want to step in. I am a realtor. My name's Cameron Hunter, if I haven't said it already. And I want to kind of give a scope into what I'm seeing, because we're in a weird situation right now. There's 2 sides to this tenant-landlord dispute, right? And we're finding ourselves between a rock and a hard place right now. And kudos to everybody for realizing there is a problem and understanding we need to find a solution. My concern is, are we going down the best possible path here? And I just want you to know, boots on the ground, I am concerned. I work with tenants, I work with landlords, and my concern is many landlords are aware of what's going on, and many of them are really considering selling their properties. And being in the business, I could tell you right now, the majority of buyers for multi-unit properties especially, they're not mom and pop landlords. They're the big corporate people that know that they have ways to get in and then to eventually try to get these tenants out. Plenty of tenants that don't need to be, right? And if we had a regular market, a lot of these landlords would stay here. But this is, they're hearing what's coming down the pipe, and they don't want to be caught in it. And the other issue we have is the supply and demand problem. So now we have this great opportunity to build more supply with ADUs, but I don't think that you guys are hearing what I'm hearing, which is, why would I build an ADU in Burbank if they're inevitably going to get rent control? That means we're going to have more people fighting for the same properties rather than the same amount of people fighting for more properties. I think we really got to go ahead and take things back to the drawing board and really consider what we're looking at in the grand scheme of things. There's opportunities here right now in our hands to try to build more supply. We have opportunities to try to listen. Guys, I heard there was meetings we had with the landlords, with the tenants, and all the other organizations with them. You guys didn't have that meeting with the realtors. We're hearing people that aren't going to those meetings. We're hearing from the people that are ready to sell now because they don't want to be here when it all comes crumbling down. For them, for their side. And inevitably that'll land on the tenant side as well. This is the problem. Instead of picking one side or the other, I really do believe that we got to take a step back and really think of a long-term solution that's going to help everybody. And I think we've kind of been short-sighted on that. And unfortunately, we're a step back because we've only been picking one side for so long. If we can really come together here, guys, I think we can really make big steps forward, but I don't think today is the time to make a big step. I think we need to hear all voices and really consider what our options could be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And my last in-person public comment card is from Adam Goldberg. You'll have 3 minutes.
Back when my hair was all one color, I went to a side room of a board game store in Magnolia. There was a couple there giving a presentation and answering questions about their new ideas for Burbank tenant policy. And I didn't know it then, but that day I met one of the most dedicated politicians in Valley history. It sounds arrogant, I don't know if I'll get snaps for that, but a lot of people must have agreed because when the votes came in, he got the most ever, so. I think he's also one of the most patient politicians in Valley history, and not just because he hung out with me on purpose. Pause for laughs. I think he has the most patience because of the line outside tonight is the kind of night people have spent years and years fighting for, not just marches and rallies, but long nights going through California law books where every sentence has 8 semicolons, long nights being yelled at by people from Orange County, long nights being told, hey, have you ever thought about this stuff? We should have a meeting. And long nights preparing reports, meeting with voters, so tonight we can turn change from desire into history. I consider myself an activist, so it's against all my instincts to praise the governing body. And as a comedian, it tears me up to give up my ongoing bit where I slag on the mayor, or Nick Schultz, as he likes to be called. So it is without irony or guile, sarcasm, or profundity that I encourage you all. I hope to give you the strength to match your patience, the patience to complete the quest that started all those years ago in a board game store on Magnolia. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We had one more card come in. I'm just going to do another call for Alessandro Guerra Pedrazzi. Okay. The card that came in was for Max Yelby. Max, you here? Max, come on up. You get 3 minutes.
Council members, hello everybody, mayor, vice mayor, staff. Thank you for having me. I just came from work, but I wanted to play like a little recording just to show you what's going on in Burbank. And then I can comment, but probably no need for it.
Yeah, hi Dennis, can you hear me okay? I hear you fine, thank you. Great, I have a fourplex in Burbank that I've inherited from my father, and I've also inherited a tenant who has been there for over 20 years, and his rent is way below market, and he, over the course of 20 years, he's become elderly and disabled. So a couple of questions pertaining to that. One is, in Burbank, are there limits on how much his rent can be increased? And so, sorry, let me back up. He's actually month to month, not on a lease. It's been month to month for over 20 years. So are there any restrictions on how much his rent can be raised annually?
Burbank currently does not have rent control, so you're under what they call statewide rent control, and that's an 8.8% rent increase. But your medicine to solve your problem is to do a renovation eviction, where you're going to renovate the unit, which you'd probably have to do anyway, and then we have the right to evict the tenant. You're going to need to pull permits under the new law. So basically, you're going to redo a kitchen or a bathroom or both. You're going to pull an electrical or a plumbing permit. You're going to have a contractor that will give you the scope of the work, showing how the premises will be uninhabitable for over 30 days. Have those 2 documents in your hand, the permits and that scope of the work, and contact us, and then we'll be able to serve on your tenant a 60-day notice to get out. You are going to have to pay relocation, which is 1 month's rent.
It's wrong.
And then you'll fix this place up. So get off the phone now, get your contractor on the phone. And that's a wonderful way to get your property up to a market level. Now, we don't know where this renovation...
Okay, I'm going to stop here. I'm going through this right now, and I don't know if there's any comment I need to make about this, but this is a lawyer by the name of Dennis Block, who's giving advice to landlords all over LA. I know there's good landlords and there's bad landlords. There's good tenants and bad tenants, but this practice is actually creating a lot of bad landlords. So maybe there's something you can do. There's something you can do about this, because I think this is called kind of like gaming the system, and we got to be honest with tenants or landlords. So that's my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Alessandro Guerra Pedrazzi, last call for that card. Okay, that completes all in-person public comment. We're only halfway done with the fun tonight. Let's go to the phones.
The first caller is Christopher Matthew Spencer.
Christopher, you're on with the council.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Matthew Spencer, a Burbank voter, resident, and business owner. I am also a certified Salesforce administrator and former executive vice president of Freeman, where I was involved in securing a major contract with Visa worth over $70 million. Although I'm retired from that work, my recent experience makes me uniquely qualified to discuss software and cloud service licensing, especially concerning current city projects. On the consent calendar, there's an item proposing the City Council authorize more than $2 million to renew Microsoft 365 licenses for programs like Teams, Word, Excel, Outlook, and other server-level software for 3 years. I recommend that the city start reviewing contract renewals at least 6 months prior to their expiration and issue formal RFPs locally to foster transparency and competitive pricing. Now, given that this contract with Dell primarily involves cloud-based services, there's a significant potential to negotiate lower prices. Additionally, the current bid estimates 1,400 seats or licenses, while only about 834 full-time employees are on record. That's 2022 numbers. This suggests a possible opportunity for savings. That line item alone is $450,000. A review of each employee's actual needs could reveal cost savings opportunities, and maybe not every worker requires a comprehensive software suite. Furthermore, considering the magnitude of this $2 million expense, it would be prudent for the City Council to appoint a multi-person skilled negotiation team to work with Dell that includes having competing vendors, at a minimum having Mayor Nick Schultz also be involved in every meeting, ensuring direct accountability and updates at the next City Council meeting. There's only 30 days or so for this particular item. Lastly, I suggest restructuring the consent calendar to exclude high-cost items. 7 figures is not a routine matter. Any expenditure in millions of dollars should undergo scrutiny by a specialized committee formed by council members, and with people who have relevant expertise in the IT industry in this case, or in whatever the contract relates to. Now, this should also include having persons invited from the voting Burbank public to listen and comment at said committees. I also think that contracts like this, in light of AI and that it will be a disruptive industry, Microsoft may not have the stranglehold on these types of tools in 3 years, and rather than a 3-year contract, I always recommend to clients, specifically government agencies where they usually get charged a lot, to just go with something month-to-month or annual. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Before we have our next caller come in, I just want to remind all of our callers, please remember to lower the volume on your television or computer and take your phone off of speaker mode when you deliver public comment so that there's no feedback and we can hear you loud and clear. Madam City Clerk, next caller, please.
The next caller is Vasily Petru.
Vasily, you're on with the council.
Hi, my name is Vasilis. I'm a first-generation American born and raised in Burbank. I was born at Burbank Memorial Hospital, right up the road from you guys, to 2 parents, one from the island of Cyprus and one from Jalisco, Mexico. Both came from a very poor background. Both worked very hard to eventually buy an apartment complex in Burbank. They bought a home, an apartment complex. My mom became a beautician, my father a mechanic. They worked very hard to have a little piece of property, to have a little bit of income, to have some money when they retire. We have always treated our tenants like friends, like family. We have had tenants that have lived there forever, We have tenants who have left us only because they needed to move out of the neighborhood. We hold Burbank to a high esteem. We hold what Burbank represents to a high esteem. There's a community, not a city. I see rent control making Burbank into a city, like Los Angeles, like everywhere else where you see that's run down. Reason being is because those cities have rent control. When you have rent control, we no longer have the means to make adjustments to our properties. We don't have the means to fix them as nicely as we would like to. We don't have the means to do what we want to give to our tenants. Already we work on shoestring budgets. For some of you who don't understand the business of being a property owner, not a landlord, we don't see being a landlord. We don't see ourselves as landlords. We're not royalty. We're not special. We're just like everyone else. We are called to fix items. We are called any time of the night something goes wrong. We work for you, but we offer a service as well. And I want you to understand that we want to be part of a solution for Burbank. We understand there needs to be housing available. We understand that some of it gets expensive, but it's also because California makes it very expensive to do business in the state. It's not us. We all understand inflation. We all understand how it's affected us. Anybody who's a gig worker knows that you're now being paid less for what you do, but you still have your tires to pay for, your oil changes, and the fuel to purchase. The same goes for landlords, aka landlords, property owners. I'm not much of a speaker. I get jittery. But I want you guys to understand that not everybody is a bad property owner. We want to work together. We want to maintain relationships with our tenants so we don't have to put a tenant we don't know into the property and affect everyone's livelihood, because that tenant could be a bad person and could make the other tenant's life miserable. So when we have good tenants, we want to maintain them. But with rent control and everything everyone's asking for, if we have a bad tenant, it's only going to make your apartment complex where you live worse, because we have to go through leaps and bounds to try to get these people out. It's not going to be as nice and rosy as what you think it is. Just talk to anybody who lives.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is complete. Thank you. Next caller.
The next caller is Anne.
Hi, Ann. You're on with the council.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Ann. I live and work in Burbank and have been here for 42 years. I happen to know a lot of people who provide housing in Burbank, owners of apartments, duplexes, triplexes, and the like. I'm not in favor of further rent control. I understand California has already put in place regulations regarding rent increases. I think further regulation is not necessary and will not be good for Burbank. I think property owners in Burbank generally have pride of ownership and keep up their properties and care about their tenants. Putting further regulations is not necessary and will add additional costs and will not provide any benefits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is John Moshida.
Hi, John. You're on with the council.
Hello, everybody. I am a retired senior on a fixed income. I previously lived in West Hollywood, which has very strict tenant protections. Their rent increases are limited to 75% of the consumer price index with a maximum annual increase of 3%. I lived very happily in a building for 20 years. The building was sold. The new owner illegally evicted me. And while I did sue them and I eventually won the court suit, it took almost 2 years to adjudicate the matter. In the interim, I moved to Burbank. My lawyer in that case urged me not to rent in Burbank because, as he put it, the city council member are only looking out for the landlords. Well, I thought that couldn't possibly be true, and I since found out that maybe there was a little bit of truth to that, since in just a few short years, my rent has increased from $2,500 a month to $3,150 a month, over 25%. And I really think, on a fixed income, that's a little ridiculous, especially when surrounding cities, Culver City charges 2% of the CPI, but not less than 2, not more than 5. Los Angeles is capped out at 4. Pasadena is 2.75. Santa Monica is 2.8% with a maximum of $67. it's ridiculous that we're using the state figure. My rent went up 8.8% last year, which was an increase of $3,115.20. If it was even capped at the LA figure, that would have only gone up $1,400, which is still a lot, but a lot better. Burbank did not choose to put a rent increase freeze during COVID. Had they, I would have saved $7,000, like my friends who live in Los Angeles saved money. I was charged an additional $7,000 from the 20th of March to the 1st of this year because of the there's no rent increase freeze. So I think it's highly called for that some sort of cap is put on that is not an equal like we have now with the state of 5 plus the CPI, a maximum of 10. Nobody's income goes up 8.8%. Landlords shouldn't. I understand they're trying to make a living, but landlords are certainly not going out of business in Beverly Hills or West Hollywood or Los Angeles or Santa Monica or any of the other cities that manage to have reasonable increases. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Agia Hernandez.
Agia, you're on with the council.
Hi, my name is Agia Hernandez, and I'm a Burbank resident and renter. My comments pertain to the rent stabilization ordinances. I believe that Burbank needs stronger tenant protections because having secure housing is the key to everything else, to building a community, to building a future for yourself. I moved to Burbank to work in the entertainment industry, and a lot of the nature of the types of work I get is also very gig-based for a couple of weeks. It's my partner and I have to have multiple jobs to be able to afford the rent that we have now, which just doesn't set you up for being able to save very much money. So it is something about building your future. I think that, Burbank's a renter-majority city, so everyone deserves a life of dignity, and I think that starts with secure housing. So I would like to ask City Council if it's possible for Burbank to protect all renters from unfair evictions and ensure that renters facing legal no-fault evictions receive a minimum of 90 days notice and substantial relocation payment from their landlord. I ask that they guarantee that tenants who are facing eviction or harassment are provided with free, high-quality legal support. And I ask that you protect tenants' rights to organize without fear of retaliation or harassment from their landlords. And I would also like to let you know that I'm giving jazz hands to everyone who has spoken in favor of tenant protections. I do really love living in Burbank, and I would like to continue to live here. Rent stabilization can't be the only way to solve this issue. Obviously, there's a lot of more thinking and solutions we have to come up with. That's not just that. But I think that in the meantime, especially for folks living paycheck to paycheck, something like that is just invaluable. So thank you for listening. That's it.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Drew F.
Drew, you're on with the council.
Hi, Council. My name is Drew, and I've lived here since 2014, and I'm here to speak in favor of rent control and tenant protections. I've been a renter as long as I've lived here, about 10 years, and in 2020, my landlord passed away, which was really sad. He was a good man. He was a good person. But when that happened, I got really scared for my future. Because I had a great landlord, but I'd heard a lot of horror stories from my friends and neighbors, about their renting situation, and it brought into very stark light for me the fact that my situation could change at any minute. And fortunately, my new landlord is pretty reasonable, and I'm able to stay in my home. But I don't believe that any tenant should have to live with the anxiety that I still have. I mean, at any minute, my situation could change. My current landlord could sell my building. They could die. They could just change their mind. And so I think tenant protections and rent stabilization will free up myself and others from this fear, from hardship, enable us to thrive and better contribute to our communities that we all love, Burbank. which I love. I love Burbank. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the Burbank City Council.
Hello, council members, and thank you so much for hearing from me about renters' protections. Unfortunately, I need to remain anonymous to protect me from my landlord and his management squad, who have a history of documented retaliation and harassment techniques. You've heard tonight that not all Burbank landowners act lawfully or humanely. In fact, the primary owner of my building is serving time on Rikers Island. Rikers Island, no joke, for refusing to fix the horrendous conditions for his tenants in New York's Hell's Kitchen. This man owns multiple buildings here in Burbank, and it is business as usual here, despite his current disposition. His team continues to do many of the same things to us Burbank residents he's done for decades, keeping the building without on-site management for years at a time, raising the rent a full 10% every year while cutting back maintenance. Not cleaning the property, not mowing, even pest control. So my neighbors use buckets every time it rains. He rents out apartments using external realtors to hide money from his multiple lawsuits. And when we call management, we get harassed for anything we ask for at worst and ghosted at best. You'll hear from more landowners and other people with financial interest in assuring no protections, but you don't often hear from tenants as much because we live on a razor's edge and we have a lot to lose just by speaking out publicly, but we desperately need help. So I am asking for a strong housing department that will enforce tenants' rights, including free legal support when our rights are violated, and to help with the skyrocketing rent in crumbling corporate-owned buildings. Can't we find a way to help both mom-and-pop landlords as well as tenants? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Raj Kamal Singh.
Hi, Raj. You're on with the City Council.
Hello, Burbank City Council. My name is Raj Kamal Singh, and I've been renting in Burbank for the last 4 years. I believe Burbank needs stronger tenant protections because rent increases have been spiking each year. I work in the entertainment industry, which until recently hasn't provided much work for a majority of this industry. Having tenant protections means staying in Burbank longer than the allotted time I may have for a contract. Burbank is a city where I want to continue living in, even if there might not be any work for 6 to 8 months. I would like to ask City Council and staff to implement a fair and sustainable rent cap so tenants can afford to stay in their homes. I would also like to ask for protections for all renters from unfair evictions and ensure that renters facing legal and no-fault evictions receive minimum 90 days notice and substantial relocation payment from their landlord. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Vicky Kirschenbaum.
Hi, Vicky. You're on with the City Council.
Hi, my name is Vicki Kirschenbaum, and I very much agree with that last caller. I believe that Burbank does need stronger tenant protections. I have a dear friend, female, single, mid-60s like myself, and she sent out an urgent email last fall saying she was losing her apartment where she had lived for 20 years. Did anyone have leads on an affordable apartment? She and everyone in her building were being evicted by the new owners under that excuse of substantial remodel. This friend of mine is someone who can't retire. They have to keep working. The one stable thing was their affordable apartment, and they were facing homelessness. So I'm really asking you to close that rent eviction loophole, remove the substantial remodel as a cause for no-fault eviction, and also we do need to guarantee that tenants who are facing eviction have access to good and affordable legal help, because whatever laws are on the books are of no use to tenants if they don't have the means to get that protection for themselves. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Linda Granero.
Hi, Linda. You're on with the City Council.
Hi,
Hello, esteemed members of City Council. I'm calling from the Maui Apartments. I have been before the council many times before, and as many of the callers, I'm in favor of the rent stabilization. I have seen as one by one my neighbors have left the building. Many of them have left Burbank because it is no longer a city that many of us can afford to live in. We're being displaced from the city by big corporations, and believe you me, they are here. I know that there's a lot of talk from, landlords that are mom and pops and saying, that they don't want the rent stabilization because they are going to, they would rather sell than to have to, fall under those conditions. But the big corporations are in Burbank. They are here and they are displacing tenants. They're displacing us. They can afford to evict everyone in the building, slap a coat of paint, and upgrade a few appliances, and call that a substantial renovation. These corporations, they get to rent to new tenants for twice the amount of rent, as you've heard in the video that was provided by one of the speakers. And so the current laws are not nearly enough to protect renters. They make it too easy to displace people from the place that they call home. And I know that there are many people that oppose these protections, claiming that they can afford the more stringent protections. But those who oppose the better protections are not the mom-and-pop landlords that they claim to be. And although the city, seems to sympathize, the help was too little too late. Too many have left already Burbank because they can no longer afford to live here. Tenants are only left with the option to leave, likely to other cities. And government is supposed to be for the people, all people, not just those who can afford to contribute to election fundraisers, not just the developers who can afford to lobby. Renters are important fabric of the city, and laws should be made, amended, and reviewed so they are serving the common good of all people, not just the lucky few. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jared Cavagnolo.
Hi, Jared. You're on with the City Council.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of Council, I know many other commenters have already and will continue to speak more eloquently than I can on the need for greater tenant protection, so I'd like to use my time to focus on how the current mass eviction crisis that these protections are meant to curb feeds another crisis affecting Burbank, LA County, and California, the homelessness crisis. I recently conducted a research project on homelessness as part of my graduate program, and not surprisingly, the most common reasons that both people with lived experience of homelessness and homeless service providers who I interviewed mentioned as a cause of the current crisis were lack of affordable housing and unsustainably high rental prices. And you don't have to rely on just my word or the results of my very low-budget research. I urge all members of the council and city staff, if you aren't already aware of it, to look at the University of California, San Francisco's California statewide study of people experiencing homelessness, CASPEH, the largest representative study of homelessness since the mid-1990s, which just came out last year. This study surveyed and or interviewed over 3,000 people experiencing homelessness across the state, including in LA County. And among the findings were that 89% of participants noted housing or rental costs as a barrier to re-entering permanent housing. For participants who had been renting immediately prior to becoming homeless, 66% were rent-burdened, 42% were severely rent-burdened. And beyond just rent prices, the study specifically noted how no-fault evictions, including renovation evictions, lack of adequate notice for evictions, lack of legal support for tenants in eviction proceedings, and tenants' fear of retaliation or harassment from landlords all increase people's risk of homelessness. Those are just some highlights from that one study. There's a ton of research connecting the lack of tenant protections to increased homelessness rates. I'm happy to share that with anyone who's interested. But I'll close by saying, as one of the commenters in person mentioned earlier, that even when we may disagree on important issues like this, there's often a lot of room for common ground. And I'm sure that no one here, least of all the landlords who I hear refer to themselves so often as housing providers, wants to see more people become unhoused and further fuel the homelessness crisis. The type of tenant protections that you're considering tonight, that many of us are advocating, and that other communities around us already have, would help these housing providers live up to their self-proclaimed title. Thank you, and I'll take my jazz hands off the air.
Thank you, Jared. I needed that one. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Anna G.
Hi, Anna. You're on with the City Council.
Good evening. I've been a resident of Burbank since 1975, and I am also an affordable housing provider. I'm a current union member with United Teachers Los Angeles, and I take great pride in providing a safe and clean apartment, and I do so without raising the rent every year. I really like my residents, and I appreciate them for the efforts that they take to keep my apartment clean and cared for. I'm currently $300 to $700 under market rent, and I do this by choice because of the great tenants that I have. But I'm also experiencing the high cost of maintaining the property due to the rising cost of insurance and the high cost of replacing items such as air conditioners, water heaters, and the high cost of my plumbing bills, which the labor cost on a plumber is very expensive, and the rising rates of utility bills. Imposing a more restrictive rent control forces affordable housing providers to raise rents every year, especially because we're already under market. This causes small affordable housing providers to exit the market, and large corporate owners don't care about the residents. They only care about the bottom line, which we've heard stories of this evening. I urge you to vote no on this item. Don't forget that there is already rent control in California, and we don't need more restrictive rent control that will force mom-and-pop affordable housing providers out of the market. Also, I want to make a comment on the gentleman who came up to the podium with the recorder. Similar to that, there's also attorneys on the other side telling tenants how to game the system, how to not pay rent, how to stay as long as they can, avoid eviction, and the courts are backed up, and so it's going to take a long time to evict them. And also, so you're also getting it on the other side, which is coaching tenants on how to not pay rent and how to get moving expenses, a payout, have the landlord sign a non-disclosure agreement, all of that. So there's a lot of nonsense going on out there. I just urge you to please not vote on more restrictive rent control for Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. By the way, the back rows really get the jazz hand thing. All right, you guys, keep it up. Next caller, please.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the Burbank City Council.
Hello, I'm a 75-year-old property owner, and I would like to ditto everything that the caller ahead of me just said and add a few more thoughts to it. I would never evict a great tenant because it does me harm. I love my good tenants. But I find that our current laws sometimes allow tenants to destroy property, and we have no means of getting rid of bad tenants. I would like no other law to be passed in that area. What I would like to see is perhaps guidelines to be established as what is the lowest rate of rent that can be charged per square footage of a unit, and what is the highest rate that can be charged for the same square foot of unit. That way, property owners who have fallen behind and haven't raised their rents could at least bring their properties up to some type of market value, and it would keep the highest ones down as well. The other thing is Section 8. I wish there was more of it available to tenants. I knew of a person who was on Section 8 from the time she was a single mom in her 20s until she was in her 70s. And during that time, she worked, she vacationed in Europe, and she did a lot of things. I would like to see Section 8 limited in the time that you can have it. But for people who are, say, as animators, going through a tough time, give them 3 years of Section 8 to help them get through this period that we're all going through. Inflation is killing me, as I'm sure it is my tenants and other landlords who, like me, are just mom and pop. And I think by addressing maybe some of those issues, and the last thing is to form a tenant alliance for the city of Burbank, where a tenant and a landlord can go meet with a lawyer where both sides are represented, not just the tenant. I don't want to work with somebody like Dennis Block. I don't have the money to pay their fees, but I would love to be able to negotiate with an attorney that is working for the city and providing decision-making policies for both tenant and landlord. So thank you.
Comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Vicky P.
Hi, Vicky. You're on with the council.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I manage several units in Burbank, several buildings. I talked to some tenants today and asking them what they thought about rent control, and they're all opposed to it. They're happy the way things are now. We already have rent control. They're very happy with it. They're very content. We have lots of studio people in the buildings that I manage, and when they were going through a hard time, we helped them out, and that's what mom and pop landlords do. They help their tenants out. If you squeeze the mom and pop people out of Burbank, and God forbid you have a problem with the people that are the new people that are going to get the stuff, you're not going to have that relationship with your tenant. You're just going to be another number to them. They're not going to help you the way mom and pop landlords help their tenants. They have beautiful relationships with them. Everyone's content. Just leave things alone as is for now. People are still getting over the COVID drama. Just please leave things the way they are for now, and I thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Amber Granger.
Hi, you're on with the city council.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm calling in support of rent stabilization and tenant protections. I live at the Maui building, and it's just been heartbreaking watching everyone be evicted so they can charge $2,500 for a one-bedroom. This past week, there was sewage backing up into the parking lot. My bathroom was growing shrooms, and a new tenant couldn't even move in due to issues regarding some kind of water damage in a renovated unit. I work for one of the largest media agencies in the world, and I'm now living paycheck to paycheck after multiple 9% rent hikes to live in this slum. I honestly doubt people will stay here after their lease is up because it's been really bad, but we just really need some protections. We need help, and we need something to cap the rent. 8.8% is insane. I haven't gotten a raise in 2 years, and if I did get one, it wouldn't be 8.8%. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Sharon Perkins.
Hi, Sharon. You're on with the city council.
Hi. I just want you to listen to the realtor that was talking before and the other ladies. Rent control does not work. I inherited a duplex from my father built by him for his parents in 1950. This is in Santa Monica. And I lived in Hancock Park in L.A. with my parents for 20 years. What has happened to L.A. and Santa Monica is a crime. Tearing down quaint small houses, apartments, all to build bigger ones and displace tenants who lived there for many years. This was to get more rent at a cost to the elderly, low income. Make no questions about it. This is big business. I've been here for 40 years. I rented, saving money, bought a duplex with my sister. We both lived here. Now it's been 30 years later, and I can't afford hardly anything. Most of the 2, 4, 6 units are owners like me. You see, we are unique. That's why I'm here. Most of us are just holding on. And these units are our retirement. God knows that Social Security isn't enough. Like any business, you have to reinvest and pay property taxes, roofs, plumbing, electrical, insurance, which is hard to find now. All of this is expensive. Please, the members of the council, could you raise your hands if you own a home, not a co-op, not a condo, but a home? Could you raise your hands so I know that you understand the value that you have to keep putting in to the house that you own? And I understand that most people aren't greedy. They just have to exist, and it's not just cut and dry. And if this passes, they will have to sell their homes to the developers who want their properties so that they can evict, tear down, and build as big as they can and raise the rent, and no one wins. Think you can't take this back. The cost for the city to hire and set up this rent control is going to be horrendous. The landlords will be charged for the fees, and the new division, and all of us owners.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time, Sharon. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the Burbank City Council.
Hi, I've been a Burbank resident for the last 2 years. I believe Burbank needs stronger tenant protections because I have seen high rent increases push my friends out of Burbank. And if rent were to increase higher in my building, I would be forced to leave as well. I want to stay in Burbank. I contribute to the wellness of Burbank by caring for my neighbors, buying local, and volunteering. I believe my opinion and livelihood should be heard when my money and time are being put into the economy of Burbank, as I spend my money into downtown Burbank's Pizza Plaza, Smashed Burbank, Flavor of India, etc., and spend my outings with friends at the Inkwell, Pansy, Flappers, etc. On the other hand, my landlord and many other landlords who don't even live in Burbank, mine lives 500 miles away. Therefore, I would like to ask the City Council and staff if it is possible for Burbank to implement a fair and sustainable rent cap so tenants can afford to stay in their homes, close the renoviction loophole by removing substantial remodels as a cause for a no-fault eviction, establish a robust housing department that will effectively enforce tenant rights and protect tenants' rights to organize without fear of retaliation or harassment from their landlords. I have heard from other tenants and have seen city council meetings where landlords downright threaten or retaliate against their tenants for just speaking up for themselves and asking landlords to just do their jobs and fix their apartments' mold issue, rodent infestation, or gas leak. We renters are the majority population in Burbank at 58%, and yet we live in fear of speaking out even during city council meetings because landlords are there, and they've yelled at us saying, now we know who not to rent to. There's an article there with that quote. So please implement stronger tenant protections. It's the difference between more and more of us becoming homeless or not, even as people with full-time jobs who have worked hard as well. Thank you.
And next caller, please.
The next caller is Cynthia Sue.
Cynthia, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, I'm a landlord, and I'm asking for no more controls or caps on rental properties in Burbank. Everyday landlords are facing higher and higher costs, and the insurance companies are now dropping the policies. The search for those are impossible and expensive. And now you guys are talking about seismic retrofitting for the buildings, and I can't even imagine how much that's going to cost, maybe $200,000 or more, and who's going to pay for that? You're going to cap the rents at 2%, maybe that's $40 a month for a rental, when we're going to have over a $200,000 bill for retrofitting for the tenant safety. And I don't know what's going to happen. Basically, people are going to sell out. The small buildings are going to sell out. There's going to become an apartment monopoly, which is a few owners of investors or large corporations. And then the tenants are really going to have something to scream about because the rents will be so high by ownership of only a few large groups. And it's going to be a disaster. It'll be a giant city. It'll be ridiculous. And some tenants think housing is a human right, but it shouldn't be the burden of private individuals to pay for other people's housing. And most of you council people believe in socialism. Well, Margaret Thatcher made one great comment, and it was about socialism. And she said the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. And that is a big issue we have here in town. Thank you.
Caller, please.
The next caller is Mary.
Hi, Mary. You're on with the council.
Hi, yes. My name is Mary, and I have been a property manager in Burbank for the last 35 years. I oppose this rent cap that you are imposing. As one of the tenants who called in 2 people ago said that 58% of the population of Burbank are renters, and yet a couple of years ago when this was put on the ballot, it was defeated by a large number. It was something like 70% of the population of Burbank did not want this. So why the city council is pushing this again and again and again is beyond me. When you put these type of restrictions forth, it does push landlords, whether they're mom and pop or big companies, to raise those rents every year. You're not leaving them any other choice, especially the mom and pops who, if they fall behind, they will never be able to make that up. And, on one of the properties I manage, their gas bill used to be like $700 a month. It would jump from $700 a month for the building because they pay for the whole building. Went to $3,000. They needed a new roof on that building. That building, to put a roof, cost $45,000. Where does that come from? If you are capping out everything, you have to be fair. And most of the mom and pops don't want to raise the rent, so they don't do it unless they absolutely have to, and you push them in a corner. So, again, I rent apartments all day long. It doesn't affect me in the same way. But I'm telling you, it affects everybody else, and the most that it affects is the tenants. And how I don't see that they see this is beyond me. Water has tripled, insurance has more than tripled, and still these mom and pops are holding on for dear life, trying to maintain these tenants, these rents at a reasonable rate, and yet you force them to increase every year is what you're basically saying to your tenants and to these landlords. You raise it every year or you'll fall behind. So I urge you to rethink your position on this matter and just leave to what the voters had voted for. This is what they voted for.
Thank you for your comment. That's
Leave
your
it alone.
time. Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the Burbank City Council.
Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council members, thank you very much for your time this evening. I know you have listened to a lot of public comment, but I think I have a bit of a unique point of view because I am a City of Burbank employee as well as a BCA member. As a City of Burbank employee, I am not entitled to a 10% raise per year, but as a City of Burbank resident, my landlord is. He lives 2.5 hours away. I've seen him twice, and he does not pay for any of my utilities. Last week, I had my performance review. 2 hours later, after finding out about what raise I was getting for this year, I found out I was getting a 10% increase on my rent on June 1st. And on July 1st, as you know, my electricity will go up by 8% and my water will go up by 9%. I love living in my community and serving this community, but I would be lying if I said my husband and I weren't seriously considering a relocation. Please, rent control is important for your residents, for your employees, and for this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is David.
Hi, David. You're on with the City Council.
I'm calling in support of rent stabilization. Tenant protections focus on building community and providing for families. This would advocate for the working class and not the ruling class that exploits and takes away from our community. We, the renter majority, will remember who was an ally and who wasn't come next election. Also, please save the horses.
The next caller is David.
David, you're on with the Burbank City Council.
Oh, thank you for taking my call. I've been a landlord for about the last 20 years, and, going back to the previous callers, the amount of money that's made on these rentals has gone almost down to nothing, and I hear that there is the need for tenant protections, but there is absolutely no protections for any landlords. We have a couple of evictions going right now, and our average ticket on that is about $20,000 plus loss of rent plus the damage to the property. So they're averaging out to be between $30,000 and $50,000 losses. And so the one thing that I hear nobody addressing is they're saying, we need protection, we need protection. Well, who's going to pay the mortgage? Who's going to pay the insurance? Who's going to cover the maintenance? And, it's just almost getting impossible. It's difficult on both ends, and rent control is not going to fix that because that essentially is going to cause the landlords to have to go out and get a second job just to make their basic payments. Like, for example, one of the previous callers said just do their job, speaking of the landlord. Well, with what money and whose money? This is something that should fall under Section 8 or some other government authority, and it shouldn't be subsidized by property owners by force. I can't afford to live in Malibu, and I don't expect Malibu residents to pay for my, desire to live there. My family came from Eastern Europe. I've seen a lot of the socialism movie before. It's not good. I suggest everybody read Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, and so I'm firmly against it, and I'll just close with a great quote from Thomas Sowell. One of the sad signs of our times is when we have demonized those who produce, subsidized those who refuse to produce, and canonized those who complain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Thank you for calling. You're on with the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I've been living in Burbank since 1988. I am a public school teacher. I came to live in Burbank when my mother bought her house. Here, it was the very first property that our family bought in America. We're immigrants from South America. And it's really interesting to know all the comments because I've been on that side of the coin. I mean, my mother, my grandmother, and I lived in a single apartment up to the time that my mom was able to save enough money to buy a house here. And I raised a family, and we are mom and pop operators, and we own a couple of two places in the tropics. And my sense is that we are not inclined to raise the rent, and it's important that you consider the fact that there are different types of owners of properties. I mean, you have your corporate owners, your investor type owners, but a large percentage of the duplexes and the triplex in the city of Burbank are owned by individuals who are not inclined to raise the rents. They want to keep their tenants because I live in Burbank, my family does, and my kids have gone to local schools, and I'm very proud of our city. But at the same time, I recognize that if we're put in a position where we are limited in terms of how much rent we can raise, then our only option just to be able to make it would be to raise rent to the highest level allowable by virtue of the fact that we don't have a choice anymore. I mean, clearly we have kept the rent the same for years and years, and 2, 3, 4, 5 years. We don't raise it. We're happy with the people that live there. But at the same time, there's no consideration for the cost that we have to assume, the increasing cost. And I mean, we're working people ourselves, and you need to be mindful of that because we could be pushed out of being able to own these properties, and it will no longer be feasible for us to provide housing to people. And obviously, the first ones to come and buy those properties are currently owned by mom and pop operators are going to be investors or large interests that they're not going to have any issues raising the rents. So essentially, this policy, this posture, is only going to hurt those that it purports to help. And if you go to LA, people that live in LA, former tenants that we have now that used to live in LA, they would talk about their rents being raised every year religiously. They knew exactly how much they were going to pay, and there was nothing they could do about it. But when they asked us what it is that we were going to do, they said, we'll take it year by year, but our inclination was not to raise the rent, but as much as it was possible to keep it the same. So you really need to be mindful of the policies that you enact, because in this instance, I can tell you from personal experience.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Alex Arciniega.
Hi, Alex. You're on with the City Council.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, council members and city staff. I just wanted to recap the work that I have done to support tenants over the last year, just to highlight some of the consistent issues that we have come across, just to, I guess, highlight that it's not an isolated issue. So we've sat with Maui tenants, and we've seen their sewage bubbling up, and they're having to eat next to, the ill-performed renovations, renovictions that were happening. We were seeing Maui new owners giving preferential treatment to new tenants while treating the established tenants extremely poorly, taking away their parking spaces, and not giving them access to repairs. We've been fielding questions in community groups, both online and in person. Thank you for my partner, Gigi, working hard on the moms groups online to really help out folks. We saw landlords and realtors give bad information, out-of-date information, and landlords publicly bashing tenants and asking each other for the names of tenants as to never rent to them in the future because they complained to the city. I've seen eviction orders that were fraudulent, that never made their way through the courts, and landlords serving them as if they went through the courts. Even the sheriff's department was appalled, but said it happens. This is not a bad landlord, good landlord issue. It's our obligation to provide protections for tenants, and those obligations for the protections must be fair, and they must be just. We are continuing to contribute to the housing crisis and to homelessness. We see the funding we provide to keep people housed, coming from the state, coming from the city, seeing our staff members work really hard, while the landlords keep creating a revolving door for tenants. And this is not everyone. There were emails when we were so desperate as volunteers. We were so desperate for legal aid because attorneys were so backed up. And we couldn't reach out to anybody. We even went to our own city attorney, and he was very kind, but he's like, I can't help you. We don't have the resources. We waited 2 weeks to get answers for someone dealing with severe mold issues, holes in their ceilings, documentation for all of this. And so when we see the other side talking about how oppositional we are, we really could have been talking the whole time. They refused to for over a year. There's room for everyone under the sun. We need to think in terms of the community fabric that keeps Burbank, Burbank. But, the amount of self-owns this evening is just astronomical, knowing that Ayn Rand collected public benefits while spouting her nonsense. There were plenty of bailouts for landlords during COVID. We've looked at
That's your time. Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Ara Abrahamian.
Ara, welcome. You're on with the City Council.
Hi, my name is Ara Abrahamian. I'm a longtime resident of Burbank. I'm also a landlord in Burbank, but also the City of LA, both rent-controlled and non-rent-controlled City of LA properties. And so I just wanted to make a couple comments here tonight. Firstly, just on the process overall, I know that the city has been contemplating this topic for a long time. However, as I mentioned at the last hearing on this topic, I don't think there's been enough community workshops or roundtable discussions to foster productive discussion on this topic. There's only been one in this 12 or 15-month process. I actually have a question for city staff. I'm curious to understand if the city council, if there's any precedent for the city council to pass any regulation or ordinance on the day that the city staff's report is first being discussed and revealed. I know the report was revealed a few days ago online. The hasn't really had a chance to review any proposal that the city's actually going to consider. We've only seen a comparison of what other cities have done. And so I find it a little bit shocking that the city council can move so quickly to actually pass something when the community hasn't had a chance to react to what the council is actually considering passing as an actual motion. Lastly, the staff's report, while very thorough and I'm sure well-intentioned, focuses on a lot of regulations that have been passed in the recent past, which I can understand because some of the other older RSO provisions are maybe archaic, but this neglects to take into consideration the long-term impact of rent control on these communities. In the city of Los Angeles, where rent control has been in effect for more than 30 years, the housing stock is significantly deteriorated in the RSO property communities. With rent caps and severe restrictions on landlords' ability to manage their properties effectively, landlords are not able to maintain their units. There's no turnover allowing for proper maintenance and upkeep, and the housing stock significantly deteriorates. That's what rent control at 3% or higher in RSO. I mean, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in Pasadena with the rent cap at 2%. That's just not going to end well for the tenants themselves as their housing stock deteriorates in quality. The last thing I'll mention is that we've heard a lot about the challenges that tenants are facing. The union members have been facing in light of the recent activities in the industry. I sympathize for all of those affected. At the same time, I want to remind everyone that landlords are not the social safety net of this country. Why is it that the Burbank Water and Power can raise rates by 8% or 9%, but landlords are being restricted to 2, 3, or 4%? How does that even make sense or hold water? It's very hypocritical of the city to take that posture. If union members have been negatively impacted by the collective bargaining discussions, the purpose of a union is to...
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Thank you again. Next caller, please.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the Burbank City Council.
Hi, I am calling to respectfully implore you to put in place the rent control and tenants' rights. I've been a renter in Burbank for 21 years and a small business owner based here for 8. I love this city. I love living here. I grew up in Michigan, and I often call Burbank the Midwest of LA. I know my neighbors, wait at the mail carrier, donate to the police, and I'm greeted by name at Tony's Darts Away and Urban Press. It's a friendly little sanctuary in an often chaotic greater Los Angeles. Several years ago, my aging and beloved landlord was replaced with other family members. The rent went up over $600 in 1 month. The next year, thankfully, rent control statewide went into effect. But even at that rate, it is getting more and more difficult to keep my head above water. I know my story isn't unique, but the crushing financial stress is all-consuming, and like most renters here, my housing is where the overwhelming majority of my income goes. Since I started my company here, I can't just relocate without losing everything. It's not the fault of my new landlords that they only see me as a nameless, faceless tenant, but that is why it's so important to have oversight and guardrails in place to be sure we are not abused. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Katrin Snodgrass.
Katrin, you're on with the City Council.
Hello, City Council. I wanted to speak in support of rent stabilization in Burbank. Rent in Burbank is not reasonable. I'm a professional artist in the animation industry, and my industry is in Burbank. But the animation industry, like many other industries, is struggling right now. My previous rental situation was a rich slumlord who lived in Santa Monica. The building was falling apart, and the company that owned my building owned many other buildings in Burbank, one with rat infestations, water damage, and plumbing issues. I had a hole in my wall because they were updating the plumbing for more than 2 weeks, and when I called the manager of my building to get an estimate on how long it would take, she asked me how I even got her number. We had an unhoused man living in our parking spot and defecating in our storage unit. While we were dealing with this and trying to get the rental company to help us, they raised our rent. I would love to be a homeowner someday, but the way this economy is going, even though I am relatively successful in my career, it seems unlikely that will happen. Landlords keep getting to raise rent and push us out while actual middle-class people are being squeezed and we cannot move to being homeowners. My feeling is if you are a landlord and you cannot afford your properties, you should not get to maintain your properties. You do not have the right to be a landlord. They do nothing but collect passive income. We need rent stabilization now so we can help the actual working class, middle class people in our community grow and move up the economic class. The way it is set up now, we cannot do that, and the landlords are pushing us out of Burbank. I would like to stay in Burbank. I love Burbank. This is my community. But the way things are going and the way they're raising rent, I might not be able to stay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Terry Ray.
Terry, you're on with the City Council.
Yes, I agree with the past landlords, David and Cindy Sue. My parents, they worked 4 jobs and took care of 3 kids, and they saved and they were able to, get their property. I had a tenant. It ended up costing me $60,000 to get them out, and they would do damage to the house just so they wouldn't have to pay rent. We have enough restrictions already. We don't need any other caps or any other restrictions. You've got an exodus of people leaving California, and these people that are complaining, they voted for what we have in office now, and so they have no reason to complain because that's what they voted for. California needs to get back to the way it was in the 50s and 60s, where California was free. And, just too many restrictions. These landlords, they're having to, put out money. You got people complaining. You just have to, if you want something, you have to work for it. Don't complain about it. Go out and work for it, just like my parents and a lot of other people do. You see these Armenians come in. They've taken over Glendale. They're in Burbank. They work for what they got. They get together. They work. You don't hear them complaining. At least I don't anyway. So we don't need any more restrictions or caps on anything. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
The next caller is Joe Terranova.
Joe, you're on with the City Council.
Yes. I've been in real estate sales, property management, and rental ownership in the city for over 50 years. Actually, and I was also in between houses. I was a renter. I rented a house for about 8 months, and I had the typical landlord from hell who wouldn't fix anything. So I have a lot of empathy for the tenants, and I have a lot of empathy for the tenants through my 50 years of property management. But rent stabilization, rent controls is a very, very complex situation, and it does not solve our housing crisis, and it doesn't solve our affordability housing. It really puts a burden only on private property owners. The private property owners and housing providers will bear the whole burden of it rather than the community as a whole. We managed a 6-unit on Glen Oaks Boulevard that had a seismic retrofit about a year and a half ago. $82,000. Now, 2%, 4%, 6% increases in rent is not going to cut it. Everything, again, with inflation, roofs, a roof we put in on a 4-unit building 4 years ago cost $28,000. I got a bid on a 4-unit building a similar size now It's $38,000 in 4 years, 10,000 increase. Everything is up. Our insurance is doubling. So again, this is not going to solve our problems here. The burden has to be put on the whole community and government through programs like Section 8, other programs like our housing corporation. This will only hurt. The greatest burden will be on the owners that have the lowest rent rates. The owners that have market rate rents, they won't get hurt too bad unless they have some major maintenance problems. But the tenants, like I have several.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Thank you again for calling in. Next caller.
The next caller is Dan.
Hi, Dan. You're on with the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, members of the council. I am a second-generation realtor and second-generation property owner in Burbank, housing provider, mom and pop, as the saying goes. And I think you're hearing tonight, there are a lot of us in Burbank, a lot of us, that treat people fairly, that don't gouge people. I'm really sorry. I'm appalled by some of the stories that I hear from the tenants in our community that are being gouged by the bad actors in the market who are only profit motivated. That's not a lot of us in Burbank that own property, know our tenants, are responsible, fix things, maintain our property at our expense. We have no one to go to say, hey, my costs are rising, put in a cost control on my monthly expenses that I'm having to put out to maintain my building. This is a free market economy, ladies and gentlemen. Burbank has weighed in on this numerous times. They don't want rent control in Burbank, and we have a history of rejecting that. I am a fair operator, and I would submit to you the majority of small-scale mom-and-pop property owners are fair operators that are not out to gouge people. We're in a business. We're maintaining our properties and providing a service to people. That's why the term housing provider is perfectly appropriate. We are providing a service to this community. And we don't need a third party who has picked and choose who they want to listen to, as this is a very difficult period coming out of a once-in-a-lifetime, hopefully, pandemic and inflation. This is not the time to be making rash decisions and reinventing the wheel in a city that has constantly, consistently rejected rent control. And I don't have enough time to get in the back and forth in terms of the merits or lack of merits of rent control, but you can see by this dialogue tonight, one size fits all is not the answer. Go after the bad operators. The people that are evicting tenants under the guise of rehabbing the building so they can, double the value of the property or double the value of the rent. Those are the bad actors. I could tell you stories about my next door neighbor who's only interested in the monthly income and does nothing to maintain her building and treats tenants like blank. I'm a responsible property owner, and there's a lot of us in Burbank. And my tenants respect me because I treat them
Thank you for your
fairly.
comment. That's your time. Thank you for calling in. Next caller, Ms. Clark.
That was our last caller, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. They're, hold on, everyone. All right. There being no further public comment, if I don't shut it down, someone else can call in. There being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from the council, the city manager, and to the city attorney. I'd like to go first. Thank you all for working together on that process. We got through a lot of public comment. I did promise you a little reprieve at the end. So, hey, if you're sitting here and you're happy and you know it, you know what to do, right? Clap your hands. My kids love that one too. Before I hand it over to my colleagues, I'm not going to comment on every comment. We're going to get to it. I do just want to, there was one comment that I thought was very distasteful. And all I'm going to say is this. I implore the community, come before this council, call in, speak at the podium, share your mind. You have every right to believe what you believe and to share it with the council. But let's please avoid very incorrect, harmful generalizations and wrong characterizations about an entire class and community of people. There's really no place for that. And so I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart, please don't do that. It doesn't serve any purpose here. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleagues who'd like to begin with a brief response. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To move things along, I'm not going to comment on individual comments tonight like I normally do. I'm just going to say thank you to everybody who came out in person, everyone who called, the seemingly hundreds of people who emailed us, and for the people who will be coming in a minute. Thank you for participating and in your involvement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Are we all in agreement with that response?
Well, I just want to thank my friend Adam Goldberg for coming down and not doing any jokes tonight. So that was appreciative, and that was you're a good friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I too agree with everything that was said. Thank you for all the emails, the calls, being here tonight. I know it's not easy sitting here for long hours. I do want to acknowledge all the organizations that showed up earlier for the proclamations. Thank you for coming tonight and sharing your words with us. So we'll comment on everything else later.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, anything to add?
I agree with Councilmember Mullins. Thank you to the folks who came down and sat during this meeting for their proclamation. Mr. Mayor, I'll take it one step further to the distasteful comment. If you are trans and watching, you are welcome here in the city of Burbank. On behalf of myself, the entire city, I think we have made that abundantly clear. And thank you to everybody else for being here all night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And it's a good reminder that just because you can think it, you don't need to say it. So that's my advice to the community. Before we move on with the agenda, look, folks, I know we have a lot of folks waiting in the room to comment on this agenda item. I'm going to again break the fourth wall for our entertainment industry folks. We've had over 50 public comments so far. We have another 52 remaining, 45 of which are 3 minutes in length. And so I'm not going to do anything right now. I believe in the democratic process, but here's my concern. Given the late hour, I have 4 colleagues that need to be bright and alert and pay attention to a critical decision that could impact all of you. I'm also mindful of staff and all of you here and folks that are watching at home. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go into the consent calendar in a minute. I'm then going to call for a 5-minute recess, let everyone stretch their legs. I'm going to implore and ask you to really think about if you need full 3 minutes. If you're willing to come forward and voluntarily reduce your time to at least a minute, right now we have 2.5 hours of public comment ahead of us as is. If even half of you who are planning for 3 minutes could voluntarily reduce it to a minute, we're going to get out of here. We'll still have about an hour and a half of public comment, plenty to hear from. If we don't get at least half of those folks coming forward saying, I'll take that minute, I am going to suggest to my colleagues that we give everyone 90 seconds. I really don't want to do that, but I have a responsibility as the presiding officer to balance all these interests. So just be thinking about it, and when we take that break, if you're interested, please come up to Ms. Clark, tell her your name, and just indicate that you'd like to use 1 minute instead. So thank you. Oh, and yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Just one other reminder, I don't think anyone will, but if you spoke to the issue of rent control in the general public comment period, you obviously can't speak a second time on that now in the report to council. So thank you all for bearing with me. We will move forward to our next agenda item, which is the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the consent calendar for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 4 items tonight on the consent calendar. Item 1, approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of March 26, 2024. the dark meetings of April 2nd and April 16th, 2024, and the joint meetings of April 3rd and April 9th, 2024. Item 2 is adoption of a resolution approving a project list for the Road Repair and Accountability Act, SB1, for fiscal year 2024 through 2025. Item 3 is approval of a 3-year enterprise licensing agreement for Microsoft licenses through Dell Incorporated. Item 4 is consideration to submit a letter to Congressman Ted Lieu in support of the Glue Trap Prohibition Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Is there any questions for staff, or otherwise I'll entertain a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll move to accept the consent calendar in its entirety.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Yes.
Just one real quick thing. The consent item number 4 is to support House Resolution 7018 by Ted Lieu, co-signed by Adam Schiff, to prohibit glue traps for rodents. It is a very dangerous and toxic way of killing animals and rodents, and so I'm very supportive of that issue, and we'll be voting on it now.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, let's go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, folks. So in a second here, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. Just one more carrot or incentive, if you will, just as a reminder. If you do elect now to go with 1 minute, you get bumped to the front of the line and you become immediately my very best friend. So I hope you'll consider it. Please take a few minutes. We're in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. I want to thank everyone who came forward and offered to voluntarily reduce their time. I am told that apparently my best friendship was not a hit, so I guess we didn't get enough people. So with that said, here's what we're going to do. For those who originally signed up for 1 minute, you're still going to go first. Next in flight, everyone who came forward and offered to volunteer your time to reduce to a minute, I'm not going to hold you to that because I know you were doing that on the promise of trying to help. But if you're one of the 10 people who came forward and said, I put down 3 minutes, but I'll go to a minute, we're going to let you go first when we get to the rest of the pool of people. Everyone will have 90 seconds. Folks, I know this is a disappointment. I know that a lot of you prepared longer periods, but it's already 9:15 and we got to get to this agenda item while people are still awake in Burbank. So I apologize in advance. I thank you for your cooperation. With that said, we have 2 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentation, we'll proceed with in-person public comment in the way that I just described. The 7 folks that have 1 minute of public comment, followed by 90 seconds for everybody else, starting with the 10 that initially came forward and volunteered and thought I'd be a good friend. So just trying to make everyone awake.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I just add something really quickly?
Please.
With the 90 seconds, if somebody's in the middle of finishing their thought, would we please allow them that thought to be finished before we just cut them off completely?
I will allow you to finish your thought, but I'm going to implore you to just, bring it to an end. A couple seconds at most, and if it's still going, I'm going to switch off the mic. So we got to get through this. With that said, first report to council this evening is a discussion on potential landlord and tenant strategies. We're joined this evening by Ms. Shipra Rahesh, Housing Development Manager. Shipra, when you are up and all ready to go, please present the report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am not Shipra Rajesh. My name is Maribel Leland, Housing Authority Manager with the City of Burbank. I'd like to take this opportunity, if you will, allow me to just give a brief introduction to this item as we've been having this continuous discussion over the last several months. So this evening, we will continue the discussion on tenant and landlord strategies, and staff will recommend next steps for the Council's consideration. Some of the information will be familiar, such as a recap of AB 1482, the California Tenant Protection Act of 2019, and some information will be new, such as information on neighboring communities and what they have been doing with respect to landlord and tenant policies. However, the topic of affordable housing opportunities for all segments of the community is not new. In a recent community opinion survey presented in July of 2022, we heard data and information related to the need for more housing of all types of tenures, the protection of neighborhoods, the need for equal access to housing options, and housing affordability at all income levels, among other topics. At the end of that meeting, then Vice Mayor Constantine Anthony requested a first step report on a local rent control ordinance for the City of Burbank. That has started this more recent discussion on the topic of tenant protections. So that requested first step report was presented in January 2023, and this evening we'll be reminded of the several accomplishments of the City Council made in the last several months on that topic. I'd like to highlight 2 areas if I could, specifically the first being a renter relocation program that was adopted with the current budget that has assisted about 48 qualified lower income households who received a no-fault notice to vacate as of April 1st, 2023, when the last of the LA County pandemic orders ended. And the second is the adoption of an urgency ordinance last September prohibiting the termination of certain residential tenancies under certain circumstances. But that's not all. You'll hear a full recap during the presentation. So back to this evening. As we learn about neighboring communities and what they have been doing with tenant and landlord strategies, please know the information is a lot, it's dense, It is going to be a long presentation. However, it does include the information that the City Council has requested, and we are looking forward to your thoughts and your consideration on the information. With this introduction, I turn it over to Ms. Rajesh.
Thank you, Maribel. Could I have the presentation? Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the Council. Tonight, staff will present a report on landlord-tenant strategies that provide different options for tenant protections through a comparison of local ordinances across different jurisdictions. This report provides a summary of regulations on rental housing across 8 different jurisdictions and does not propose any regulations, including local rent cap for Burbank. It was off. No, it was off. It's working. Sorry about that. It's working now. Before getting into the information on the research, I would like to go over what Council has done over the past few years by providing an overview of the project timeline. At the Council meeting of January 31st, 2023, staff presented a first step report on information related to tenant protections and rent caps that included information on AB 1482, also known as the California Tenant Protection Act, that has been in effect as of January 1st, 2020. On July 1st, 2023, the Council approved a renter relocation program with limited funds of $500,000 to provide financial assistance to eligible households who had received a no-fault notice to vacate as of April 1st, 2023. The AB 1482 study session was held on August 8, 2023. At the end of the study session, the Council provided short-term, medium-term, and long-term direction to staff on the next steps. The short-term direction included the development of an urgency tenant protection ordinance to provide further protections beyond what is included in AB 1482. On September 12, 2023, Council approved Urgency Ordinance Number 23-3999, prohibiting the termination of certain residential tenancies without just cause in the city of Burbank, and increasing the relocation assistance for certain termination. The medium-term direction is this report, which includes options for tenant protections through a comparison of local ordinances across different jurisdictions. Further, the Council directed staff to hold an ad hoc meeting with landlords and tenants to develop possible solutions for several concerns raised during the study session and gather information that could supplement the second step report. The landlord-tenant ad hoc roundtable meeting was held on January 18, 2024, and staff presented a report summarizing the feedback on February 13, 2024. Additionally, on April 10th this year, staff presented the report to the Affordable Housing Subcommittee to receive their feedback. And tonight, staff is going to present the second step report that the Council asked for. Before providing the details on landlord-tenant strategies, I would like to provide an overview of AB 1482, also known as the Tenant Protection Act of 2019. AB 1482 implements a statewide cap on annual rent increase by limiting the rent increase each year to 5% plus increase in consumer price index, with an overall rent not to exceed 10%. Currently, this is the applicable rent cap for Burbank residents. Additionally, AB 1482 establishes just cause protections to tenants who have resided in their unit for at least 12 months. Further, AB 1482 requires relocation assistance or rent waiver equal to 1 month of the tenant's rent in effect for no-fault just cause eviction. Moreover, AB 1482 includes procedural noticing requirement to tenants with information on rent cap and requirement of just cause statement in case of termination of tenancy. This slide provides an overview of SB 567 that has been in effect since April 1st, 2024, and amends several provisions in AB 1482 by imposing additional parameters to just cause evictions and providing remedies to tenants for any violation of AB 1482's just cause eviction and rent cap provisions. Specifically, SB 567 allows right to return to a unit at the same rent and lease terms in effect at the time the tenant vacated if substantial remodeling and demolition of property is not commenced or completed within the notified time, and if owner or relatives fail to move in within 90 days in case of no-fault just cause eviction, or if the intended occupant fails to occupy the unit for 12 consecutive months. Further, SB 567 authorizes tenants to file civil actions against property owners in seeking injunctive relief and damages for any violations. It also authorizes local government to seek injunctive relief for any property owner violation of the tenant protection and rent cap provisions contained in AB 1482.
Mr. Ash, before you go on, I just wanted one clarifying question for myself. So this right to reentry that you've described as codified in Senate Bill 567, that is now the law of the state of California effective April 1. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
With this background on existing state law, I would like to divert your attention back to the project timeline. As indicated on the timeline in the previous slide, staff presented a report to the council summarizing the feedback on landlord-tenant ad hoc roundtable meeting on February 13, 2024. During that hearing, the council identified 4 different categories that broadly covered the landlord-tenant strategies discussed during the ad hoc roundtable meeting. These include, number 1, cap on rent increases. Number 2, tenant protection measures, including anti-harassment and anti-retaliation. Number 3, access to legal and professional resources. And number 4, enforcement mechanisms. Council directed staff to research measures and regulations for these categories implemented by 8 different jurisdictions identified by the Council. The next few slides provide an overview of local regulations within the 4 categories for the identified jurisdictions. This slide provides an overview of local rent cap within the 8 jurisdictions listed on the slide. As mentioned before, AB 1482 implements a statewide cap on annual rent increase by limiting the rent increase each year to 5% plus increase in CPI, with an overall rent not to exceed 10%. Some jurisdictions, including City of Glendale, Claremont, and Long Beach, follow the rent cap mandated by the state. Burbank also follows the state-mandated rent cap. Whereas some local jurisdictions, including City of Pasadena, Beverly Hills, Culver City, and Bell Gardens, as well as County of Los Angeles, have adopted ordinances implementing local rent caps as indicated on the slide. For example, local rent cap in Pasadena is 75% of percentage increase in CPI, and local rent cap for Bell Gardens is 50% change in CPI or 4%, whichever is lower. Attachment 4 to the staff report provides details on local rent caps for the 8 jurisdictions. The next 5 slides provide an overview of regulations on tenant protections within each of the 8 jurisdictions. In addition to statewide just cause eviction protection and relocation assistance for no-fault eviction mandated by the state law, many local jurisdictions have adopted regulations on local relocation assistance for no-fault evictions, regulations on anti-harassment and anti-retaliation, providing an additional layer of tenant protection within their jurisdiction. For example, City of Pasadena requires landlords to pay 2.5 months fair market rent as established by U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, for a rental unit of a similar size for qualifying tenants. City of Pasadena also implements local regulations on anti-harassment and anti-retaliation. City of Glendale requires 2 times the amount of fair market rent as established by HUD for a rental unit of a similar size, plus $2,000, and this amount is adjusted periodically by City Council. And Glendale provides regulations on anti-retaliation. If you look at City of Bell Gardens, it requires landlords to provide relocation assistance equal to 3 months of the tenant's rent in effect when notice of termination was issued, and codifies local regulation on anti-harassment and anti-retaliation. Continuing on to slide number 2 under this category, Beverly Hills has codified the required relocation assistance based on the size of a rental unit, and City of Claremont requires landlords to provide relocation assistance equal to 3 months of the tenant's rent in effect when notice of termination was issued. Beverly Hills also provides local regulation on anti-retaliation. And Claremont does not codify any regulations or local regulations on anti-harassment and anti-retaliation. Moving on to slide number 3 under this category, Culver City provides local regulations on relocation assistance, anti-harassment, and anti-retaliation. Additionally, Culver City reduces the required relocation assistance for small landlords by 50%. City of Long Beach provides local regulations on relocation assistance for eviction due to substantial remodel, as well as no-fault just cause eviction. The required relocation assistance due to substantial remodel is equal to 2 months' rent in effect, or $4,500, whichever is greater. And the relocation assistance for no-fault eviction is equal to 1 month's rent for the tenant, which is consistent with regulations on anti-harassment. Finally, County of Los Angeles determines the amount of relocation assistance for no-fault just cause eviction based on factors including county-wide median rent based on the rental unit size, estimated costs associated with disconnecting and reconnecting utilities, moving and packing cost, application fees, taxes, rental unit size, and estimated storage cost. Additionally, County of LA provides local regulations on anti-harassment and anti-retaliation. In your packet, attachment 5 to the staff report provides details on relocation assistance and other tenant protection regulations for all the jurisdictions. We now move on to category number 3, access to resources and legal professional to provide support to tenants and landlords seeking information on local regulations and state law. There are 4 slides under this category. Jurisdictions have implemented different combination of measures that range from additional noticing requirements, appointing hearing officers for mediating landlord-tenant disputes, to partnering with third-party community-based organizations to provide landlords and tenants with access to resources, including legal resources. As indicated on the slide, City of Pasadena has codified regulations pertaining to notices on tenant rights, which shall be posted on the rental property. In terms of access to legal professionals, City of Pasadena provides access to a rental housing board that was established to determine rent increase, produce written notices and publish forms, and establish and maintain a rental registry. Further, the city provides access to a hearing officer appointed by the Rental Housing Board to conduct hearings on petitions for individual rent adjustment. The City of Glendale adopted an ordinance to establish a rental rights program on March 2019. The ordinance was updated in March 2024 to include 5 components: just cause eviction, relocation assistance, right to lease, intentional disrepair, and rent reduction. The city's website provides information on updated tenant protections. Additionally, the city's website provides referral for third-party community-based organizations, including Stay Housed LA and Neighborhood Legal Services of LA County. Moving on to slide number 2, under this category, cities of Bell Gardens and Claremont both provide a video on their website with information on tenant protections and rent control. Additionally, City of Bell Gardens requires landlords to provide a notice of rent increase in accordance with the state law. In terms of legal professionals, both cities of Beverly Hills and Bell Gardens appoint a hearing officer to oversee landlord-tenant disputes. And Beverly Hills has a rent stabilization commission that acts as an advisory board to the city council on matters relating to the rent stabilization ordinance and is tasked with updating the city's rent stabilization ordinance as needed. City of Claremont's website provides referral for third-party community-based organizations, including Stay Housed LA and Neighborhood Legal Services of LA County. The next cities are Culver City and Long Beach. Culver City adopted a permanent rent control ordinance and a tenant protection ordinance that became effective in October of 2020. The city's website provides information on the ordinances. Under Access to Legal Professional, Culver City has established a landlord-tenant mediation board that provides confidential and privileged forum for resolution of disputes and builds and strengthens communication between landlords and tenants. Further, landlords and tenants can request a hearing before a hearing officer to appeal an administrative citation issued by Culver City Housing Division. City of Long Beach requires landlords to provide notices to tenants consistent with requirements of state law. Additionally, the city's website provides information on local resources, including a multi-service center and Long Beach resource line, providing information on housing services and other community resources. Further, Long Beach partners with third-party community-based organizations, including Stay Housed LA and Fair Housing Foundation, to provide support and legal resources to tenants. Finally, County of Los Angeles requires landlords to post notices on tenant rights on the rental properties and provide notices to tenants prior to or at the time of entering into a rental agreement. The notices are published by Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. The county's website also provides referrals for third-party community-based organizations, including Stay Housed LA. Under Access to Legal Professionals, the county code establishes a landlord-tenant mediation panel to mediate disputes between landlords and tenants regarding a notice of excessive rent increase and notice of termination. However, in doing our research on verification of information, staff was informed that the landlord-tenant mediation panel has been inactive since 1986. Further, the county establishes a rental housing oversight committee appointed by the Board of Supervisors that has the authority to review the department's decision on petitions for rent adjustment. Moreover, the county appoints a hearing officer to oversee appeal process for administrative fine in case of violation of local regulations on tenant protection and rent increase. The next 5 slides provide an overview of enforcement mechanism implemented by the 8 jurisdictions. The enforcement mechanisms implemented by different jurisdictions include a combination of administrative relief and civil remedies. In case of City of Pasadena, landlords and tenants have administrative remedies, including administrative fine for violation of local regulations and petition to the rental board to seek adjustment of rent. Additionally, the city provides civil remedies, including affirmative defense, injunctive, and other civil relief to enforce local regulations. City of Glendale issues administrative citations and fines in case of violation of local regulations. Similar to Pasadena, Glendale provides civil remedies, including affirmative defense and injunctive relief. Moving on to City of Bell Gardens. The city provides administrative remedies, including petition for rent adjustment with the city's Community Development Department and administrative citation for violation of local regulations on rental housing. Additionally, the city allows administrative review and appeal of department's decision to a hearing officer, as well as judicial review of the hearing officer decision. Further, the city has codified civil remedies, including affirmative defense and institution of legal action in a court in case of violation of local regulations on rental housing. Finally, the city mandates all retaliation claims to be addressed in a court of law. The next city is Beverly Hills, which has codified regulations on administrative penalty, wherein no building, demolition, or moving permit shall be issued unless the applicant has complied with all local regulations on rental housing. Additionally, the city provides civil remedy that enables a tenant to institute a legal action in a court in response to any wrongful action by a landlord. This slide provides details on City of Claremont and Culver City. City of Claremont has codified civil remedy wherein violation of local regulations on rental housing shall be an affirmative defense to an unlawful detainer action. Culver City has implemented both administrative and civil remedies. The city provides a path for landlords and tenants to submit a petition for rent adjustment with the Housing Division. The city also has an administrative citation process in place for violation of local regulations that authorizes Housing Division to issue administrative fines. Additionally, the city allows administrative review and appeal of Housing Division's decision to a hearing officer, as well as judicial review of the hearing officer decision. Culver City also provides civil remedies that include affirmative defense for retaliation claims and institution of civil suit in an appropriate state or federal court. City of Long Beach provides civil remedies, including institution of civil action for injunctive relief, direct money damages, and as well as civil penalties. Finally, County of Los Angeles provides both administrative and civil relief. The Department of Consumer and Business Affairs is authorized to conduct an administrative review of applications for rent increase, as well as issue notice of violation and administrative fines in case of violation of local regulations on rental housing. The department's decision on administrative review of application can be appealed to the Rental Oversight Committee. Further, landlords and tenants can appeal the department's decision on administrative fine to a hearing officer. The decision of the hearing officer may be subjected to further judicial review. Additionally, the county has codified civil remedies, including affirmative defense, institution of civil action in a court for civil penalty, injunctive relief, direct money damages, and other equitable relief. So you're probably wondering, how much does all of this cost? Implementation of the ordinance on rental housing varies across all the 8 jurisdictions, depending on the kind of program being implemented by a jurisdiction and factors including presence of an enforcement unit, rent stabilization department, and a rental commission. For example, City of Claremont does not have a housing division and provides only private civil remedies for enforcing their just cause eviction ordinance, and thus do not incur a recurring annual cost for implementation of the ordinance. Similarly, City of Long Beach provides only private civil remedies for implementing their ordinance, and the estimated cost for City of Long Beach includes cost of staffing only within Community Development Department. The city has additional staffing within Department of Health and Human Services, the cost of which is not indicated on this slide. I will now go over the rough estimate of cost associated with implementation of rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinance for each of the 8 jurisdictions. The text in red indicates the percentage of renter-occupied households in each jurisdiction.
Ms. Rahesh, sorry, one more question. On the bottom of that slide there's a reference to 2015-2019 ACS. What does that stand for? Because I know there's folks that are watching that in the room too.
It's from the census data.
Thank you.
The first city of Pasadena, amended its charter, Measure H, in December 2022 to establish the Pasadena Rental Housing Board that is responsible for fulfilling the powers and duties prescribed in the charter amendment. The annual estimated cost associated with the activities of Rental Housing Board is around $5.4 million based on approximately 26 employees needed to support the board's activities. City of Glendale established a rental rights program with 5 components. The estimated cost or estimated annual cost for the city is around $400,000, including salary of 2 employees and cost of marketing and outreach. City of Bell Gardens has a rent stabilization chapter as well as a tenant protection chapter in its municipal code. This has been in effect since October 2022. The city's annual estimated cost of implementing the ordinance is a little over $1 million, and it includes salaries of 5 staff members. City of Beverly Hills adopted revised rent stabilization regulations in February 2017, which affects most rental housing in the city. The city's annual estimated cost for implementing the ordinance is around $1.7 million, and it includes salaries and benefits for employees and contractual services. City of Claremont adopted a just cause eviction ordinance that has been in effect since June 2023, providing heightened tenant protections for substantial remodel evictions and higher amount of relocation assistance in the event of a no-fault eviction beyond the state law. The city incurred one-time cost of around $24,500 for preparing the ordinances. The city does not have an ongoing tangible cost associated with enforcement of the ordinance. Culver City adopted a permanent rent control ordinance and a tenant protection ordinance that became effective in October 2020. The city's estimated annual cost for implementing the ordinance is around $1.3 million. City of Long Beach adopted the Tenant Relocation Assistance Ordinance in June 2019 that established rent increase limits and eviction protections for certain rental units within the city. The city employs 1 staff member funded by CDBG in the Community Development Department with annual cost of $95,223. Further, the city incurs additional cost for activities associated with Long Beach Resource Line and multi-service center housed within Department of Health and Human Services that is not included on this slide. County of Los Angeles has adopted Los Angeles County Rent Stabilization and Tenant Protection Ordinance that has been effective since September 2021. The annual estimated cost of implementing and enforcing the ordinance is $5.7 million, and it includes employee salaries and cost of activities associated with Rental Oversight Commission. Please note that staff will have to come back with staffing information if the council decides to proceed with any of these programs. The next 2 slides give an overview of regulations that currently apply to City of Burbank. As previously mentioned, Burbank follows state-mandated cap on annual rent increase. Burbank also follows state-mandated relocation assistance or rent waiver equal to 1 month of the tenant's rent for no-fault just cause eviction. Additionally, Burbank provides local regulation on relocation assistance for eviction due to substantial remodel. The urgency ordinance adopted by the council last year requires the owners to provide relocation assistance equal to the amount of 3 months' rent if termination of tenancy is based on substantial remodel just cause eviction. Under access to resources, City of Burbank housing staff and the Landlord-Tenant Commission that meets first Monday of the month provides information and resources to the community. Additionally, staff contracts with the Housing Rights Center to conduct regular workshops for landlords and tenants on fair housing laws and rights and responsibilities. Finally, for enforcement mechanism, Burbank is subject to remedies provided by the state law, SB 567, allowing tenants to institute a civil action, seek injunctive relief, and seek damages in case of landlord's failure to comply with the state law. Moreover, violation of tenant protection regulations pursuant to the urgency ordinance adopted last year shall render notice of termination of tenancy void and shall be an affirmative defense to an unlawful detainer action. Currently, all the updates to the city's regulations have been done with existing staff. To recap, the council has already implemented several provisions to enhance tenant protection within the city, including implementation of a renter relocation program, a study session on AB 1482, adopted an urgency ordinance providing additional layer of tenant protection beyond the state law, an ad hoc landlord-tenant roundtable meeting, as well as tonight's report on different tenant protection options. In addition to the existing regulations on rental housing, City Attorney's Office is working on a fiscal year 2024-25 budget discussion paper to propose a pilot program that would strengthen tenant protections within the city. The pilot program will provide tenants with access to legal and professional resources and referrals, coordinate social services, investigate complaints and habitability concerns, and review and initiate civil enforcement actions. Additionally, staffing would be needed for implementation of the pilot program, with 5 new positions between City Attorney's Office and Community Development Department. The estimated recurring cost of implementing the program is around $650,000, with a one-time cost of $100,000. Council will receive a report on proposed housing enforcement program and legal resource services program on May 7th, 2024. Staff is looking for Council's feedback on any further information or data to present to the Council for their consideration. Any feedback received tonight will be executed in conjunction with a robust public outreach process, and staff will follow up with a proposed community outreach process. This concludes my presentation. Staff is available to respond to questions. Thank you.
With my colleagues' indulgence, I have 2 very brief questions that I think could be helpful for public comment. I'll be very brief, and then we'll go to public comment, and I'll turn it over. With regards to cost recovery or revenue collection, do you have any information you can provide with the council tonight relevant to that report?
Not tonight,
Okay.
Mayor, but we can come back with that information.
Okay. The other question was in the second to last slide, you talked about the proposed community outreach process. Do you have a tentative plan that you're presenting tonight? If not, would that be the subject of council direction, that kind of feedback you'd like from council when we discuss it?
Depending on the feedback received tonight, staff will draft a public outreach process and will follow up with you at a future date.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much for just allowing me to clarify that. Ms. Rahesh, feel free to grab a seat. Great presentation. We have 54 comment cards. So we're going to start with our first 7, I believe, which are all 1 minute in length. First, we're going to hear from Spencer Anderson, followed by Alessandro Guerra Pedrazzi. Mr. Anderson, come on down, and I'm going to go 3 at a time. That might help with everyone. So we have Mr. Anderson, Alessandro Guerra Pedrazzi, and then Jesse Lenore.
Good evening, council members. I've introduced myself earlier. My name is Spencer Anderson. So my family has been here since 1947 in Burbank. We have a mom and pop business, rental business in Burbank, and we have a long history here. I encourage everyone to just think about, I understand there's, certain certain elements on the tenant side, but also on the landlord side. And I just hope we come up with the best possible solution for the situation that we're dealing with right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Alessandro Guerra Pedrazzi, followed by Jesse Lenore, and then Kelsey Norden. Is Alessandro here? Okay. Let's hear from Jesse Lenore, followed by Kelsey Norden, and then Jamie Kieser. Jesse, you here? Okay. Kelsey Norden. So, Jesse Lenore, Lenoir. Okay. Then we're hearing from Kelsey Norden, followed by Jamie Kieser, and then Mike Van Gorder.
Good evening. Thank you, Council, for your amazing attitude today. My name is Kelsey. I live and work in Burbank as part of the entertainment industry. You've heard a lot tonight about the turmoil we currently face, and I'm not expecting my landlord to cut me a check because I lost my job. But even in the best of times, I've seen outrageous rent increases surprise and uproot many of my friends, and I fear being priced out of my home. I've been lucky to have steady employment and an amicable relationship with my landlord, but the good apples don't outweigh the bad. The bad apples are not exclusive to corporations, and we all suffer from bad actors. And regarding the fear of mom and pops being bought out by corporate landlords, they're already here. Whether we like it or not, we need protection against them now. Please pass rent stabilization and protect tenants. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next, we have Jamie Kieser, followed by Mike Van Gorder, and then Tiffany Liu.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Kieser, CEO of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce. As showcased here tonight, rent control is a hot topic in Burbank. Rent control is not a solution that addresses the actual problems of inadequate housing units here in Burbank. It's important to shift our focus. If the city wants to subsidize housing, then we need to build affordable housing. A key point is that rent control does not help to solve the problem of housing shortages and reduce the number of low-income renters who live here. Rent control can cause rents to rise, and the housing providers must factor in the required annual maintenance cost. We don't want to put housing providers in a position to delay or reduce repairs, minimize costs for adequate rental units and properties. Please view this through the rent control lens. And the mom and pop property owners, they are the ones who will be hit the hardest and typically rely on their properties as key sources of income.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. Next, we have Mike Van Gorder. Is Mike here? I think he might have left. We have Tiffany Liu, followed by Montserrat Morales.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Liu, and I've been a Burbank resident for over 3 years. My friend and I moved here to be closer to work, and we both work in the stop motion industry, which has recently been having a lot of dry spells, which is usually out of our control and difficult to predict. It's hard to have a peace of mind that we'll have enough saved up in case of an emergency, and when we live paycheck to paycheck and rent continues to increase without end. Housing is a human right, and I encourage the council to please support a lower rent cap and more tenant protections. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our last speaker for 1 minute is Montserrat Morales.
Hi, my name is Montserrat, and I'm a renter and here with the Burbank Tenants Union. Rent control in my city has enabled me and my family to stay in our neighborhood for more than 11 years, and I want the same for my neighbors here in Burbank. I was door knocking with the Burbank Tenants Union a few blocks from here actually this past week, and we met a tenant who was a single father who had recently lost his wife. He shared that he was really worried about a rent increase because he was on a fixed income and had Section 8. And he shared that he and his son would have nowhere to go if his landlord decided to increase his rent. Another tenant we spoke to had received rent increases over 10% for the past few years, an outright violation of the statewide law AB 1482. Tenants need to be protected from unregulated rent increases so that they can stay in their homes with their families. And landlords need to be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So now we're moving into the remaining portion of public comment. Everyone will have 90 seconds. As promised, I am going to start with the 10 people that came forward to voluntarily reduce their time, and I thank you. Although you volunteered for a minute, I'll give you the full 90 seconds if you need it. So first we have Mike Darian, followed by Ryan Bell, and then Stephen Craig. Is Mike Darian here? No, he's gone. Thank you. Ryan Bell, you're up. Followed by Stephen Craig, and then Eleni Kyriakou. I apologize again if I mispronounce any names.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Ryan Bell, and I'm here on behalf of myself and my organization, Tenants Together, to speak in support of rent control and just cause eviction protections being recommended by the Burbank Tenants Union, as well as an emergency rent freeze and interim just cause protections while the city attorney drafts the ordinance. Tenants Together has been a leader in crafting and advocating for rent control and just cause ordinances, along with our legal and policy partners, for the past 15 years. We have seen firsthand the health and stability that these protections provide, not only to individuals, but to entire communities. I also serve as the chair of the Pasadena Rental Housing Board, so I can speak with firsthand knowledge about how Pasadena's ordinance is funded. Please note that while the city of Pasadena has provided startup funds, which will be refunded in full to the city, I can attest that our ordinance, like the one BTU has proposed, is in the near and long-term cost neutral to the city. Your charge is to protect the needs of your residents, both their right to a safe and affordable place to live and their property rights. BTU's proposed ordinance allows you to effectively and efficiently do both, and you should adopt it with haste. I want to leave you with a letter that explains our position in more detail, and I hope you take the time to read it along with BTU's proposed ordinance. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate all the effort you and most importantly the city staff has put into all of this research and work so far. Please move this forward now by passing an emergency rent freeze and directing staff to come back with a strong ordinance. Can I leave this with?
You can hand that to Ms. Clark. She'll get copies to everybody. Next we have Stephen Craig, followed by Eleni Kyriakou, and then Barb Howard.
Good evening, council members and staff. You know by my shirt what side I'm on, so I'm just going to get to the point. We don't just need tenant protections tonight. We need an emergency interim ordinance, or I promise we're going to lose even more neighbors, more of our students and teachers and families that need to be able to stay housed right where they are. There's a good reason why so many of the cities around us have put tenant protections in place. It's because they were needed. They are necessary. You as a council member have the opportunity tonight to be on the right side of history on this issue. I urge you to vote for an emergency interim rent stabilization ordinance before a permanent ordinance can be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Eleni Kyriakou, followed by Barb Howard, and then Shanna Inglesby.
Hello, my name is Eleni Kyriakou, and my husband and I are owners of apartment buildings here in Burbank. And the first thing I want to say that one time we were tenants too. And now that we have tenants, we respect them as tenants and they respect us as their landlords. And I know we are not enemies with tenants because it sounds like it's the tenants and the owners of the apartments. That's not how it works. We respect them and they respect us. And when they have a problem, we help them out. And they understand that. And through COVID, we even reduced their rent so they could be able to pay and stay there. And we don't want them to feel like we are their enemies. But on the other hand, one thing that hasn't come up, as apartment owners, we have mortgages to pay, we have taxes to pay. So, it's like the tenants are always saying, well, you have to make a rent control. I understand that. But if you leave it open, we can use it between our tenants and us, because each tenant has an individual problem. So personally, we work it out with our tenants. So that's what we want you to understand and leave things
Thank
alone
you for
and
your
do not
comment.
put a rent control,
Appreciate it.
okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I owe an apology to Brad Howard. It's getting late. My vision's going. My apologies, Brad. Followed by Shanna Inglesby and then Nils Jepson.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and all the people here. I basically, making it short.
Oh, hold. It's okay. We'll restart his time. Is microphone working? Can you test it really quick?
Hello.
Doesn't seem like it's working. Mr. Jones, can we test that? It's awfully soft.
Hello. Hello.
There we go. Yeah, you want me to check mine too? Okay. There we go.
Yes?
I think we can hear each other.
Okay. Anyhow, what I would like to.
All right, hold on. Let's get on the mic. And if anyone does a mic drop moment, I'm just going to lose it. So please don't drop the mic. Thank you.
Okay, is that better? Yes. Okay. What I'd like to say is, I hope that this rent control situation does not go through. It is not good for the economy. It is not good for the tenants. It is not good for the landlords. And the way I say that is basically rent control sets a standard. And right now there's a small problem. The small problem is the tenants, and it's a very short time period. And as time goes on, economics balance, and they float back and forth, and then you have equalization of the rents. And right now, rents seem high, but they are lowering as we speak. I see it happening in our units, and I see it happening all over. Now, with that being said, the market conditions are generally the telling mark that will tell you where your rents are. And right now, we are in a very difficult situation, and I feel for the tenants. I honestly do, with bad landlords. And I'm not a bad landlord. I take care of my tenants. I have quite a few buildings in Burbank, and I just feel that I've been in Santa Monica and a few other places, but
Thank you for your comment. Can we try the mic just one more time? Hey, there we go. Okay. So
I could sing Moon River, but I don't think anyone wants that.
I would actually love that, but I'm not going to make you do it. We have Shanna Inglesby, followed by Nils Jepson, and then Matthew Buck. Miss Inglesby, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff. Thank you for staying late tonight. I'm going to talk really quickly. I believe that rent increases should be paired with property improvements. If you're going to charge me more to live in the same space, you should increase the value of it. I believe that we do need much more legal help. We need to maybe partner with a firm who would do pro bono, that would help out. Repairs, the main part of enforcement is these mass evictions under the guise of major renovations. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect if you're going to evict a tenant for doing major renovations, those should be started within 60 days of the tenant vacating the property. We should also have some kind of accountability and follow-up for those landlords that don't do the major renovations, just evict the tenants and then do some paint or new carpet and increase the rent and get new renters in there. There should be some kind of fine or penalty. With SB 567, there are ways that tenants can now take those landlords to court in civil actions, and so there is some recourse, but we need to have as much as we can. I believe that it's not unreasonable for tenants to take the financial considerations of the property owners in mind. That goes both ways. We all have our insurances increased. All of our utilities have gone up. Our insurances cost more.
Thank you for your comment.
And I'm done. Thank you.
Next, we have Nils Jepson, followed by Matthew Buck, and then Katie Eager.
Hey,
My name's Nils. I'm here as a student and researcher at UCLA who actually studies eviction, rent controls, housing production. I'm also a tenant organizer in the much maligned city of Los Angeles. I've recently been supporting a group of elders in East Hollywood who are undergoing eviction. Like many folks in Burbank, these tenants serve their communities as teachers, caretakers, and Uber drivers, and have lived in this neighborhood their whole life. Their landlord died last year and their building was bought by a new owner who immediately sent them all eviction notices claiming substantial renovation. The tenants thought they had to leave and were getting ready to either move out of LA entirely or find a shelter to sleep in. They couldn't afford anywhere within 30 plus miles. Until they realized they didn't have to, their units were protected under their City of LA's RSO ordinance, which despite LA's many issues, had closed a substantial rent eviction loophole. These folks are still in their homes. I guess my point here is that unlike so much of what's been said tonight, rent caps actually preserve what we love about our communities and lets the people who call a neighborhood stay in their home. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Matthew Buck, followed by Katie Eager, and then Graham Matthews.
Hi, Mayor, Council, how you doing? Matthew Buck, California Apartment Association, you know who I am. I submitted a letter, I'll be brief. I just want you to know, you've heard the stories tonight about how housing providers are struggling. I just want to remind you that the housing providers you have here are your affordable housing. If you make things hard for them, remember that these families will get displaced. So as you move forward in discussions, just keep that in mind, that the hardships are real, and these folks are your partners. So you've heard the stories, just appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Katie Eager, and then Graham Matthews, followed by Anita Break, B-R-E-I-C-K.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council people. My first time at a podium, so forgive me if I stutter. I love Burbank. This is downtown, beautiful downtown Burbank. I have a unit with my husband, who is now 80 years old. We both work 2 jobs, saved enough money to come up with something that we can call our own. We have beautiful tenants. We maintain the property very well. We meet all your standards. There's a lot of tenants here. I used to be a tenant. There's a lot of tenants here that are upset. They must have a landlord that is the bad apple in the bag. We also have bad apples, but we work with them. If my husband and I sell our property to a corporation, what do you think is going to happen to their rent? It won't be the same, and they'll have more complaints. Now we can work with them, and we're here as laymen, as you might call it, on property that we are taking care of. There's a lot of owners here, and the reason being they're here is because they're concerned. I have 2 sons who are law enforcement officers, and they are here to protect us. We want you to protect us as landlords.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. So next we have Graham Matthews, followed by Anita Break, and then Anne Marie Love.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Appreciate your time. Just trying to think what I wanted to say tonight. I am a housing provider, been in Burbank for 42 years. And the main thing I wanted to convey to you is that you folks have inherited an amazing city. And I think a lot of the reason that this city is so amazing is because there has not been rent control. We have all abided by AB 1482. Every landlord I know has abided by that. And that went from having no rent control to having the guidelines under that. I would definitely say please do not put any further restrictions on the landlords in this town. The good ones are abiding by it, and it shouldn't just be a blanket thing that you pass to do that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Thanks to everyone on all sides still doing jazz hands at 10 o'clock. Anita Break, Anne Marie Love, Jimmy McNeil. Is Anita here? Okay, I'm not seeing Anita, so I'm going to put that one to the side. We have Anne Marie Love. Did you do that, Harry? Anita Break. Aye, boy, that's all right. You got the mayor. Fair enough. Okay. I don't know who you are, but I adore you. Thank you. Anne-Marie Love, not saying Anne-Marie, Jimmy McNeil, followed by Julio Jaramillo, and then Daryl Seaver. It's been real, folks.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. Myself and my wife are both your mom and pop shop as far as renters or homeowners and property owners are concerned. I'm here this evening, obviously, to talk about the implementation of rent control. I wanted to bring to the council's attention, as well as everybody else in the room, that housing control exists just outside city limits, like North Hollywood, Studio C's, Atwater, Los Feliz, just to name a few. Unfortunately, rent control does not take into consideration any of the following expenses associated with managing or owning a property. Mortgage rates with variable interest rates, insurance, utilities, property tax, cost of roofs, walls, housing, fencing, AC, plumbing, doors, the list goes on and on. Over the past few years, my wife and I have both dealt with the following expenses: interior painting of a property of $1,800, fixing of tankless water heaters of $500, replacing of a dryer of $1,000, kitchen countertop over $7,000, fence repairs $1,500, garage doors $600, and a roof repair of $1,200, all over the past few years. With rent control, it doesn't afford the opportunity to maintain and upkeep the properties that our tenants are expecting to have. My wife and I invested in the property.
Thank you for your comment. Wait. Before we go on, David, Matt, Harry, did one of you do that? Man, that's good. Gavin, if you don't write about that in the story, I don't know what you're doing here tonight. All right, everyone, buckle up. Only like 40 more cards to go. We're doing it. Julio Jaramillo, Daryl Seaver, Harry Tamurian.
Julio Jaramillo, 50-year resident of Burbank. I'm going to rush through this, so I'm going to call a lifeline. Hey Siri, when was rent control enacted in New York?
New York's current rent control program began in 1943. It is the longest running in the United States. This is from Wikipedia.
Hold on. Bear with me. Hey Siri, where is the highest rent in the United States?
New York City logged the highest rent in the U.S. in August 2022.
Okay, so basically, the longest rent control in the country, New York, 82 years, and New York has the highest rent. So I wanted to add a slide to the staff. They mentioned some of these cities, Long Beach, Burbank, and Glendale, which are free market, we'll call it, because it's still in California, has lower rents than rent-controlled Culver City, Beverly Hills, and New York. So rent control doesn't control rents, it controls supply. So basically, what you are doing in every one of these apartments that are going to come online here, when you put rent control, if they were going to set them at Burbank's $2,500 average rent, $2,600 rent, they're going to say, hey, guess what, guys? Rent is never going to go down. It's going to keep increasing, so we're going to start these at $3,000. So rent control just resets the bar and never goes back. And some of these people haven't lived through deflation that comes after inflation, where rents begin to drop, and under rent control, they don't go down. I'm out of time. God bless Burbank. God bless California. And God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have Daryl Seaver, followed by Harry Tamurian, and then Steve Roman. Is Daryl here? Okay. Harry, come on down, followed by Steve Roman, and then David Kashishian.
Honorable Mayor, council members, Harry Tamurian, Burbank Association Realtors. We represent tenants and landlords. I'm going to rush through this, so pardon. Sitting here listening, I just don't understand why the housing providers in this city are constantly attacked for providing housing. They are constantly attacked for providing housing. When we talk about rent control, let's talk about what we're truly talking about. We're talking about price fixing. Let me give you some stats. 2023, according to CoStar, rents in Burbank increased by a mere 3%. This year so far, rents have increased in Burbank 0%. Actually, we're going negative because of inflation. Property taxes increased 2% per year, plus any bond measures and parcel taxes. Burbank Water and Power has increased water rates last year 8.3%. Will increase another 8.3% this year, with a 46% increase in the next 5 years, within the next 5 years. Cost of trash, cost of materials, labor costs have doubled, tripled, and let's not forget insurance. And who do you want to absorb these costs? All these people. You want all of them to absorb it. Just go ahead and do it. The idea of capping their income, capping their retirement is preposterous. So let's talk about why it doesn't work, because it doesn't work because it does not add any housing stock to the housing stock. Rent control does not have a means test. A person making $200K a year occupies a unit intended for a low-income individual. The city provided a program, and you guys did a means test. No implementation of rent control whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And next we have Steve Roman, followed by David Kashishian, and then Jackie Waltman.
Thank you for your time. Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and City Council and staff, thank you very much. Listen, as a homeowner, housing provider, and someone who's lived in Burbank for 22 years, I stand and oppose this implementation of rent control in our city. We already have 1482. With the intentions of rent control may seem noble, the reality is it brings about a host of negative consequences that far outweigh our potential benefits. First and foremost, let's address the financial burden we just saw that will be placed on our city. Unmanaged rental boards can become bureaucratic nightmares, leading to significant expenses for Burbank. Lawsuits, staffing costs, endless paperwork are just the tip of the iceberg. Rent control policies may exacerbate these expenses, draining resources that could be used for other places in our community. Moreover, rent control causes housing shortages by discouraging investment in new rental units. This directly impacts low-income individuals who find themselves unable to secure housing in our city. If we truly want to address the housing crisis, we need to focus on building more housing, not implementing policies that create more shortages. And let's not forget the impact that rent control has on the small mom and pop providers that have spoken here tonight, who rely on the rental properties as a source of income. These individuals are integral parts of our members of our community, including small business owners, teachers, self-employed individuals. Implementing rent control could force them to sell their properties to larger corporations, leading to further displacement and gentrification of our neighborhoods. In conclusion, opposition to rent control is not a partisan issue. It is a matter of common sense and economic policy.
Thank you. Next, we have David Kashishian, followed by Jackie Waltman, and then Stefano Medina.
Good evening, Council. David Gaishan here on behalf of Apartment Associations of Greater Los Angeles. The attempt to model Burbank's rental regulations on cities like Bell Gardens, Beverly Hills, and Pasadena is severely misguided. Bell Gardens has a significantly lower median household income of only $54,000 and a population of less than 40,000 people. In comparison, Burbank's median household income is nearly $92,000, which is 70% higher than Bell Gardens, with a population of nearly 104,000 people, which is over 2.5 times larger than Bell Gardens. Beverly Hills has a significantly higher median household income of $116,000 and a population even smaller than Bell Gardens at only 33,000 people. These extreme policies can only exist in very small communities that are either extremely poor and no longer care about the quality of housing, or very rich desiring to gentrify their communities with wealthier renters, as has resulted in Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood. Similarly, Pasadena's rent control measures were enacted throughout direct voter engagement via a ballot measure, not unilateral city council decisions. We ask that such major policies be put on a hold until a new city council is seated and can rightfully consider the full impact each one upon the Burbank community. We also ask that staff be directed to fully research the supposed need for such policies by collecting concrete statistical significant data showing that these are active issues in Burbank today and not merely unfounded philosophical fears. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And yeah, it was Kashian. Did I say that? Kashian. Thank you. Sorry for the mispronunciation. We have Jackie Waltman, followed by Stefano Medina, and then Joe Pimienta.
Hi, City Council. I appreciate your patience in sitting here all night. I'm against rent control. It doesn't help. As a matter of fact, it hurts the city. I have property in Los Angeles. I have property in Burbank. My rents in Los Angeles are higher. Every year I raise the rent because of the rent cap. In Burbank, I don't raise the rent. I don't have to. My operating expenses in Los Angeles under rent control are higher. I don't have the same expenses in Burbank. I think that the rent's too high, everything's too high. Renters, a lot of attacks on landlords, a lot of anecdotes about bad landlords. Would you like to hear some anecdotes about bad tenants? You know, one bad tenant can wipe out your profit for a whole year. Nobody talks about that. Renters have no investment in the properties. They come, they move in, they move on. There's no investment with them. Some stay a long time, some don't. Landlords, who got hit in COVID? Landlords. You know, we are not responsible for the whole world, and the Burbank City Council needs to look at the expense of implementing a rent control in Burbank. We already have a state cap, and it would be fiscally irresponsible for the City Council to incur the cost of developing a new department to enforce this.
Thank you for your comment. To the many of you still jazz handing it, I adore you, thank you. To those who choose to clap, hang in there, we're getting there. We have Stefano Medina, followed by Joe Pimienta, and then Daniel Kleinman.
Several, more than 10. That's the ordinance. All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Stefano Medina, and I'm a staff attorney at Public Counsel. Public Counsel has been supporting the Burbank Tenants Union in compiling a draft rent stabilization ordinance and just cause ordinance based on the needs of Burbank tenants. We emailed a copy last night and have also brought physical copies tonight. RSOs and just cause ordinances, while in the past only enjoyed in some of the largest cities in Los Angeles County, have spread in the past decade across various jurisdictions, both large and small, progressive and conservative. Public Counsel has developed legal expertise in not only drafting RSO policies for many cities in Los Angeles County, but also defending the legal viability of these policies when challenged in court by corporate landlord interests. To assist your review, the draft ordinances have been annotated to note where certain provisions appear in other jurisdictions' ordinances. Generally speaking, our draft ordinances are primarily based on the ordinance for unincorporated LA County and the city of Bell Gardens, which are models in terms of their comprehensiveness and strength, and were highlighted in the staff reports. Further, to address some of the mom and pops that you have heard concerned about being pushed out, a peer-reviewed scientific study from Seattle found that the passage of tenant protections like those being considered tonight had zero impact on small landlords deciding to leave the rental market. Thank you very much.
Hey, everybody, for real, I don't want to see that sort of engagement. Everyone has a right to speak here. You have a right to express your opinion, but let's not boo each other. We're better than that, okay? Thank you, everybody. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Daniel Kleinman, and then Dustin Blankenship.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, everyone in the chamber. I'll be quick, so I'm just going to jump right in. As someone who has been coming to these meetings for a large amount of time, we can all agree on the same problem, which is that it's getting very expensive just to live. We all agree with that. The difference is that our opposition seems to be saying that that's the way it's supposed to be. You either thrive or else it's your personal failure. And they're getting angry at us for saying, no, it's not supposed to be like that. It can be better. People in Burbank deserve better. And that's what we're proposing. We at the Burbank Tenant Union have been proposing solutions, and yet our opposition has been proposing nothing. They have made no suggestions on what to do about coming in from both sides. They say that they want to find a solution, but yet they have not proposed a middle ground. We have been continuing to propose middle grounds, propose ideas, and yet that is just not what's been happening. Along with the rent stabilization that has just been given to you, there is a section in there where there is a discussion of how to start a rent registry. Now, this rent registry would actually be, if I may get here for a second, it would be paid by a single-digit amount between tenants and landlords to keep track of rental units, making it fair, affordable, and competitive. So, yeah, as we keep saying, we have been proposing ways in order to make, to keep Burbankians living in this city because this is their home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Daniel Kleinman, followed by Dustin Blankenship, and then Cheryl Weaver.
Good evening. Burbank's 58% renter majority needs strong codified protections against landlord harassment, intimidation, and retaliation. Tenants are scared to speak up, ask for repairs, and show up to these meetings because of the fear of retaliation. Harassment is real, and it is used frequently as a tool to silence and evict renters and deprive us of our rights. I tried to organize my building due to unfair rent increases and lack of repairs. Management threatened to call the police on me multiple times, and my landlord called into a city council meeting threatening to evict me. These issues are widespread and the reason why we need real protections. But don't just take my word for it. Let's listen to some of Burbank's landlords. And I have a video that I've submitted that I would like to play, please.
The reason why rent increases are happening now is because of the fear of rent control.
He's getting maximum rent increases because he's scaring his landlord. His landlord knows that he shows up and he's calling for more regulations. No wonder he's getting high rent increases. The landlords get scared. They can't decrease the rents. Please, no price controls. We're asking nicely.
If you pass rent control, I will have no choice. I will raise the rents every single year, the maximum allowed. When they vacate, I will take out the central heat and air because I cannot afford to maintain that. Carpet's coming back in. We're making linoleum cool again. And there will be
All right,
consequences
that's
to
time.
the tenant.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Go for it.
All right. We have next up Dustin Blankenship, followed by Cheryl Weaver, and then George Giroux.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, staff, and the public. I feel we can all agree that a tenant protection ordinance in some form will be passed by this city. The writing is on the wall. Whether this takes a few weeks or a few months to pass, I worry that our residents who in the interim will be facing huge monthly rent increases or even evictions while they're not protected. It is crucial for the city to protect its tenants. You, the council, need to adopt a temporary rent freeze and halt to evictions immediately. The goal of this council should be to protect as many tenants as possible, and each day that passes, more and more tenants lose out. From tonight until an ordinance is codified into law, corporate landlords will be increasing rents and evicting tenants as they try to bilk as much profit out of our community as possible. If you don't take this first step, we are setting this policy up for failure as the tenants you want to protect will get priced out of their homes, their community, and their lives. Temporary tenant protections are not unique. Bell Gardens, Cudahy, Culver City, Inglewood, Pomona, and LA County all took this step before they passed a permanent ordinance. I urge you, as soon as possible, even tonight, pass a temporary rent freeze and halt to evictions in Burbank. Let's give ourselves the time to pass the best tenant protection ordinance as possible while protecting as many of our fellow Burbank residents as we can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Cheryl Weaver, followed by George Giroux, and then John Giroux.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say that I really appreciate that the Council looked at all of these different cities that have different rent ordinances. I also want to point out that Burbank is unique. We are the media capital of the world. And therefore, entertainment workers require more flexibility and adaptability when it comes to housing. Imagine a local crew member who's on location shoot outside the country for 2 years and has a mortgage to pay. They decide the only way they can afford to take that job is to rent their house out while they're gone. If they have a huge financial burden and possible legal costs to try and get their own home back once they come back from location shoots, that would be unbearable. Things can move very quickly in the entertainment industry. Last minute accommodation requirements, unusual shooting hours, shooting notices, etc. These all affect housing. And they affect housing providers here in Burbank as well as they affect tenants. Burbank citizens that work in the entertainment industry can suddenly be sent off to location shots, music tours, whatever. These are things that just come up and are not always able to be planned properly. Single-family houses and condos are all treated differently in the state of California.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have George Giroux, followed by John Giroux, and then Chris Rosati.
Hello. Don't do anything that's going to hurt the good landlords. That's really the guiding star here. Okay? CPI, Consumer Price Index, no relationship to the building expenses. It's arbitrary. It's not a producer price index. Property taxes, even though they only increase 2% a year, when they're reassessed, which happens, you can't avoid that, they go up, and they could go up 1,000%. You don't get a rent increase over that. Okay? Don't incentivize the plaintiff attorneys to shake down landlords and sue them and try to just, defend an unlawful detainer action with no good faith defense, sue them, demand outrageous settlement amounts. It happens. You have to protect the landlords from the bad tenants. Okay? Relocation. Don't incentivize tenants to move just to claim relocation. We don't want to make a cottage industry out of this. Education is needed. California has an anti-retaliation law. How many people here know that? About 5. Okay? The solutions were proposed in the ad hoc roundtable report. We did compromise. It's an exhibit, it's an attachment to the council report, okay? Go for the unobjectionable, unanimous choices, solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have John Giroux, followed by Chris Rosati, and then Masis Codaverdian.
Thank you. Good evening, all. Nice seeing you. The LA Business Journal just came out, and I was just reading it just now, and it said that these companies are leaving California. They're leaving Los Angeles mostly because of all the negative legislation. Less and less developers are going to build here. There are people who are still building, but it's going to be far less and less. I want to just discuss the development end of it. You want to keep supply, you have to encourage developers. Encourage developers, but don't disincentivize them by capping everything, because development's expensive. Interest rates are higher, and many things now cost more, the supply chain and so forth. Keep projects in Burbank. Let's not lose development in Burbank. Otherwise, things will stagnate and we won't have any more supply. Keep that in mind, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Chris Rosati, followed by Masis Codaverdian, and then Antoinette Doman.
Mayor, council members, good evening. As a 25-year professional that works in the housing industry, I just wanted to give you some facts and stats. There are over 2,000 units available today in Burbank for rent. The average days on market to get a place rented is 65.3 days. 35% of my clients raised rent in 2024. 28% of the 35 did not raise rent in 2023. The market is soft. It's as soft as I've ever seen it. Renovating and repairing vacant units is expensive. I have several units that have been on the market for a while. One of them has been on the market 116 days, and we are reducing rent every 2 weeks. When I first meet clients, the first thing I ask them is, where are you moving from and why are you moving? And they usually come from one of the rent control cities in the staff report. And the reason why they're moving is because quality. They want to live in Burbank because it's high quality. They often complain about places that are substandard and in disrepair. Owners simply can't afford it, so they don't put the money back into the building. I just want you to keep Burbank as a high quality place to live. Don't push the small property owners out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Masis Codaverdian, Antoinette Doman, and then Todd Campbell.
Good evening, Council. Just to clarify, do we have the 3 minutes? Because I didn't sign up for that 1 minute.
You have 90 seconds.
Very good. Thank you, minutes. My name is Francisco Dervidian. I have been a resident of Burbank for 43 years, of 30 of those years being a housing provider. And proud to say in the first 25 years of that providing housing, I had one eviction in 25 years, have great relationship with my tenants. Most of them are staying with me more than a decade. And when they do move, they ask me if I have other apartments available before they find somebody else. Unfortunately, after 2019, AB 1482, mine evictions went up to counting 4 right now. One of them, just as an example, brought a couple of pictures. This is what I had to put up with after she moved out. This is a Section 8 tenant, moved in. She was paying $10 a month for rent. Remaining of the rent was $18.95. Section 8 was paying. She ended up losing the Section 8, got kicked out of the homeless, I think they call them Hope of the Valley organization, and God knows, lawsuits after $6,000 worth of attorney fees, $15,000 in damages, walk in the court, my dear attorney, after charging $6,000, asking me to settle with her, let go with all the damages, all the 3 months rents that she didn't pay, and move on.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Just an example.
So next we have Antoinette Doman, followed by Todd Campbell, and then Ed Sanchez. Antoinette? Okay, I'm not seeing Antoinette. So Mr. Campbell, you're up, followed by Ed Sanchez, and then Diana Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. As a rental family, this is a challenging topic because we value our tenants and we take pride in providing housing that is reliable, functional, and safe. We also sympathize with those who are suffering economically due to the local economy. Well, why is that? We're not corporate landlords. We are a third-generation Burbank family with a small mom-and-pop operation that has been serving our community since 1976. We often check in with our tenants during rent collection throughout the week, performing building maintenance and mowing the lawn. So what's at stake? If this council adopts an aggressive rental cap that does not allow small landlords to recoup their costs or provide the necessary services to their rent tenants, buildings will fall into disrepair. Some landlords may just throw up their hands and sell to large corporations that can handle tighter margins or redevelop an aging property and avoid the city's rental cap altogether. They won't know who you are or check in monthly other than to send you a bill. We don't actively seek to evict our tenants. Evictions are a last resort. We also have a tenant that has been with us for 48 years, and we're very proud of that. I do hope that the council follows through with its commitment to gather more data, hold more community engagement meetings that were promised at the beginning of this process. Those regulatory estimates of landlord-tenant regulation implementation are jaw-dropping. We always said that we are a world-class city and with a small-town feel. Burbank deserves more attention.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next we have Ed Sanchez, followed by Diana Jimenez, and then Michael Nanu.
Good evening. We do have a middle ground. It's called AB 1482, and it's already in effect. My name is Ed Sanchez. I'm a Burbank homeowner, a Burbank business owner, and a Burbank housing provider. We have a housing supply problem. We have a shortage of housing. When this happens, home prices skyrocket as well as rents. However, in the last couple years, repair costs have doubled, even tripled. Property insurance has doubled. Property taxes, food, gasoline have all increased. This affects housing providers as well. Supply and demand is a proven economic principle that regulates rents and also home prices. I manage properties for good, fair housing providers. We do not raise the rents every year. We take care of their properties, and if you enact rent control, they will be forced to increase every year. I have my own rental property. I have not raised the rent since they moved in for 3 years. Bottom line is that costs have increased for all of us. I urge you to vote no on rent control.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Diana Jimenez, followed by Michael Nanu, and then Jeffrey Lichtman. Nana? Okay. Diana Jimenez, you're up. And then Michael Nana.
Once again, I ask that you strongly reconsider the issue of rent control. I ask this because of the rising costs of maintaining my property. I received a notice of non-renewal from my insurance carrier because the company is leaving the state. So I'm scrambling to find affordable coverage. I've worked hard in order to purchase my building, and I take great pride in it. I keep my rents below market and am considerate of the people that live there. Every week, I get calls from deep-pocketed developers asking if I'd like to sell. I don't answer their calls. However, if rent control passes and I cannot insure my property, next time I may have to pick up the phone. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comment. Michael Nana, followed by Jeffrey Lichtman, and then Shant Nurhadian.
We good? How's it going? So the UN recognizes housing as a human right. The United States does not generally abide by that. But I think it's fair to say that the ability to have a roof over your head is in fact a right and not a luxury. But I'll tell you what is a luxury is the ability to use multiple roofs to generate income based on the idea of ownership. No, I'm about to piss a lot of people off, but landlords do not provide housing. Landlords are the people that got to the housing first under a particular deal and then have the ability to sell housing back to other people which they need as a right. I'm more concerned with people's ability to live under a roof than I am with someone generating wealth off of something that is supposed to be a primary need for human beings. If landlords are upset with tenants, really, you should be upset with the fact that over the past 80 years, any potential social safety net you could have had to generate a meaningful nest egg and a meaningful retirement has been stripped away from you, and now you feel the need to use property to do so. So really, we're all in this fight together to have some kind of a meaningful life in which you can eventually retire, eventually relax into age with grace. But I would also like to point out that the rent costs are not even something that a current homeowner can relax into. Because if you get priced out of your own home, your only option is a rent that is now similar to a mortgage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Jeffrey Lichtman, followed by Shant Nurhadian, and then Harold Bond.
Hello, thank you. Been taking notes. I am a renter. I've been self-employed as a property manager for 10 years. I provide affordable housing where the rent is $600 to $700 a month. I feel that there is more of an affordability crisis than availability, and it's a lot of things, and I think it's all about compromise. So I call it the landlord-tenant utopian social capitalism compromise. And it's compromise, location, responsibilities, fair rent, landlord-tenant expectations based on local laws attached to each lease. There's a lot of tenants who can be actually really bad tenants, and they're actually making it worse for their fellow tenants. And the eviction laws are so expensive, I think there should be less control there so that a landlord and the tenants can collectively remove a bad tenant right away. That will help reduce inflation in rents. I agree with the selling of properties. Maybe some laws could be put there where whoever's renting the house has the first dibs on buying the house. Also other costs are the taxes. The deed should be a fixed property tax. It shouldn't go up with appraisals. It should just be the same property tax from the moment the homeowner bought the house or apartment. All these things drive up the cost for everyone.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Shant Nurhadian, followed by Harold Bond, and then Greg Alexanian.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the City Council and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you again tonight. My name is Shant Nurhadian. I am a proud resident of Burbank, and I work for a local family-owned housing provider. I am sympathetic to the emotional comments and anecdotal evidence provided by my friends on the other side of the table. But should citywide legislative policies be premised on such notions? Or should they be premised on quantifiable data, objective reasoning, and due process? In that spirit, I am here tonight to once again express my opposition to any form of rent stabilization, rent caps, or rent board in Burbank for the following two reasons. First, how does the adoption of a rent stabilization ordinance or a rent cap immediately help a tenant who is severely rent burdened today? It does not. One solution is for the city to expand the size of its Section 8 housing program to be comparable to that of its neighboring cities. It is very simple to understand how a severely rent burdened tenant would immediately and more effectively benefit today from receiving a Section 8 housing voucher, which can subsidize between 55% and 85% of their monthly rent, rather than a cap on their rent increase. Second, rent stabilization and rent caps are broad legislative tools that do not reduce market rents and have severe unintended consequences for the housing supply in the city. Staff's report does.
Thank you for your comment. Harold Bond, followed by Greg Alexanian, and then Jay Ruiz.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your patience with our community today. My name is Hal Bond. I'm a longtime Burbank resident, realtor, and owner of a small mom-and-pop low-income housing provider. I will boil my multiple bullet points down to 3 bullet points that have not been mentioned so far today. There's an inventory of real estate across the city that is residential inventory that exists in manufacturing and in commercial neighborhoods. This inventory is referred to as legal non-conforming. These mom and pop landlords are already considering converting these residential units from residential to legally allowed manufacturing and commercial properties. I urge you, please do not drive these mom and pop landlords out of the residential industry and into the commercial industry. Second, Burbank already has a very extreme form of rent control on short-term rentals. They're banned. Unfortunately, this ban isn't managed or enforced. If you want to free up housing in Burbank, simply enforce the current law and return this inventory to Burbank residents. Previous staff reports has estimated this inventory to be somewhat north of 500. I estimate it to be somewhat higher than that. One could advocate that if the city isn't currently managing its current short-term rental regulations, how will adding new regulations on long-term rentals be any different? Lastly, I'd invite you to entertain or consider. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Councilmember Anthony?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in the interest of time, can we approve now going past 11 o'clock?
Okay.
Second.
Motion and second. Any other discussion? All right, show of hands, all in favor. 5-0 vote carries. That brings up, let's see, Greg Alexanian, followed by Jay Ruiz, and then Ramela Araki.
Good evening, Greg with the Alexanian Apartment Advisors. We currently are in transactions totaling $65 million of apartment buildings solely. I'll give you some real world statistics and information. The Maui apartments, when were those mass evictions taking place? Does anybody know when they started? Last year. Okay. What happened prior to that? It was statewide AB 1482, pushed out the current owner, bought an owner from a different city that did those things. We met with an owner 2 weeks ago who was left a piece of property from her husband who died to be her nest egg to provide for her living conditions. He kept the rent $1,000 below market value. Why is he going to get punished and get a hit? She's going to sell because her words, because I don't want to deal with what Pasadena's dealing with. What's Pasadena dealing with? A 14% drop in property value. The number of properties that are on the market right now are 41 buildings, which typically historically has about 4 or 5 buildings on the market. Why? The long-term housing providers do not want to put up with this nonsense, and you're only attracting out-of-area owners. That's what you want, go for it.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Jay Ruiz, followed by Ramela Iraqi, and then Faiza Malik. Is Jay Ruiz here? Okay. What about Ramela Iraqi? Thank you. Thanks for staying late.
I'm waiting from 6 o'clock here, so but I'm gonna talk to council. Okay, I'm a resident of the city of Glendale for 30 years, and I'm a frequent attendee of Glendale City Council. Actually, I'm here to support Burbank Tenants Union. Myself, I'm a member of Glendale Tenants Union. And I want to tell you, the landlords, that ordinance is not going to hurt you, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, it's like a bogus plan, which you're not going to be affected, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, what we really need here is it's affordable housing. I'm an advocate for affordable housing, and I'm an activist. And yeah, basically we need more affordable housing. And okay, if yeah, so basically I'm here to support tenants union, and yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for staying late. Next, we have Faisa Malik, followed by Matt Fabius, and then Alessandra Valdez.
Good evening, council members. My name is Faiza Malik, and I'm a managing attorney at Public Counsel. We've been assisting BTU to put forward a comprehensive RSO that protects tenants while guaranteeing landlords a rate of return. We strongly urge Burbank to move forward tonight on a permanent RSO. As the city report shows, what BTU has proposed is consistent with several existing ordinances. In particular, BTU's ordinance includes a reasonable rent increase formula that exists in other jurisdictions, including Santa Monica, Cudahy, and West Hollywood, which were not included in the city manager report. It also includes a petition process for landlords who feel entitled to a higher rental rate, registration fees to fully sustain the program, and eviction protections that, as you heard tonight, are sorely needed. While the City Council awaits a final permanent RSO ordinance to come back, as an intermediate step, we also urge the City Council to adopt a temporary rent freeze and interim just cause protections. These are a critical part of a permanent RSO adoption process and ensure tenants do not get evicted or receive huge rent hikes before a final ordinance can be enacted into law. While the State Tenant Protection Act would provide some baseline protections, it does not cover all units, would permit rent increases as high as 8.8%, and lacks important eviction protections. Burbank must move forward to protect its renters. It should take action tonight. Thank you for your diligent work to move this forward and for all of your study sessions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Matt Fabius, followed by Alessandra Valdez, and then Kate Cundiff.
My name's Matt. I'm a renter in Burbank. I'm asking you to support tenant protections and rent stabilization. My wife and I originally moved here because my wife was commuting hours to and from Burbank for work, and it didn't seem tenable anymore. We've been impacted by the slow job market and massive layoffs that have become a regular feature of the entertainment industry. We can't afford our high rent increases, even amidst getting good raises every year. We fall further and further behind on rent. But we also can't afford to move. It costs thousands of dollars to move. Landlords know this and they exploit it. We've just had to eat the cost. The opponents to rent stabilization say that if you can't afford to live in Burbank, leave. I ask where? Where do I go? We've looked everywhere. There's nowhere in commuting distance that we could afford. The problem is everywhere, so we need to start here. I see myself as more fortunate than most since I had a savings to fall back on. Many of my friends and neighbors weren't so fortunate. They left Burbank to move back in with parents, needed to couch surf with friends, or sleep in their car. The people who work in Burbank and who power our local economy deserve to stay in the community. We're in this situation because of years of bad policy that prioritized the return on investment for the wealthy over people's basic needs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Alessandra Valdez, followed by Kate Cundiff, and then Catlin Brinsley.
Hi. As a member of the Burbank Tenants Union, I'm here to speak on one of the most crucial pieces of our RSO, the rent cap. Our proposed rent cap is 3% or 60% of CPI. Our ordinance has a built-in mechanism that guarantees a landlord's return fair return on their investment, including a petition for rent adjustment. As stated in the ordinance, similar rent increase formulas are currently used across several cities in Los Angeles County, including Santa Monica and West Hollywood, and have not faced legal challenges. Just cause ordinances are always passed in conjunction with rent stabilization ordinances. Without an RSO, a JCO would be fatally flawed, as landlords could simply circumvent eviction protections by drastically raising rents in order to evict a tenant. Similarly, without a JCO, an RSO would be toothless, as landlords could simply evict a tenant to avoid the effect of rent stabilization. Two cities in the report, Glendale and Long Beach, have no local rent cap and have been reported as having some of the highest rents in the nation. While Claremont has no rent cap, there has been heavy influence from real estate lobbyists. The Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles thanked the city of Claremont for defeating rent stabilization last year, writing a special thank you to Councilmember Calicay, who was our champion and refused to participate in the discussion. We believe that you will participate in our discussion, and we hope that you will hear the stories that tenants have brought to you today. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you for your comment. Kate Cundiff, followed by Catlin Brinsley, and then my last card is Lupe.
Hi, Council and staff. My name is Kate. My family and I deeply suffered the effects of a no-fault eviction without just cause. In mid-October, our landlord threatened us into trying to sign a document giving away our rights to a garage so she could demo it, build a 2-story ADU, and turn it into an Airbnb, none of which was disclosed to us when we signed our lease less than a year before. She also gave us a rent increase with 10 days' notice. When we told her we would not sign the document until it complied with civil code, her lawyer sent us a rent increase of over 13% to $4,250.60 a month. We were threatened with over a $500 per month rent increase because we asked her to comply with civil code. Thankfully, her lawyer backed down to an 8.8% rent increase. We have never missed a rent payment or caused problems. 5 days before Christmas, I was served a 60-day notice. There was no just cause listed. It's hard to be in the holiday spirit when you keep going to the bathroom having panic attacks over where your children are going to live. Finally, we were able to find somewhere in Burbank and moved 4 days before we would have been served an unlawful detainer. The move cost us close to $15,000. That is $15,000 further away from home ownership we now are because of a no-fault eviction without just cause. Not only has the financial toll been a huge hit on our family, but the mental toll has been devastating. Our 5-year-old was playing her favorite game, Vacation, and handed me keys to a hotel. She said, "This is for our stuff in case our house gets torn down." No 5-year-old should have to worry about losing their home. There are clear steps that can be taken by the city to prevent this. Because we are in a single-family home, Burbank has no protections for residents like us. We are not protected by AB 1482. None of this applies to single-family homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Catlin Brinsley, followed by Lupe.
Good evening, council members. I'm Catlin Brinsley. I've spoken before you before, and I think I'm perhaps the only landlord here tonight to speak on behalf of rent stabilization. I believe in housing stability. I think it's really important. I think the true problem, the reason we have such unaffordable housing is because we don't have enough supply, and an RSO is not going to deal with that problem. We have to deal with it differently by having more housing. But we also need to protect tenants who need to be able to stay in their homes and afford their lives. You're hearing a lot of fear from landlords about what's to come, about losing control, about being able to handle regulations, fear from tenants about losing their homes. I think the ad hoc committee came together and came up with some middle ground solutions for rent control. I think it's well worth taking a look at the suggestions that were made at that meeting. I also think staff has put together a really good summary. I would hope that in looking at the proposed plan, you consider, first, which cities are most like Burbank as you evaluate the policies that they selected. Second, how will we pay for it? And third, include not just tenant support and enforcement, but also landlord support and enforcement, because there are bad actors on both sides of this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Lupe? And Mr. Bax, I'm going to call you up afterwards.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Lupe Cajero. I am currently facing an illegal eviction. I would like to bring attention to rent increases post-renovations, requesting they should not be permitted if remediations were not done according to housing laws. For example, if the carpet was not removed for over 10 years, when the owner should have removed it 2 times over during that time span. In general, I'll make this short. I don't support rent evictions at all. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Bax, you can come forward. I have consulted with the city attorney and the city clerk. Based on your prior comment, I'm not going to allow you to address the council for 90 seconds because you've already commented on the issue. However, I know that you always do a very good job of writing out your comment, and so I'm going to allow you to submit a second written comment to Ms. Clark at this time. And that's the ruling of the chair.
I don't have a written comment.
Okay, I'm sorry then. Thank you.
I disagree that I didn't address the,
Well, that's fair. You did discuss the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, otherwise known as Assembly Bill 1482. You also wrote, and I quote, "You are considering measures that could cripple the self-funded portion of my retirement portfolio, which is currently about 90% of my retirement income." Mr. Bax, I know you come every week. I know you stayed late. It doesn't give me any pleasure to say this, but I have to be fair, and I'm not going to allow folks to speak multiple times.
your opinion, but I disagree.
Understood, sir. And thank you for handling it so dignifiedly and professionally. Thank you. So that completes public comment. It is now shortly after 11 p.m. So here's what I'm going to do, everybody. In a minute, we're going to take a quick recess. I know it's been a long night, so I'm going to ask you to do 2 things. It's a bit of a cathartic exercise. First of all, give yourself a round of applause for completing it. All right. Now, I also know there's a lot of disagreement. There's a lot of things you heard tonight you don't agree with. Ron, this one's for you. I mean this sincerely. You need to boo someone, boo me. 3 seconds, boo the mayor, everyone. Come on. Oh, come on. Bring it. Boo.
You didn't let Ron Bax speak. Boo.
No, I don't care. Whoever, just boo. All right. I'm telling you, it feels good to let it out. Okay. So, everyone, let's let all that negative energy go. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. When we come back, we're going to start with a response from staff to public comment, and we're going to go into question and deliberation. All right, everyone, welcome back. Hope you all had a good break. Anyone need to boo me before we go on? Hey, I would do it. So before I go on, I am going to, with my colleagues' concurrence, I'm going to allow Mr. Bax 1 minute, and I am going to put on the record the reasons why. Mr. Bax did not use the entirety of his 3-minute public comment during general public comment period. It was also brought to my attention, and Mr. Bax, thank you for speaking with me during the break, that in part he relied on erroneous advice from a member of council. We don't need to know who or why or how, but that you could split your comment into 2. And for that reason, Mr. Bax, I'm going to allow you 1 minute to finish any additional comments that you want, and then we are closing public comments. So please come forward, and your time will begin when you start talking.
Good evening again. I kind of got this short. Ready? Go.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. This is fortuitous. I was a little surprised. Everybody before me talked about rent control, et cetera, et cetera. But the subject here is the staff report. And my comment would be the staff report is just data. Okay, it needs analysis to find out what the good and the bad, what is working and not working, features of the other cities, looking at the horizon and the future especially, because you don't want it to be good today and then bad tomorrow. You need to come back with recommendations and conclusions. That's, I think, what staff was asking for, was guidance on how to do that. So I would comment on that. The other thing that I wanted to say is that in the slideshow, which I don't know where that came from because I don't see it in the previews, I didn't review it, it showed for the tenant landlord session meeting, the cap on rent increases, it received a 5-5 vote, if I recall. I'm surprised it was number 1 on their list as far as, I don't recall what slide it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bax.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to rescind my boo of you. Thank you for
Well,
allowing me.
let this be the story of the day the mayor's heart grew 3 times in size. With that, we are now closing public comment. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Let's go with the staff response first. So, Ms. Leland, Ms. Rahesh. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start and then pass it on to Ms. Leland. I just wanted to reiterate a couple of things. The eviction due to substantial remodel, that has been addressed in an urgency ordinance that was adopted by the council last year, wherein a landlord is required to provide copies of permits to a tenant, including building and demolition permit, and the relocation assistance has been increased to 3 times the tenant's rent in effect at the time of eviction. In addition to that, SB 567 also puts in place additional regulations to protect the tenants from substantial remodel eviction, which includes a right to return if the remodeling is not commenced as notified to the tenant. And another thing is that landlords are supposed to notice the tenants in case if they are interested to reoccupy the rental unit after the substantial relocation. In addition to that, I just want to clarify one thing on slide 24. The program on housing, the housing enforcement program that is being proposed by City Attorney's Office is not a pilot program, and staff is seeking 5 additional new positions in order to implement that. And then finally, with regards to tonight's report, our staff presented the information on the 4 different categories identified by the council. And these information were laid out for the jurisdictions that were again identified by the council. And we are seeking direction on specific strategies and regulations that would be tailored for City of Burbank, including any feedback on the housing enforcement program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Leland,
Yes,
please.
if I may, a few things to add, Mr. Mayor. I just also did want to add in terms of the proposed housing enforcement program, there was a slide in the presentation as Ms. Rajesh referred to. There is a pilot program is specific. We heard a lot of comment about access to legal resources. The piece that is a pilot would be that particular piece on legal and professional resources, how to assist members of the community with that. There are still many things that we would have to work through with organizations to see what could be provided, and so there's be some time to put that together and see what works, what doesn't work. So I just wanted to clarify that, as there was lots of comments to access to legal resources. The other thing I wanted to mention was to the questions or the issues related to habitability and all of those issues related to that. I just encourage the community to please reach out to our code enforcement division if you do have those types of issues immediately, whether it's a leaky roof or windows or anything, because there are building codes and there are habitability issues that our community development department, specifically building and safety, could look into. And we've got the phone number, 818-238-5225, and you can also do that on the website. So wanted to mention that that's urgent for anybody who has those kinds of issues. There was a couple of comments related to Section 8 and how that voucher program works, and just wanted to give a brief overview that that the city of Burbank is really dictated by the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development when it comes to that. We have a certain number of allocated vouchers. We have a certain funding. Our program right now for about 900 households, it's over $1 million. So any sort of effort to duplicate that or expand that really is with the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. So just wanted to mention that that's very specific as to the regulations on income, rent increases, and so forth, that we do have a staff that does manage that voucher program. And that would be the last of my comments for now.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, Councilmember Anthony, do you want to lead us off?
Just a quick follow-up question to what she was mentioning. The council has been proactive in advocating for more of Section 8. Is that correct? We've taken many positions on this.
Yes, with the direction of the City Council, staff continues to apply to, whenever there is availability of new voucher opportunities or applications, staff continues to pursue that and bringing additional vouchers to our community.
All right, thank you for that clarification, Councilmember Anthony. All right, Councilmember Mullins.
Just one question regarding the Section 8. Somebody mentioned before. Can you let us know if Section 8 are also under AB 1482 or SB 567?
The Section 8 program, in the beginning, there was a lot of review with our city attorney's office and our then city attorney to see the applicability of AB 1482 and to the Section 8 program. Since then, through the Department of the Office General and the different housing authorities in the state of California, we are looking at it as the opinion differs, but bottom line in terms of Burbank, we do utilize it because it's units under market rate rents that AB 1482 does apply. But however, there's still different areas that we look at because the Section 8 program has a staff in particular to work with tenants on the program. We work very closely with tenants and landlords to review those rent increases. But there is guidance from the state of California that yes, we do apply AB 1482 rent caps to Section 8 participants.
All right, thank you both for the follow-up. Would anyone like to begin? Yeah, Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank everybody, though, for sticking this out and staying here so late. Really appreciate you and all your comments and staying through the conversation. So my questions are all around slide number 24, the proposed housing enforcement program in Burbank. I felt like that slide did not get really adequate attention, and I want to have some questions about it, both for just because I have questions about it, but also I think the community would benefit from hearing a little bit more about that. So would it be okay if we just popped up just for a second the proposed housing enforcement program so the folks can see that slide one more time while we're in at least at the beginning of the conversation so that they can refer to it real quick? Because I think this is kind of key. It's the first item on our next steps that we're being asked to look at. So I think it's key to discuss it. That's, I guess, number 24. I think. Yeah. Great. There we go. That's it. All right. So, Mr. City Attorney, this is an element that I believe you had most of the input on developing this information. Could you give us a little bit of more info speak to this concept a little bit and flesh it out a bit for the community, what this is?
Yes, I'll give a little bit of background. So through this process and this last year, also with the council's discussion since adoption of the urgency ordinance with, at that point in time, SB 567 was pending, and there was a lot of discussion. There has been a lot of discussion about enforcement. We thought about what could we do quickly that could make a difference and also respond to a lot of the concerns people raise. My office is limited in that we represent the city council and the city, and we cannot form an attorney-client relationship with individuals outside the city without creating a lot of problems for both the clients on both sides. And SB 567 presented an opportunity for us to bring legal actions, civil actions, called injunctive relief, which would be seeking court orders preventing rent increases, preventing evictions, preventing anything that violated AB 1482 as amended by the city. And it allows us to make a great deal of progress. It doesn't mean that every case we would see would be an actual violation, but once the allegation is reviewed by CDD, we would contact a housing provider, property owner, landlord, and have a discussion. In my view, that is far more efficient than mediation because we have the present ability to file a civil action. So it's a real conversation right off. Initially, my assessment is I could start that work with one attorney and one support staff, but community development is already the intake point. And so they need resources to be able to handle that, follow up on cases. Through the process, I wanted to bring the council something that was somewhat vetted and thought out. So we've had discussions over the last couple of months about what the right positions would be. What were they seeing with the intake of the relocation assistance applications for low-income tenants? And CDD identified a number of things like coordination of social services. A lot of people who are being evicted, they don't just have a housing problem. There may be other services, or people who have already gone into homelessness by the time we talk to them may have a lot of other issues. A lot of the complaints that you've received since the renovation eviction notices went out were about habitability problems, and we're learning more about how far tenants went not complaining about problems in their buildings for fear that their rent would go up, and now it's like we have this landslide of complaints about habitability. So we're talking about a housing assistance person, a social services coordinator or supervisor, and an inspector to handle all that front end. So the goal is to provide the council an option to immediately start the enforcement that just went into effect this month. It would take us a couple of months to ramp up, but that's pretty quick. So you'll be receiving in your packet for March the 7th with the budget, a budget discussion paper, May. You'll be receiving in your budget packet, a massive packet, thousands of pages on the budget. You'll be getting discussion papers, and this housing enforcement program is one of those discussion papers, and it lays out the framework for this 5-position program, 3 in CDD, 2 in the city attorney's office, to handle the intake, the triage, the assessment, the referral. And it's my hope that with education and kind of investigation of alleged violations, we'll be able to resolve most of them. It won't be mediation, but, less than 10% of cases ever actually go to court in any of our civil cases. They normally resolve. So through this discussion, when we had complaints about the Maui apartments, Mr. McMillan, who's in this room, he sent an enforcement letter, and they complied with the urgency ordinance once they knew. In that case, it was kind of an educational issue that was literally in the month that the council adopted its new ordinance. So we're hopeful. So my goal was bring a relatively small program that could fit within the city's revenue projections, that would make a difference in legal outcomes without causing attorney-client relationship problems for the city. Okay. And so that's the permanent staffing ask that you'll have in a paper, the $650,000. The pilot program goes, really, it was a later add-on that came out of your roundtable. So one of the things that we hadn't, I mean, it's an obvious issue because people come to our office and say, what can you do? And I have to tell them, well, I can't represent you, but we can look into something, was this access to legal resources. So cities throughout the state all say they work with different nonprofits. But the success of tenants actually getting someone to represent them on the case is very mixed. It has to do with capacity. So the question that, and Ms. Leland actually made the initial contact with the Housing Rights Center that we've been working with for fair housing issues to try to figure out what type of a program we could create with one-time funding and gauge the success. So we've got fair housing workshops that we do that the Housing Rights Center calls this eviction prevention because they're working on education before an unlawful detainer action actually goes to court. And then my goal was to be able to develop some capacity to pay for actual legal representation. Housing Rights Center unofficially said they've seen your typical eviction proceeding cost, you know, it's gone over the years from $1,500 maybe 10 years ago up to about $5,000. So when we have that discussion in the budget, we'll be asking for at least $100,000 for, and it'll probably take us till July to work up a proposal to see who we can partner with. Stay Housed LA is a partnership between LA City, LA County, and Long Beach. They don't guarantee a certain number of cases. They'll have a discussion depending upon maybe how much money's available. Another option that we've discussed in my office is whether we could do a grant that would work like the relocation. The relocation checks don't go to the tenant. They actually go to their new landlord to pay for those moving expenses. And Ms. Leyland can discuss more details if I'm missing something. So there's options, and we'll want direction from council, but we'll also want to, once we know council makes that budget prioritization in May, then we'll go bring some options for that pilot program, which we hope would turn into real legal representation for tenants. You know, initially we'll probably propose it as low income so that there's some threshold. But that's bigger than a nutshell.
Yeah. Really appreciate that fleshing out of the program a little bit more for us. So I have a few more follow-up questions. Is it okay? I do them follow-up on the same thing. I have a number of them. Yeah.
I'll call you
okay.
next.
So basically, what I'm hearing you saying, it sounds like there's two main elements to the proposed housing enforcement program, and one is the in-house kind of on the ground here in the city ability to be able to help folks in our jurisdiction with their issues directly. And then also secondarily is to work with another organization for potential help with outside counsel for the individuals to be able to pursue. Okay. So would that be helpful for both tenants and landlords to be able to use? Is that a resource that both tenants and landlords could dip into?
So if we, it depends on what council wants, but if we propose it in a more cost-effective with an income threshold, my sense is it wouldn't be available to any landlords. The legal representation. But the fair housing workshops, Housing Rights Center says they provide that to both landlords and tenants, more like workshops, informational, you know. So the Housing Rights Center portion, I believe, they expressly make it available to landlords and tenants. And it's really a question of how much funding's available. If we make it open to landlords and we don't have an income threshold, I have some skepticism about what the city would be able to afford.
What about the portion that's our in-house assistance with the complaints and inhabitability?
So
and
that's so that's specifically targeted to enforcement of 1482.
Okay.
So that's the Tenant Rights Act, and I don't foresee where a landlord is filing a complaint with the city and that we're enforcing against a tenant. I don't think it works. I don't see any way that it would work that way. So it's almost presumptively, we receive a complaint, we vet it, we see what the evidence is, we work with the landlord to see whether there is a violation or not, and then we work toward compliance. If there's not voluntary compliance, then it's a one-way lawsuit against the landlord to have them comply, to seek a court order of compliance.
Okay. And then let's say that so some folks here were talking about issues that they had with their tenants. Would they be able to reach out to this department to get help with that? Even if you may not be able to directly help them, that they could still, this would be the place to go?
So one thing we've done in the criminal context in the past is try to find a way to have office hearings, which are really more like mediation. So you could have a barking dog complaint, and our conference room is a more serious conference room than others, I guess, once we're all in there. And we could try to have create an office hearing program. That's something that we could staff. We wouldn't be representing either side, but really maybe doing fact finding.
Okay, great.
So that's something I could pursue with the same staffing level.
Okay.
The other thing, it's not in the paper expressly, but in going through these materials with staff about the anti-harassment, anti-retaliation, many of, I like Glendale's in particular. Without going into it, many of those provisions, I think with the same staffing, we could implement some of those provisions the way that they're written in other cities.
Okay, I was going to ask about that too, so thank you.
We don't have proposed language for you, but that's something that we could come back with. And again, my intention is to maximize these resources to get as much of these 4 items as we can for as little money as you can give us.
Right. And then also there were some comments about tenants having difficulty reaching their landlords or being able to communicate with their landlords. Would that be something that they could get assistance with this program too?
Yes. So initially through the housing department, it depends upon what their complaint is. If it's a habitability issue, then it's code enforcement that would contact them. If it's an unfair rent increase and they provide the lease, they provide the rent increase, and we can do the simple math, that could be an enforcement call. So we would, depending upon what the nature of the complaint is, it would be triaged either by CDD or it would come over with a little bit of a casework up to my office, and they would get a call from our legal staff.
Great, thank you. Just a couple more, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
So I really like this idea of having everything kind of consolidated into one place. Are you thinking that there would be one phone number and one contact, but that kind of an intake place, and then from there, staff would decide the best place to send folks in the department?
Yes. So the intake would be in community development, and then they would basically make sure they had whatever the minimum materials or information is, the lease, the eviction notice, and other pertinent details, so that we could look at it. If it's a rent increase, it would be the former rent, the new rent, and we would look at whatever's objectively available on the allowable rent increase, and then they would refer it to us. Yeah.
Okay. And my last question is, has any other city done something like this with this concept before?
It doesn't look like it. They say that they use some administrative enforcement tools. Again, we haven't had the opportunity to sit down and interview them. They've responded to what the components are. I'm not exactly sure how they're operating. Every city would have the same authority under the SB 567 amendments, but these are brand new. They're not even 22 days old authorities. So I don't imagine that they have yet.
Great. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for explaining more about the program. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, I just wanted a follow-up question on that. On the slide, the proposed program, this is not to be confused with something called right to counsel, which is, I think, being discussed at LA County. We're not offering legal services to anybody. We're getting them in contact with an organization that could, and we're only enforcing the rules as set by the council, like the ordinances.
Correct. So we've incorporated the state law into our own local law with the urgency ordinance. So we're enforcing the state law and our local law. And so the way that that works legally is we would be bringing an action in the name of the city against the violator of the ordinance, rather than commencing a lawsuit on behalf of the tenant. And what we're seeking is a court order that a violation has occurred in addition to a directive that they have to cure it. A right to counsel is different, and as I said, we have a attorney-client problem representing both the council and private entities. It also makes it very difficult to have my office basically wedged in between tenants and landlords.
Yeah. Well, but you did mention a hearing in the office, and that's as mediator. You wouldn't take sides.
So office hearings, that's a lowercase office hearing. It's more like a mediation. It could be a discussion. Those are generally informal, and it just happens when we have, someone files a complaint against a neighbor, and you realize the conduct is not intentional. Once we had a CrossFit gym open up next door to some art production studio. And the CrossFit people, they drop a lot of weights that causes vibrations. They weren't doing anything intentional to their neighbors, and technically it wasn't a violation of law. So we had several discussions, to try to help them resolve, because they needed to talk it out.
So we don't do that currently with landlords and tenants, but a lot of mediation happens at the Landlord-Tenant Commission. So would this be separate from that or supplemental to that? Because I know they do intake at the Landlord-Tenant Commission and people have grievances. So
the problem with these particular issues is that they inevitably involve legal advice. And so it really needs to, however it's done. So when the city mediates, it costs us thousands of dollars for each mediation, and a lot of times it's a retired judge through ADR, alternative dispute resolution, or different bodies, and both parties pay half, and we have a retired judge or some other person who's usually practicing law for 30 years and can talk to both of the parties about the legal consequences and the strength of their case. But at that point, you have at least 3 attorneys in the room. You have counsel for the plaintiff, counsel for the defendant, and you have a mediator who is basically a seasoned attorney. And so the Landlord-Tenant Commission doesn't have that opportunity. They don't have the legal expertise. It puts them in a difficult position. They're not licensed to do that work. And so that's, this can resolve that. Now, the paper that I've written that I'm not going to revise before you get it doesn't have office hearings and mediation. In my opinion, following up on an alleged violation will more or less have the same outcome. There may be circumstances where the alleged violation can't actually be proved, and it may result in a little bit more of a mediation.
Councilmember, would you mind if I?
I just wanted to clarify that. I'm good.
We get to spar again, Mr. McDougall. How about it?
Is it sparring?
No, we most often agree. So, no, if you could enlighten me a little bit. So here's kind of how the difference I see between the pilot program that you're contemplating and what would be a true right to counsel. Right to counsel is something that a lot of jurisdictions are talking about. The problem is how you fund it, because on the one hand, you're right. You have the attorney-client relationship that you can't really create because you're hired and retained by the council to advise us. So we really need, I guess there's kind of 2 ways you could do it. You could contract out with a good legal services entity to provide services, and the public would foot the bill. Problem with that is, look, just from my perspective, these are tough cases. There isn't a lot of money attached to them in either direction. And so you have a hard time finding legal professionals that'll frankly do the work and take the cases. Though I think there's a lot of exciting possibility with post-bar students and you know, folks that are court certified who might be, if you found the right program, could do the work. The other concept, which I think would be a better construct, but state budget, that's sort of the big problem here, is you could have an independent legal office like you do public defender services for Los Angeles County. They're an independent legal office funded on taxpayer dollars, and their mission is to defend everybody who's charged with a crime. The problem with that is, would Burbank want to fund it itself? It would probably be pretty expensive. I don't know the answer. We could certainly ask for a budget paper on that. Ideally, this is something that would be funded at the county or the state level, but for various reasons, that's just not being done right now. State level, you have a $70+ billion budget deficit, and the county's not doing much better. So that's sort of the tug of war between the two. If that's not an option, you'd have to pursue a contract with a legal services provider, and hopefully one that has the capacity to take a great deal of cases that, like, let's just be clear. If there's anything that folks in the room can probably agree on, it's this. If you're trying to evict a tenant who can't pay their rent, you're not going to get much for it. But similarly, if you're facing eviction, you might be able to stay in your apartment, but that's the hard part with legal services. It's an industry in and of itself. People go into that line of work to make money. You know, there's certain kinds of cases, family law being another, there just isn't always a lot of revenue stream for there, and so we face legal service shortages in these industries.
Yeah, so one of the ideas that came out of our internal discussions was a capped grant. Something like $5,000 or up to $7,500 toward reimburse to the attorney representing in a bona fide unlawful detainer action where we're not having to weigh into the merits. An initial case that comes through the door could appear like could be a for-cause eviction, right? Unsuitable tenant for whatever reason. And it could be that the tenant may be the bad actor. And so now the city's engaged representing a tenant against the landlord and maybe even the neighbors, maybe the downstairs neighbors. And it's better that the city not weigh in, because once we become somebody's attorney, we have to petition the court not to be their attorney. And and the cost can really run away. But if we make a grant, you know, provided it's a tenant that qualifies, my recommendation would be income qualified, and they had a lease and they have an eviction notice and they bring an attorney, we could essentially set up a grant program to provide limited cost, and at least we're not then on the hook for the life of a proceeding, which could go on very long. In any event, those are some of the ideas. The office hearings is an idea where we're not representing a party, but we can provide at least a forum for discussion. That's the pilot program part. And as I said, Maribel and I and staff had a very productive call with the Housing Rights Center the other day. All of the nonprofits, I mean, I've got Public Counsel, LA Legal Aid, Neighborhood Legal Services, Housing Rights Center, they're all bookmarked, and they all kind of point to each other in different partnerships. And so we need to figure out what's the best partnership. We have the most experience right now with Housing Rights Center, and they don't, from what I understand, they don't actually represent people with lawyers, but they have partnerships with like Stay Housed LA and others. And we're going to have more discussions with them to figure out what components we can bring to the council. And it may be something that once you tell me in May that this is something you're interested in, that we come back in July or August with a fully baked plan and a better dollar figure. Because it may be $50,000 to a nonprofit to partner with on fair housing, and then it may be another amount available to grants or to Stay Housed LA. We don't know yet.
Okay. Anything else in your
No,
own?
that was it, yeah.
Other questions? And maybe what I would suggest, just for the sake of the hour and guiding the conversation, Councilmember Takahashi, you kind of started us off on bullet point number 3. This is slide 5, the 4 things we were looking at. This is access to legal and professional services. So maybe we can just kind of organize our questioning in that way. Any other questions or brief comments on that item? Okay. I think this could be a fairly quick discussion. Number 4, enforcement mechanisms. So this is very much your line of questioning, Councilmember Takahashi, about the expanded staff positions. Anybody else need clarification on that or a brief comment? No? Okay, then let's go to number 2, tenant protection measures. So this is not quite the cap yet, but now we're talking about relocation assistance, eviction, proposed anti-harassment, anti-retaliation measures. Anybody want to start us off with questioning there?
I don't really have a question except a comment for tenant protection measures, including anti-harassment and retaliation. This will be addressed in the overall, I want to call it like an enforcement area, enforcement section, that you would come back to us and it would include the tenant protection measures, or do you need directions from staff to say we would from council to say we would need you to include the anti-harassment and anti-retaliation and see what that language would look like?
Yeah, so the access to legal services and enforcement mechanism, those can be started with just funding. The anti-harassment and retaliation, all of the other jurisdictions in your staff report, they adopted ordinances. I kind of like Glendale's. That would be a proposed ordinance. We could bring an ordinance with those provisions, and I would prioritize enforcement of those with the resources that could be done under items 3 and 4. Now, the question is, are there other things you want in an ordinance? Like, that one is relatively simple. So if that's the direction we get from council, we could work on that and bring it back, to add language to our code.
A follow-up question. If you can possibly talk about examples of anti-harassment and anti-retaliation, because those are very broad words that we use. You might be talking to me in a tone of voice that I don't appreciate, and I would say you're harassing me.
You have, haven't you?
I know.
No.
You always do that to me.
Don't confess to anything, Joe.
And especially in public. And is there a specific language that we would be looking at to identify what is anti-harassment and anti-retaliation, or specific cases or situations that this would apply to in the event the house provider does that to the tenant?
Yes.
Well, go on then.
So the anti-retaliation provisions basically talk about any action by the landlord that follows the tenant exercising some right. So a very simple example could be the tenant complains, the roof is leaking. Can you fix the roof? And within a month or two, they get a rent increase, right? Maybe unscheduled, maybe different than the rest of the people. And that would be classified as retaliation for requesting repairs or complaining about noise or something like that. So the provisions in Glendale, I'll bring that up and read it.
While you're looking that up, Mr. McDougall, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the anti-retaliation and anti-harassment provisions really create a right to private action. So if I feel that I have been harassed or retaliated against by my housing provider, it's not necessarily that the city is cracking down on enforcement. It's creating a right of action. I can go out and have an attorney and take action civilly against the housing provider for having violated my right as codified in an ordinance.
So yes, and in Glendale's, it says at the end of this one provision, it says, such retaliation shall be a defense to an action to recover possession of a rental unit, or it may serve as a basis for an affirmative action by the tenant for actual or punitive damages and or injunctive relief. So they're actually creating another defense. So the first defense that we have is in your urgency ordinance, you required notice, you required permits, notice, explanation for why the work takes longer than 30 days, justifying the renovation eviction, and 3 months of then current rent relocation assistance. And the failure to comply with all of those in our current ordinance is an affirmative defense to the unlawful detainer, to evict the person.
And then,
So this adds to that specified instances of retaliation.
because it's late and folks are probably glazy-eyed, like, let me just break it down further. What you're suggesting is, let's say we have a substantial remodel, you're the housing provider, you've done everything to the T, but it would now be a defense to say the only reason they're remodeling is retaliation for some other action that I feel I lawfully took, and now they're just trying to get me out.
Yes, and different cities have different time periods where they create a presumption that has to be overcome by a preponderance of evidence by the landlord. So any change, any of these following changes in the tenant's circumstances, any of these changes that the landlord imposes that happened within 6 months, 180 days, or whatever of a tenant exercising their right is presumed to be retaliation. After that, the tenant could show it with certain facts. So you're not only creating the defense to the unlawful detainer, a private right of action. The ordinances also seek, and I don't know that any of them have been tested, but they have different time periods where they seek to also create a presumption that the judge would consider that the landlord's change in the tenant's status is presumed to be retaliation under certain circumstances. The harassment, some of these cities have lists of over 20 items that they consider to be harassment. So we'd have to wade through them. Some of them are quite extensive, but Mr. Mayor, you're right. They create a private right of action. It's not necessarily enforced by the city attorney's office, but in the drafting of that, it ends up being part of the discussion in any alleged violation.
A rebuttable presumption, I assume, in most cases.
Rebuttable by a preponderance of evidence.
Okay. Let me just go back to Councilmember Mullins first. I kind of hijacked your question.
He answered. I wanted to make sure that two is also being discussed, that it would something that we're going to look at in the future.
You're right on the money. That's
when the city attorney comes back.
Absolutely.
With his paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Perez and then to Councilmember Anthony, then probably circle over there.
I just had a follow-up. Mr. City Attorney, I appreciate you mentioning Glendale and saying that you like what the city in particular is doing. For staff, in looking at all of the tenant protection measures, all of the options we have on the table in front of us, was there something in particular, and I asked this question during our time looking this over, is there something in here that you have found or your colleagues in other cities have found that works or doesn't work? They like or they don't like. They have had more time than us with this. So what have you found? Do you have any comments, suggestions? And sorry for everybody, I'm losing my voice.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So there are no best practices when it comes to strategies on landlord and tenant issues. The reason for that is each city has implemented a program that is tailored to their needs, and it's very different across all the 8 jurisdictions. So there is no one particular way that is, the best way. So depending on what our city needs, what the staff is seeking is feedback from you on specific regulations or strategies that would work for City of Burbank.
And if I could add, Vice Mayor, just to add, in doing the research and also following up with the staff that we were speaking to, many times they're lower level staff members, analysts, or housing assistants, not necessarily the policymakers. And so when you speak to different people, you're going to get different opinions as to what's working or not working. So I'll just add that in our research, we were really speaking to staff and not necessarily policymakers. So you're going to get different answers in what we were looking at.
Any pitfalls that you caught?
The one pitfall that Ms. Rajesh noted in her presentation is that the County of LA had a program that we found, if we hadn't fact-checked, hadn't been in effect since the 80s. 86.
Thank you. And then, if it's a follow-up to that, go ahead, because I'm going in a different direction after this.
That's fine. Go for it.
I wanted to bring up the city of Pasadena talking about pitfall, right? Because the information that at least we hear about Pasadena, and I don't know if you have the information or not, in regards to their Measure H, I believe, that was passed almost 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, that there's been a lot of issues concerning the formation of the board, the funding, and as you presented in your report, they're looking at $5 million plus in the program they put together. Have you had a chance to talk to anyone from Pasadena, or anybody has information to what is going on? And maybe we can learn from their mistakes so we're not going to repeat it here?
Yes, Council Member, we reached out to City of Pasadena, and in doing our research, we found that they're still in the process of hiring hearing officers, and the litigation is also still pending for the city. Another thing is that they will be charging a rental housing fee per the charter amendment, but that is delayed until a rental registry database is launched. So they're still creating the structure that they need to implement the new charter amendment that they have.
That's what I thought. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you. Moving over to the right side of the dais, Councilmember Takahashi.
I believe you were going to go to Councilmember Anthony first.
Oh, you're right.
I don't want to skip the line.
I'm sorry. By all means.
No, that's okay.
I'm just wheeling and dealing right now.
I wanted to backtrack for Category 4 enforcement real quick.
Okay.
We had mentioned, well, in the slide, it mentions a number of these cities put the a violation of any ordinance as an affirmative defense, and folks could find injunctive relief in court. What does that mean for either the tenant or the landlord who's bringing forth a violation to have an affirmative defense?
So, in an unlawful detainer action, the landlord gives notice under the law of the grounds for the eviction. In the case of a renovation eviction, it's notice of substantial renovation. And then they, if the tenant doesn't leave within the time period, then they file an unlawful detainer action, and then they appear before their judge. So a tenant would show up before the judge, and they'd say, they haven't met the requirements. Or their attorney would say, they were supposed to give us notice. They were supposed to have a permit. They were supposed to explain how that worked, simply changing out a sink, maybe, versus remodeling a whole kitchen was going to take 30 days, such that I actually had to move out instead of spend the weekend at, my brother's house or whatever. They didn't pay me 3 months, and our ordinance says 3 months. An affirmative defense means they have a defense to the unlawful detainer action, and they do not have to leave. So retaliation, harassment, each of these grounds, if they're put in our ordinances, give the tenant a defense to the eviction. And being an affirmative defense means they don't have to dispute that it's a substantial renovation. They just have to allege improper reason I think it was Councilmember Takahashi that might have asked the question. What if it's a legitimate substantial renovation, but it happens to post-date a complaint about unhabitable conditions? That would be retaliation versus they didn't pull a permit, they didn't give me notice, they didn't pay me 3 months. So affirmative defense means the judge reviews it and says they have a defense, you can't evict them.
Okay. Okay.
Councilmember Anthony, if it might help, Ms. Librado, could you pull up slide 19? I think it's just, it's an easy comparison to draw. Slide 19 looked at the cities of Claremont and Culver City. So option A, if you will, would be to codify in our municipal code that failure to comply, let's say, with all the provisions of Senate Bill 567 is an affirmative defense. It puts the onus on the tenant, let's say, if they're facing an unlawful detainer, they could raise it in court. What Mr. McDougall, what I read that he's proposing is really option B, which is what Culver City did, not exactly, but in part, which is where the city attorney's office exercises the powers granted to it under state law to be a more proactive player in that space. So not just leaving it to affirmative defenses, but actually proactively going out there, investigating potential violations, and if needed, taking remedial action.
If it's a no-fault just cause eviction, we would actually show up in court and file the papers.
Okay.
So it's even more than that. We would enforce against the violation. No notice, no permits, no explanation of the 30 days, no 3 months relocation assistance. Further, let's say the landlord did all those things correctly, but then didn't do the substantial renovation. Well, now the tenant has a right to return. It's possible to get what they call equitable relief or injunctive relief, to have a court order to say tenant gets to go back in. Same thing if it's a relative move-in and they don't stay long enough, 12 months I think it is. Then that's after they maybe properly moved in, but they only stayed 3 months. The tenant, under the law as amended, has a right to return. Okay. And so for all of those reasons, if we can correct the violation with a court order, those would be the sorts of things that we would be involved in.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for the question. Councilmember Takahashi, you're up.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I really like this discussion about the enforcement piece. So for that next steps. Looking at the next steps to Ms. Leland's point about asking for guidance from the council for the next, moving forward. Looking at all these cities and comparing them, on the one hand, I mean, yes, we're the policymakers, but we're also not housing experts. And so for me, a little bit of a hesitation to provide guidance on which ones are the best ones is that while we have data of other cities, there seems, for me, there's some data missing as well for our own city. So I'm just curious, if we could gather more data of how many units do we have that are rented, what are the cost of those units, where are they in the city, what are the kinds of issues and complaints we're getting, just having more data just in general. I think any data would be great for our own city to know what the highest, now I think part of it we just kind of know empirically from the experience of having received the complaints, so you can tell. But when it comes to policy overall, I think both for our decision making and for the community's comfort, it's good to have the data so we know what we're trying to fix and change.
Yeah. This is kind of a three-legged stool. So there's the data and there's the experience of the other cities implementing their programs. Then there's the cost, and the cost to the city, to operate that program. And I'm going to have to keep talking till I think of the third leg, because it was really clear to me a second ago.
I think arguably cost kind of is the third leg.
Resources or staff?
Yeah, well, so it's really what does it cost and what's available to the community. So in May, you'll have 2 meetings pretty much dedicated to the budget. Well, you will review. I mean, our finance director always does such an amazing job kind of laying out the forecast, and you'll see a forecast of what your revenue projections are. And so you need to consider the third prong's coming to me. It's about who you believe. So there's the data from the other cities. There's the cost right? You have to make policy choices about what you're going to spend your money on, especially if, you have to bankroll it, even if it can be paid for some amount of time. But then there's the question of who do you believe from a policy perspective about the effects of the regulation on housing supply, on rates, because you're getting a lot of input.
Yeah.
And you're going to continue to get a lot of input.
Agreed. So my question is, what kind of data do we have for our own city available? Not necessarily, I don't need the data specifics, but what kind of data do we have, and what kind of data are we missing, just on the top of your head?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So we do have data with when it comes to the Landlord-Tenant Commission and forms that have been submitted. We've been tracking some data now for a few years, and so we have information as related to evictions, where they no fault, at fault, rent increases. So there is that data, but I do want to say that's only the information that's come to the commission. It's not a full set of data. We don't know. There could be much more out there that we're just not familiar with. So that would be part of the concern, is we may not have the full data. And I don't know if we could ever get the full data, so we just know what we know and can go from that. We also have information that was presented last year through the AB 1482 study session by our consultant, our attorney, Ms. Tiedemann, on just facts and information, rents, who's rent burdened, all of that information. We have that data as well. So depending on the additional data that the council, if should you direct us for additional information, we could prepare any other information that you would need necessary for moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was my question.
Yep.
If I could, a lot of these cities, and it's not listed in the slideshow, but a lot of the cities, and it's pretty common, set up a rent registry, so they actually have that hard number data. Is that correct?
I'll start, and I think Rajesh will add some more. Typically, a rent registry is tied directly to a rent cap or rent ordinance. So if there was a rental registry, what would that fee be collected for, and what would it be utilized for? So with the rent board, it's used specifically for that, for tracking rental units and the rent increases. So it's really specific to that in our experience and what we've seen in the research.
Okay.
Are you good, Councilmember Anthony?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on that information stuff, because the data, it's hard, because right now we have Landlord-Tenant Commission, and then we have our real estate data, but that is just, what is the building size, how many units, are they all being rented, are some of them off the market, like what are the prices, we don't, and there's other aggregate data out there. I mean, you can go on Zillow and apartments.com and sort of look at that stuff, but it's not hard data collected by our staff, so.
Councilmember Mullins.
It's kind of on the same concerns, or addressing the same things. Tonight, I also heard a lot of the speakers who talked about, especially came from the tenants, that some of the information or some of the callers that called in, in my opinion, some of them were not aware that there is SB 567, and the fact that the city did adopt an urgency ordinance back in September of 2023 that protect them from a lot of the issues they addressed tonight. And I wrote that, I even looked at Councilmember Anthony and said, I don't think they know that we have the ordinance in SB 567, because they do have the right to, to take the landlord to court, or they do have the right for 3 months rent. They do have a lot of rights that we put in place back in September, even prior to the April date that is being implemented for 23 days or, now 24 days. So I think some of that data that we need to take that in consideration is education is a huge component to what the maybe misunderstanding, misconception that they do have the right that doesn't exist. And that is something I'm sure we're going to talk about here any minute, and about the outreach and education and the component. And it goes on both sides, really, the landlord and the tenants, because there's quite a few speakers that didn't know, in my opinion, they have the right to do it. And some of them I wrote down, they can go to the health department and, for mold or leaky roofs or any of those issues, because they can come to code enforcement. This is a health issue. So I'm really concerned, and I want to see data, but is it really lack of knowledge and information, or is it a reality? So education, in my opinion, is going to go hand in hand with everything else that we're doing. Thank you.
Great. I'd like to weigh in, if I can. So I'm going to use slide 5 as a guide. You don't have to pull it up, Ms. Librato, if you don't want. But these are the 4 things that the 4 landlord-tenant strategies that we've talked about. I don't know. I just think of this stuff very linearly, and it helps guide me. So the way I look at it, and by the way, I don't like the term rent control, because we're really commingling a lot of very separate, related, but very separate issues. What a lot of folks, I would argue 90% of the folks that came in tonight, and thank you all, by the way, for coming, what you're either advocating for or against is rent stabilization, which would, if enacted, control the growth of rent increases year to year. That's probably the most divisive topic in our community, with wide-ranging opinions. But outside of that, you have a lot of other really critical related issues. But when we use rent control, it's like painting with a broad brush. You're missing a lot of nuance and detail. So let me start with what I see as the low-hanging fruit, the stuff where I actually heard a lot of common ground. I'm not going to say everyone agrees, but it seems like it's pretty doable. Mr. McDougall, your proposal on the enforcement mechanism is probably the most popular idea on nearly every side from what I have heard. The concept of really exercising our discretion under 567 to expand the powers and purview of your office, to me, as one council member, I'm all for it. And I think if there's any common point I've heard here, it's that tenants rightfully don't want to see bad housing providers acting in our community. And let's be real, folks, there are some. Not saying there's a lot, but there are some. But at the same time, I know that all the good housing providers that are sitting here, you don't want those other folks that give you a bad name operating. So easy, low-hanging fruit. Let's do that. That's my thought. Now, for number 3, access to legal and professional resources. Mr. McDougall, I don't know that that's fully baked yet, but I would be very supportive of pursuing that, because what I see, and I know we've talked about this, you do too, there's a real need for legal access more than ever in our society. And the reality is, if you have power and money and privilege, you probably get access to resources. If you're a tenant who can barely afford to make ends meet, you're not going to have access to, in many cases, adequate legal representation. Same goes, by the way, if you're a mom and pop landlord who's just trying to make ends meet. You're a big, powerful corporation, you're going to be fine. You're going to have plenty of schmucks that looks just like me in court fighting for you. So I'm all for number 3. So I come back to number 2. I'm not going to touch the rent cap yet, because I want to let everyone else weigh in. But here's where I'm at on number 2. So I'm going to pitch this as a hypothetical to any combination of our staff members. But this is a discussion I was having with some folks in my office earlier today. Let's not talk about substantial remodel and renovation, because that is not the only reason that people get evicted. Let's use family move-in, right? I have an ailing or aging in place family member. I want to move them on my property, right? Want to evict the tenant. So walk me through that. So let's say I'm leasing here to Councilmember Mullins. She's, I don't know, in month 4 of her 12-month lease. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the law provides that, provided I meet certain criteria, I can evict her. I can terminate that lease prematurely. Am I wrong?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So you can, even though she has 8 months of quiet enjoyment, she's expecting to be there for the next 8 months, I can come in to say, Councilmember Mullins, I'm so sorry. I got to move my grandpa in, find a new home in 30 days. Well, I'm not going to, I'll use more broad time frames, but whatever the law provides, I can say, I'm sorry, I need to evict you in accordance with the law. You got to find somewhere else to live, right?
And under the law, it's 1 month.
Yeah, and again, I'm not going to say everything that pleases everyone tonight, but again, I see a lot of common ground. If you're a property owner, I get it. It's your property. You have the right to do with it as you will, but I'll tell you, 1 month's rent isn't going to cut it. It's not. And I say that as someone who's moving right now, by the way. it doesn't cut it. I'm all about opportunity costs. Personally, I believe in free market, but I don't think you get to do whatever you want just because you have the right to. I think there's a cost to everything. I want to get you out of my property 8 months early. Totally fine. I can do that, but I should be able to make sure that you land on your feet. So for me, I look at this, and when I looked at the chart, in the staff report and on the slides, not every, but nearly every jurisdiction we compare ourselves to does better than 1 month's relocation assistance. Nearly every one. I think that's a starting point for me. That's just me. Now, here's the other thing I would say. Our urgency ordinance, this was slide number 2. We adopted our urgency ordinance in September 12th, 2023, and we only touched one issue or grounds for no-fault eviction, and that was the substantial remodel. We have not looked at any of the other causes for no-fault eviction under law. And so, yes, you get 3 months if it's a substantial remodel, but for any other cause, it's 1 month. That's something I'd like to look at. I think it should be more equitable across the board. Personally, I'd be interested in exploring 2 or 3 months for every reason across the board. And I am going to have plenty of folks in here who will be very mad at me tomorrow and not like that idea, but I go back to what I said. When you're using rent control, what are you really talking about? We're not talking in this instance about limiting what you can increase your annual rent that you're charging to your tenants. What we're saying is if you want to move someone and cut their lease prematurely, that there's an opportunity cost to that. Seems like the free market to me. So that's my 2 cents. I only say that to say that's really where we need this discussion to go. Number 3 and number 4, I'm not concerned about. I think there's plenty of agreement on that. I put my position out there on number 2. Debate me, disagree with me, that's great, but I think we need to talk about number 2. So how do people feel about relocation assistance?
So if I understand you correctly, this would apply because we already have 3 months in our ordinance
For one grounds of no-fault eviction.
which is no fault for remodel.
Substantial renovation, remodel, yes.
Yeah. So what you're saying is if you're going to evict me as a tenant because your family member is going to move in,
Yes.
then we increase, you're proposing that we look at from 1 month to increase it to more than the month that we currently have.
That's what I believe we should do. Okay. Now, I'm only 1 out of 5 council members, and it's totally fine if I'm alone on that issue. But my thought on it is, we're not talking about the rent cap, we're just talking relocation assistance. Mm-hmm. A month doesn't go very far. And again, we're not talking about, hey, your lease is up, I'm choosing not to renew it because I want to move my family member in. What I'm saying is, and I offer this to the public because, look, you have every right to disagree with me, but I want you to understand where I'm coming from. Legally speaking, we have an agreement. We shook hands. There's a contract. I'm breaking that contract, and I can under the law. I'm just saying, like in the civil justice system, I've been damaged. I should pay for that damage. For me, I don't think that 1 month is adequate. But here's the other thing I'll point out. We were handed an ordinance tonight that I'm still looking at for the first time here. But the reason I bring it up, and I'm not going to talk about it at length because most of the community hasn't seen it yet. You haven't had a chance to comment on it. But here's the point I'm making. Most ordinances have separate chapters. They separate the rent stabilization component from the just cause or eviction component. We already have precedent for regulating just cause evictions, and we've only talked about one instance of that. So my proposal is, in terms to the outreach that staff wants to do, let's not just, I think it would be more prudent to tell our staff, hey, go out to the community and ask what they think of rent control, because as we saw tonight, you're going to get a lot of opinions and folks are talking about different things. I'd rather be more specific. What is the community's sentiment on increasing relocation assistance as provided for in a just cause eviction protection ordinance that Burbank has to say 2 or 3 months, or leave it as it is for a month? But to me, you're going to get better data because you have a very clear ask that you're making to the community. It's a very clear question that we want the feedback on. And that's, I guess, the last thing I'll say. That's been sort of my frustration over the course of a year on this process is it feels like we keep going round and around because we need to focus in on the question we want to answer. And to me, I know where I'm at on this. If we want to hear from the community, then let's ask a very specific question so that all these fine people can offer, in addition to what you have tonight, very specific answers to that question. I want to go back to Councilmember Mullins, and then I'll go to you.
And I know the city attorney is looking at something right now, but I was under the impression in the ordinance, and I don't have it in front of me, I actually asked the city attorney earlier about the 1 month versus the 3 months, because I was under the impression that we did that under the ordinance that we adopted back in September. It was 3 months across the board. However, and I stand correctly because in reading it in the staff report, I asked the city attorney if we do have 1 month versus 3 months, and he confirmed that we do. So with that, I'd like to know if staff, I know it's in the information you provided, but across the board with all the cities that you have given us in comparison to other cities, are they all, or most of them, or majority of them, do they have 1 month versus 3 months? Or can you, and I don't know which slide it is that I can
It
go
starts
back.
on slide 7 and it continues through slide number 11.
11, yeah, but I'm trying to see if it's okay. So Glendale, for example, says 2 times the amount of fair market rent established by U.S. Department of HUD. Is that for the termination for a wrongful eviction, or is this also for a relative moving into the property? And then Bill Garden, they have 3 months. So it doesn't say if it's for one or the other.
There was a reason why we didn't extend the relocation assistance to all of the categories in the statute. And it was because we had a very lengthy discussion about a mom and pop exemption. And I think, and the council was unresolved on that. So I think after that long discussion, I think we just left it on the no fault, the renovation eviction. The other category, I can't think of the fourth one, but the main other category was government order. Now, a government order could include red tagging for a habitability issue. So that may be no fault just cause for the tenant, but we could argue whether it's no fault on the landlord that they had to evict them because the building was not habitable. But I think for that reason, we got to the renovation eviction, but we didn't get to the others because I think the council was really grappling with that issue of what is a mom and pop? And is it the entity? Is it the number of units? And so I think we just settled for expediency on the one.
Well, and what I'll add, Mr. McDougall, if I might, Councilmember Mullins, and then I'm going to stop talking for a bit. I've done a lot. To my knowledge, and I'm not an expert, I think Burbank has been pretty unique in that I'm not aware of any other jurisdiction that said we're going to increase relocation assistance for this one reason for no fault eviction. Most jurisdictions have increased it across all the categories. That's at least what I am aware of. And if staff, if I'm mistaken or misspeaking in any way, please correct me.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Only City of Long Beach has a similar regulation as ours, where they have higher relocation assistance for substantial rehabilitation eviction, but they follow the state law for no fault eviction.
Okay,
But
so
other
we're with Long
cities-
Beach. There you go.
Yeah, other cities have higher relocation assistance across the board.
Sure. They got good restaurants down that way too.
So may I just ask then, when it says for the city of Glendale, 2 times the amount of fair market, is that for both remodel and for eviction to move a family member in?
That's for all no fault eviction.
All no
All
fault.
no fault evictions.
So we're more, in my opinion, generous in the remodel versus giving 3 months versus the 1 month that we have for family moving in. So you could tell they're not all consistent.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're more generous there, absolutely. We're less generous in other categories. But we have this sort of weird 1 month for everybody except 3 months in this one instance. And with the exception of Long Beach, it appears other jurisdictions have taken a lot of them are 2, some are 2.5, some are 3, but they are more just, hey, across whatever the reason, you got to break the lease, no problem, but we're just going to make sure that you have to do a little bit more than the floor that's set by the state. I want to go to the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Anthony, Still with us, right, Councilmember Takahashi? All right, to you.
All righty. At least you still have your voice. Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I agree with you that the number 3 and 4 were solid. I appreciate what the city attorney's office is doing. I look forward to seeing that in our budget discussions. For number 2, I think one aspect is the tenant protection aspect when it comes to this relocation assistance, which in my opinion, we should extend to the other categories for the reasons you mentioned. But when I'm looking at renovictions, I'm taking a harder stance on this. I would like to see no renovictions in our community. I think when we talk about our mom and pop landlords, this is affecting them as well. These are, let's call it what it is. This is flipping. This is flipping a unit. So I don't see a reason why we need to allow that at all in our community. It's hurting all of us. And I think from what I heard tonight, these are some of the things that we can agree on. We talked a lot about bad actors, right? Let's tackle bad actors on all sides. That is a bad faith action. I would like to see no more renovictions, quite frankly. And I would like to see, people given fair amounts of money to land on their feet for all the other reasons for eviction. The other aspect of that, oh my God, I sound terrible. The other aspect of that is the
anti-harassment
portion. I like where you're going, Mr. McDougall. I would like to see that in a future staff report. I want to see something similar to what Glendale has outlined for us in an ordinance.
I would be remiss if I didn't point out, I believe Glendale has an anti-retaliation but not an anti-harassment provision. They're also a little unique. I'm going to disagree with you there. I would favor both. And I understand it's a little duplicative of state law. I mean, to Mr. Giroux, I think you're still in the back. It kind of is. Oh, there you are. Hi. It is a little duplicative, but I also don't see anything wrong with being duplicative. I'm also a lawyer like you, and we can be very redundant, case in point. But that's my perspective, but I really want to see if we can reach consensus on what we want staff to bring back. So I'm hearing I'm actually taking your comment in there to consideration, Councilmember Mullins. I'm hearing 3 colleagues saying, I'm interested, not committed, but interested in anti-retaliation, anti-harassment. I'm hearing that. I'm hearing 2 folks saying, okay, expanded relocation assistance. So if the rest of you could kind of guide your comments there, let's see if we can get more clarity for the community, for staff. So who'd like to go next?
Well, really quickly, one other thing I want to mention is when it comes to all of these issues, I would agree that the one question mark and the one place that I hear you on the data, on everything, because numbers are all over the place, is the rent increases. So just my 2 cents on that. We have talked about community outreach, about going to folks. I would love to get their 2 cents on that. If we're going to do outreach on anything, it should be that piece. Because when I look at this room, when I look at the ad hoc committee we had, when I look at folks at the Landlord Tenant Commission, that is the point of contention. That is the point of disagreement. And if we're going to do community outreach, I'm thinking about the districting outreach that we did. There were folks in that room that would not normally be in this room. And no offense to the folks here, you're great, you're advocates, you're always here. I also want to hear from the folks who don't come by. I want to hear from our mom and pop landlords who don't speak English, that own a unit and have no idea what's happening right now. I want to hear from our tenants who would normally not come out because they're not part of BTU. They're not here. So I would love their 2 cents on the rent increase percentage. That's the outreach that I want to go out. And to your point, Mr. Mayor, with specific questions. I want to hear from them. Do you want a cap? What is the percentage that you would feel comfortable paying? What is the percentage that you would feel comfortable capped at or stabilized at a year to year? Do you want to receive an increase every year? Would you rather receive a big increase at the end of the year? And I know you're laughing in the back, but quite frankly, I personally would like to receive a 2% increase every year rather than get a giant cap at the end or giant increase at the end. That's my personal preference. I think it's also good business practice. Let's see what our community thinks.
Mr. Mayor.
Please.
If I could, I know it's helpful for me because of the way I categorized my proposal. I think it would be helpful if we could assign order of magnitude costs to these different things. To Ms. Maribel's point when she responded about the rent registry, a rent registry doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's something you use for compliance. But that means that if there's 24,000 rental units, it means every landlord for every one of 24,000 rental units is providing a report every year on those units, and then we're using that. So there is, right now, I think we only manage 2,500 units tops. It's like 900 Section 8, for which they do everything. They do income certification of the tenants, they do rent certification, they do habitability inspections, and that's a full-time job for, I don't know, 5, 6 people. And then there's about 15 or 1,600 income restricted units, which, you know, there's 300 BHC units, but a lot of our housing providers have many of those units. Do you do the federal projects too? You don't do the senior towers?
Only limited, not
Okay.
all of them.
But so when we start talking about rent caps, and then the rent review board comes in, because as soon as you cap, now you have to make sure you have a relief valve to honor the Fifth Amendment against takings, so that landlords, housing providers are allowed a fair rate of return. And then we need to have the expertise to determine what's a fair rate of return. So these components start to stack together. I can speak and be accountable to you for, you know, what I'm delivering in the paper you're going to have in May. These other components, some of them will necessarily have to go together, and they'll require different resources.
I want to involve some of our other colleagues, and then I'll try to help you, Mr. McDougall, if I can. Let's go to Councilmember Anthony Takahashi, and then maybe check in on Mullins.
Well, first, I have no problem having a second set of ordinances that also matches state law, because state law changes all the time. So I would, if we do it codified locally, we're not at the whims of Sacramento. So that's, I think, part of the discussion of why we're doing this here, because we have something at the state, but we want something here. Something we can enforce and tailor to our city, to Burbank specifics needs. What is the substantial remodel? It has to take more than 30 days to repair, because if it's a repair that's less than 30 days, it doesn't count, right?
It's not substantial.
Yes, council member. So for substantial remodel, if the tenant is required to vacate the unit for a period of time more than 30 days, they can be eligible for, under certain other cities' regulation, a temporary relocation, and sometimes even a relocation assistance for that, like we have in our city.
But right now in our city, if it's 30 days or more, you got to pay the 3 months relocation.
If the tenant chooses to vacate.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to evict them. You could put them in temporary housing, bring them back when it's
Yes.
done. This is for a property owner that decides, for whatever the reason, or because of necessity, I'm going to terminate the lease prematurely.
Right.
Councilmember Mullins doesn't get to stay an extra 8 months at my flat. Sorry. It's not personal, though.
The reason why I asked that is, financially speaking, if the repair is only a month or two, it would be cheaper to just put them up in maybe one of your other units or in a hotel than pay the full 3 months that we've already laid out. So we've basically disincentivized the rent eviction anyways. So if we're already doing that, to the Vice Mayor's point, why do we even have it on the books as a cause for eviction? We should support the landlords that want to simply do the repair and get their tenant back in, so that they don't miss any rental income.
Well, I think
versus
not going to argue with you guys. It's a good question, just for the sake of the hour. I think the reason why is, and to all the property owners, forgive me, I might be going a little bit out on a limb here, but imagine, if you will, there was such a substantial repair that needed to be done that it would take 6 months to correct. At some point, it makes more sense financially to just evict them and pay the 3 months, because if you put them in the temporary housing for 6 months, I mean, maybe something foundational, right? Like really significant. I think that's why other jurisdictions, some have, I believe, eliminated that as a right to evict. Others have said there could be a situation so severe where you ought to have the mechanism to evict, but there is some added opportunity cost.
Okay. I wanted to mention, when we set that 3-month assistance, I remember we had a bit of a discussion about the other issues, but that's not what we were tasked with dealing with at the time. We were seeing a lot of rent evictions. So I think, if I remember correctly, our discussion basically came down to, well, this is the major issue that we're dealing with, so let's focus on that and get it done. But in reviewing that, I realized we set the 3 months because that's basically the cost of getting out of your house. That's the cost of being evicted. So why would the reason for the eviction change the cost? So I agree. I think it should be the same across the board. But also, some people have a harder time being evicted than others. And so I know some cities add an additional month for seniors or disabled or people with kids, or if they're low income. Like, it's 3 months across plus 1 if you qualify for all those other stuff. So, I mean, that discussion, I would be much more in favor of putting it across the board and then doing it based not on the type of eviction, but on the needs of the tenant. So,
let me loop in our colleagues. I just want to go to Councilmember Takahashi because it's. Oh, okay. Go Mullins, then Takahashi.
Quick question to the city attorney. I know the answer, but it sounds a lot better coming from you. I'm not an attorney, but anyway. If effective July 1st of this year, will the required deposit by the tenant moving into the unit, is it going to be only requiring 1 month's deposit, or is it gonna stay remaining the same as the landlord, the house provider can ask for 2 or 3 months deposit?
I don't actually have that answer off the top of my head.
Well, it's in the SB 567. Actually, Maribel looks like she knows the answer.
Excellent.
And
Thank you,
there is
Mr.
a new
City
law,
Attorney.
SB 12, that does require now the security deposit to have changed to only it's 2 months, right? Correct, Shippa?
1.
1 month rent, pardon me, yes, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I knew the answer because I read it in some of the information today. So the reason I'm asking this question is to address Councilmember Anthony's concern for the 3 months for rent eviction. Is you indicated something as to they're going to get 3 months to get a new unit. They only require 1 month's deposit. So that definitely assists in the moving process because they don't no longer have to pay the 2 or 3 months that currently the law allows the house providers to ask for. So that's an addition change that's happening effective July 1st. In addition to the SB 567, it's a new law that which is it SB?
SB 12. It's a
SB
different law,
12.
yes.
So that's something new that's happening in July. Just to keep that information.
So if I can just drill down, Councilmember Mullins, would you be interested, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it sounds like you would be interested in incorporating anti-retaliation or anti-harassment language, I think. Okay. And then what about the concept of building upon the 1 month relocation assistance that's provided under AB 1482? Are you saying you're more in favor of just leave it the way it is, or are you interested in expanding beyond it, but not necessarily committing to what that number would be.
I am definitely in favor of looking at same language for anti-harassment and anti-retaliation. I don't mind looking at perhaps additional month in the event of moving
2 months instead of
2
one.
months instead of 1 month, because it sounds like we're not way off from what other cities are doing, and we're not right on target where everybody else is doing. So I think I'm open to allowing that to happen. And I really haven't heard much from, the tenants saying that we're being evicted because, the family's moving in. It's mostly because of renovation. So
Sure.
I'm open to having the 2 months, definitely.
Okay. Before we go on, Councilmember Takahashi, I know there's probably a few points you want to make, but just on this point, is that something you'd be interested in exploring more as well? So obviously we'll do the motion later, but it seems to me that there's unanimity across the council to look at number 2 and incorporating, I'm assuming, anti-harassment, anti-retaliation.
And in fact, Mr. Mayor, I was thinking about anti-harassment and anti-retaliation. To the city attorney's point, is that actually, I think, is a really high priority, and possibly something we could do pretty quickly to get that one single element into an ordinance to incorporate the language and to have that on the ready. So as soon as we get things up and running, that's there, and then later on incorporate it more completely with another ordinance. But just having that on the books locally might be helpful.
Do you have any other comments while you have the floor?
Sure, yeah, and about the expanded relocation, and also there was, I wasn't sure if it was somebody who mentioned it in comments or if it was in the materials, but there was a mention of having a look at renovations to get the unit up to code versus renovations that are just to make it nicer. Because if somebody's in an affordable unit, the renovations to make it very, much more upgraded just for like aesthetics and making upgraded will be potentially a lot higher cost than, say, getting it up to code. So that also wouldn't mind having that looked at as part of that element.
Okay. Well, if I could, removing renovictions as just cause, it disincentivizes the idea of taking a cheaper unit and just upgrading it, like we saw on the YouTube video that was played. Instead of allowing folks to simply find a piece of, a kitchen or a bathroom and doing it arbitrarily, it would really only allow for renovations that are code enforcement, because you're going to try to do only the things necessary to bring up the code. So
right, good point. Right. I also, we were talking earlier about the reasons why we were very narrow in our focus earlier of the renoviction ordinance that we passed. One of the things is we did debate about the definition of mom and pop, and I noticed that Culver City has a really robust definition of mom and pop, and I'm wondering if we could add that to what we look at as well to see if that definition might work for us and might be helpful in our deliberations of some of our exceptions we might make for mom and pops.
Yeah, let me, if I might, Councilmember, I think for the sake of tying all the loose ends up, here's what I'm getting, and I think your point's spot on. It seems to me, though there might be some disagreement about renoviction and whether it should even be a cause or not, it seems that there's consensus across the council that we want to, with regards to item 2, this is what I would suggest to our staff. Bring back the urgency ordinance, which is now codified, for a robust discussion of expanding it to include all the other categories of eviction that are provided for under state law. Number 2 would be to, in addition, so expanding it to include 2 or 3 months rent. We don't need to decide that right now, but a discussion of expanded relocation assistance. Number 2 would be inclusion of anti-retaliation, anti-harassment language. And then separate from that item, and I think that could be done extremely quickly. It's already on the books. We've had the discussion several times over. We just need to do it. And then with regards to categories 3 and 4, Mr. McDougall, as far as I'm concerned, you're bringing it back in a matter of 2 weeks. Let's do it. So to me, that leaves only one other big topic of conversation on the floor, and that's number 1. But is everyone sort of in a, yeah?
I do want to clarify the renovation discussion. There is a reason why it's written in AB 1482, SB 567, and this is really to keep your property for the tenants up to date of required repairs that it needs. So there might be a situation where the house provider has to completely renovate the unit because we heard that tonight. We have leaky roofs, we have mold, we have a lot of issues going on inside the apartments, and the owners are not addressing that. So if we remove it and it's already written in AB 1482 and SB 567, and it allows and it specifically said you have to pay 3 months rent for the tenants, then we're going to look at some other situations that might occur that we probably can't think of right now. I mean, to me, I think the law is written down to allow the house providers to be able to evict if they need to do remodel more than 30 days. We put even stricter rules early on to say you have to take a permit. In addition to that, now our city attorney is saying we're going to have code enforcement unit that we can go out and inspect and make sure that renovation is being addressed and enforced the way it's supposed to be. So I am not in favor of removing anything with the renovation from our language because it's written in every other language that I see here in the state that they put that down. And I almost think that we don't need to recreate something, eliminate it completely from our language. So I'm not in agreement of removing that.
On that
I'm in
issue,
agreement
yeah.
of keeping it in there as it is.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Hold sorry, do you mind if I chime in?
Please.
Mayor and Council, sorry. Ian Macmillan.
Who's this guy? It's good to see you. I forgot you were here.
Hello, yeah.
Senior Assistant City Attorney. I think I've met each of you before. I just wanted to chime in, though, in case it educated you at all about the substantial remodel provision, specifically as it was amended by SB 567. It does specifically say that to qualify, the tenant would have to be out of the unit for 30 consecutive days at a minimum. But additionally, if they're able to re-enter their unit, they have a right to do so. So in other words, if there isn't a health and safety code, if there isn't a habitability code that prevents them from re-entering their unit during that 30-day or more consecutive period, then that period's cut off. It no longer applies. In other words, that no fault just cause provision no longer applies, and the tenant wouldn't be subject to an at fault just cause eviction. So
Right.
that's something they shored up with 567 that wasn't there with 1482.
Can I, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
can I ask, in practice, how would that work? So for example, the water heater breaks, right? Can't live in a place that doesn't have hot water. That's ridiculous. So they do a whole thing. They pull out the water heater. They realize there's mold and it's rotted. So now they got to tear out the whole thing. So it's going to take 45 days. At the end of 45 days, the tenant has moved out. Were they paid the relocation assistance knowing that it's going to be more than 45 days? And so now they get to come back at the end of 45 days? Walk me through that. How does that work?
I would probably rely on building and safety to let me know what codes, kind of like a red tag situation or situation where there's actually an order on the unit that there be no occupants of the unit. But I would imagine, though, just in terms of the payment, right? Because the payment is required to go out 15 days after the notice is provided. If for some reason they didn't complete the work, or it was a situation where it was illegitimate, so to speak, there was an opportunity for them to re-enter that unit in that 30-day period, then I would imagine you just have the right to return at the same rate you did before. Now, what happens with that money? I think the state statute doesn't address that situation. Do they need to return that amount? I would imagine no, but for sure, at a minimum, you have the right to re-enter that unit.
But that's only if it doesn't meet the 30-day requirement. So if it goes past 30 days on construction, then it's still considered
It
a lawful
suffices.
eviction.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. But this is my issue. There's so many ways to drag your feet, to do extensive maintenance, to sort of skirt that 30-day rule, that simply having it on the books, you're going to find people like this Dennis Block who are going to lay out provisions and protocols to hit that 30-day mark. And it's
Well,
yeah.
if I might, I'm not trying to cut it short, but even if we don't reach a resolution on that issue tonight, it would certainly seem to me that the entirety of the council is saying our urgency ordinance as is. I'm hearing it's insufficient, that there needs to be more added to it. I think we need to bring that back on the earliest feasible timeline for discussion. That's what I'm hearing.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yeah.
What I was going to say before you very cleverly interrupted us to add that is partially bring up that, and also to say that, of course, we may disagree on, look, I don't want to see more rent evictions personally. We may find scenarios where a substantial remodel is necessary, although I do not feel that that is what they are being used for in good faith currently. That is not what we're hearing in the community. So I think we can have this discussion, and we should open this back up because we put this forward. And one of the things we had asked staff for was to bring back some information on how it's going, on whether or not we're seeing these issues persist in the community. Because today we heard from community members who are saying that these issues persist. So I do have that question for staff. Do we have numbers on that?
I have numbers, happy to report. One set of numbers that we have is the information that has gone to the Landlord Tenant Commission I'm just going to go to that page. So for the forms that we've received related to evictions, they've actually reduced significantly since 2022-23, where we had 27 evictions that came before the Landlord Tenant Commission last year. To date, from July 1st, 2023 to now, there's been 11 as opposed to almost 30. Again, this is just what's coming to the commission. I could also share, though, with the renter relocation program that the city council also approved. That program is specific for all no-fault evictions, and so that we'd had a little higher number. Since July, we've had 48 inquiries, and so we actually had households that did receive that. So I just wanted to add, while there was now the relocation assistance through the urgency ordinance, we also have the renter relocation program that really coupled together, because in the urgency ordinance, there was no income requirement. It's the 3 months of the existing rent at the time. And with the renter relocation program with the income limit, there was the opportunity for eligible households to receive more relocation assistance for all of the above no-fault notices to vacate.
Councilmember Mullins.
Quick question. So when you say more, the renter assistance program that we approved prior to September 2023 ordinance that we adopted to implement the 3 months ordinance that we put together for the landlord to pay the tenants 3 months. You're saying in addition to the tenant receiving 3 months from the landlord, they were also receiving additional funds from the city?
Not in all cases, pardon me. So to clarify, when the renter relocation program was approved by the council and it became effective July 1st, there was a pot of money, $500,000 pot of money, that anyone who was receiving a no-fault notice to vacate and you were income qualified, and there were certain parameters, our administrator, Home Again LA, applicants could go inquire about, I've received a no-fault notice to vacate, I'm income eligible, there's information and documentation that was gathered. There was information, there was then assistance that could be provided, whether it was a security deposit or moving expense. And so that was a renter relocation program in effect in July of last year. Then in September, when the urgency ordinance was developed, and it was very specific to no-fault notices to vacate for the substantial rehabilitation that we've been hearing about, that in particular increased to 3 months relocation if those parameters are met. That didn't have any income requirements, however. So it's anyone who received a no-fault notice to vacate for the substantial rehab. There could be somebody who received that payment from a actual landlord, and they also were lower income and thought, okay, even the 3 months isn't sufficient for me because I'm extremely low income and I still need other relocation benefits. So they could still at that point apply to the rental relocation program. So not in all instances did households receive the two benefits. It just was really dependent on their income eligibility and whether or not it was for the substantial rehab or any other no-fault eviction notice.
And what I would add, Ms. Leland, is as the quarterback of that particular drive, the reason that we had the program is that we had no requirement beyond AB 1482. And my thought process was at least give property owners a glide path, a few months of assistance paid for by the city, I might add, to prepare for the eventuality of expanded relocation assistance. We could talk about doing that again. That'd be a conversation for another week and another agenda item. But now there was overlap. And once we adopted the urgency ordinance, that's why we brought to a conclusion the assistance program, although you can still apply if you met the criteria of exactly when that gap existed, if you will. And I think, by the way, there was a little bit of criticism about how it was utilized. I believe about $250,000 was utilized by folks to help them land on their feet.
To date, we've only utilized about half of that budgeted amount.
Half of 500.
Correct.
Got it.
Mr. Mayor, let's remember
I'm pretty sure that's $250,000.
There was also
I just didn't want to be that guy who, my point's made.
To be exact, we have 261,000 plus change left in there.
And to Ms. Leland's point, it was income requirement billed, right?
Yeah.
Unlike the ordinance itself.
Okay, are we all prepared to decide definitively about rent evictions, whether they should be allowed or not? It feels to me like folks want more information, more time to think about that. I don't think we need to make that determination tonight. But it seems we want to bring back the urgency ordinance on the earliest feasible timeline to include applicability beyond just a substantial rent eviction or remodel, include anti-harassment, anti-retaliation language, all the bells and whistles that Mr. McDougall is throwing out there, and taking a look at Culver City, which alleviates however they define it, small landlords, mom and pop landlords, gives them a 50% discount on the relocation assistance required. Seems to me like that's where everyone's at.
Mr. Mayor, would you be open to discussing adding an additional month for those qualifying tenants, the ones that really need the support?
You could, and what I would say is you could talk about it then. You could talk about doing something like we did the first go around where the city will help fill that bridge for really at-risk tenants. You could do any number of things. But for right now, I'm hearing that the council wants to take action on 2, 3, and 4 and fairly expeditiously. What I'd like to direct the remaining time we have is we haven't even talked about number 1, and I think we should give some direction on 1, which is the rent increase.
Mr. Mayor, before we jump in, I personally do not feel we need to touch on the rent eviction, the 3 months, which is already in the law. I personally, just so I'm on the record.
On the record, yeah, you don't think we need to touch it?
I think we need to leave it as it is because I have really high hope and expectation the new recommendation of what the city attorney will be proposing or has talked about today that would really address the enforcement issues, is going to address a lot of the concerns because not only we will have legal professional resources also to make sure that I want to give a chance to see how we're going to implement those programs and make sure they work. So I'm just stating on the record. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm interested in taking another look at that ordinance, partly because when we put together that ordinance, we were doing it
as quickly as we could with our back against the wall. And we also, during that discussion, we did discuss how we were missing information and we weren't fully educated enough to be able to talk about other elements. And so it could be that we'll look at it again and we'll go, it's sufficient, and that's fine. So I think that that's a possibility. And I also think that there has been enough concern about just cause and no-fault evictions and other cases that's worth taking a look at for the other cases, especially with family move-in, because now it's like it's playing whack-a-mole now that one provision has been added about making it more difficult to do run evictions with substantial improvements. Now the eyeballs are on looking at potentially saying we're going to have family member move in and then not moving them in. So it's starting to happen a little bit, and I think it's worth a look just to see kind of how things are going, and also get the feedback and the data on how the current ordinance is going. So if it's something that staff is able to do and put on the docket, I think it's worth a look. And in the end, Councilmember Mullins, if it ends up we look at it and we're like, you know what, sufficient, I think that would be a fair due diligence for our community that we did at least take a look.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
The one other thing I would add, if my colleagues would agree, I know, Joe, you said you hadn't looked at office hearings or mediation. I would like to look at that if possible in-house with the city attorney, because one thing we have heard both our landlords and our tenants who are in the community, who we spoke to in the roundtable, talk about is the fact that they would both like a resource of where they can go to resolve these issues that is a trusted legal resource. And I think, you know, I really do sympathize with our mom and pop landlords who have nowhere to go to find these resources. You're not a corporate landlord that has a attorney or a team of attorneys, a buffet of attorneys on retainer. So I would like you to have a place to go if you do have a bad tenant, somebody who's not acting in good faith, and you need that mediation. So I would like to see that there for both sides, and I think that's something we can all agree on.
Yeah, I agree with that. I know you mentioned that, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I know you mentioned that that's not going to be in the proposal for our budget because you hadn't included that in the budget proposal. But yeah, to Vice Mayor's point, I agree that would be a great next step to consider as well.
Great.
If I can spend a little bit of time and provide a supplemental report, I will. So the office hearing, in my mind, would clearly fall under the permanent staffing component. The mediation could fall on either side, either the pilot program, where we're looking for partners. The mediation is partnerable. And so we'll give some thought to that. And really, once I know we have council commitment, then we can work and bring together a solid proposal. It'll probably take us a couple times before council for you to be happy with something that you actually, you know what we're going to go after. I may not, we'll see what we get, but that's why I'm calling it a pilot program.
I appreciate that.
All right. With items 2, 3, and 4, staff, sorry, did you have anything you wanted to add on those items?
No, that's great.
Okay.
That's great.
Items 2, 3, and 4, I think we've talked that sufficiently through. Does staff have any clarification or inquiry on council? Mr. McDougall, of course you would. I'll call on you, just like my favorite property professor in law school.
So we had a lot of discussion about outreach and community meetings. So my proposal's already written, so the enforcement piece is going to come to council during the budget. And that's something that I can address directly with you.
Can I cut you short, Mr. McDougall? I think I know exactly where you're going.
Yes.
There could be some folks who do not think that relocation assistance could be expanded. I've seen enough to know what I think we ought to do. To me, where I think there's a huge divide and a lot of opinion, it's really number one, it's the rent cap. Because we have folks saying 2% or 3% might be in the proposal now, actually. We have other folks who are saying that you can't touch 10%. And then you have folks who are saying it should be somewhere in between, but it's a really moving target. If you're going to do outreach, ask that question. What's the right number? Because to me, I mean, all the other, forgive me, but a lot of the rest of what we talked about tonight isn't the issue that you're all sticking around here till almost 1 o'clock to hear. You want to know, are we touching the 10% rent cap in 1482 or not? To me, if we're going to do an incredible job of outreaching to the community, that's what we want to focus on. Because you ask people too many questions, they're going to get confused by it or they're not going to engage. Get to the heart of the issue, in my opinion.
So you want me to come back swiftly with the anti-harassment, anti-retaliation? No dilly-dallying.
And all the other things I said, yes.
2, 3, and 4 should come back quick.
Okay.
Yeah, and to be honest, Mr. Mayor, even if we did outreach for all the things, we're going to have another replay of the most important issue that the community will be talking about is the rent
Yes.
cap. So let's listen to the community. The community is telling us what's the most important thing to them. That's what they really, really want to discuss and have a robust community discussion. And let's focus on that. Agreed.
And on that point, Councilmember Takahashi, I mean, look, hearing both sides here, the way I look at it is expanded relocation assistance. It's not going to necessarily break the bank. Look, it's a contractual arrangement. You want to break the contract, there's a cost to doing that, but you can do business. What they are concerned about is only being able to grow their profit margin or be able to increase the rent so much. I mean, that's the concern. So I think we just hit it right on the head. Like, that's where we want the feedback from.
Mr. Mayor, to your point about breaking the bank, I think we also want to know and hear from our community where they're at, because I don't want to go exploring what it would cost us to do an entire rent board relocation thing if we have not heard from them. I don't want to go and pick a random number. This is expensive. I want to know what they think first, and I'd like a cost analysis on what we're going to do.
Are you talking about all the items, or are you now honing in on one? Okay, so
This one does cost money because it costs the board. It costs bringing in more resources. If we're being honest, 2, 3, and 4 are going to cost us money, but not as much as 1. And that's just the truth.
So you've now opened the door to 1. Let's go to 1. I got Councilmember Anthony, Councilmember Mullins, and I have Councilmember Takahashi chomping at the bit. Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could set the stage, so I've in my time as a property manager, I've managed a number of different properties. One of them was a rent control unit. Rent control on rent caps on apartment buildings, it is a 3-legged stool, and I know by 3. First off, you set the rate, whatever the maximum, whatever the minimum is, whatever it's based on. Lately, in California, we've seen a lot of rent start at some percentage of CPI, the Consumer Price Index, and then they include a floor and a ceiling. Second leg of that stool is you need to do a rent registry. You can't just put in a number and say, well, go enforce it yourselves. So you do a citywide rent registry, and basically everyone who has a property for rent puts the information together and they submit it to the city, and the landlord pays a small fee and the tenant pays a small fee, and together those fees come back to the city to pay for the third thing, the rent board, as is typically called. Under the Fifth Amendment, like our council was mentioning earlier, you can't put a cap on something if it doesn't cost that much, if you don't have the fair market value, if you don't have the return on investment, if you don't have the profit margin to keep you whole as a business. So what ends up happening is you create a body that listens to what's called upward or downward petitions on rent. Basically, if you have to change the roof, if you have to do the water heaters, right? You walk in and you say, hey, this is how much it costs. So I need to go above whatever cap you've limited me. And you show it on paper and say, look, you need to make me whole. You need to make my return on investment, my margins need to pencil out. Otherwise, you, as the government, is ruining my business. And we're not allowed to do that. So the three parts of that all work in concert with each other. In addition to that third part, there's what's called the downward petition. So if you're a tenant and there's been substantial downgrades in your tenancy. You either have parking was taken away or the quality of the housing has deteriorated. You no longer have a working window, the heater doesn't work, whatever it is, air conditioning is broken, and it's gone on for a long time. You as a tenant can go and petition, hey, the thing that I'm paying for is actually depreciated in value. I'd like a reduction in my rent. And that typically tends to incentivize the upkeep of said unit. So they all work in concert together. If we take that step and look at number one and propose a cap, these are the things that we're taking on. Because the problem is we see at the state level, the state only did the first part of that three-legged stool. They didn't do any of the petitions. They didn't do any of the rent registries. So when they put in AB 1482, they basically left it up to everybody else to enforce it. It was an unfunded mandate, and it said you have to abide by these rules, but we're not going to help you abide by them. And it was up to us, and we had a bunch of staff and code enforcement and people complaining and going to court to deal with, like we heard earlier, some folks who went over the 10% increase during AB 1482. So those are the three parts to it, and it is costly, but we have seen many cities create a self-funded system based on the fees, and they're nominal. I think LA is only a couple of bucks or something like that. Well, per tenant per unit.
I knew if we kept going late enough, Mr. McDougall, you'd snap. It happened. You all saw it.
Yeah, that's right. It's like $6 or $7 or something like that. But you add it all up together, and it gets to a number that is substantial enough to cover the cost of issues. I know one of the proposals we saw today was $5. You pay $5 a month, and then it pays for the whole thing. So there's an option. That's where I just wanted to set that stage so we know what we're getting into, and so everybody knows what's happening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to say something that's probably not going to be popular to some individuals here in this room, but what I'm hearing right now from some of my colleagues is to really have Measure RC lived all over again, which is let's take a look at rent control, let's take a look at a board, let's take a look at a lot more restrictions than we started discussing tonight. I think it's really important for this body, and this is only my opinion, one council member, that we give an opportunity to protect the tenants from everything I've heard from them for the last 2 years, or well, a year and a half, seemed like 2 years, that they need more protection. They need anti-retaliation and harassment. They need to make sure that they have enough money to be able to move into a new unit if they have to. We provided rental assistant to them. We are now looking at enforcement mechanism to allow the city manager and the city attorney to put together a unit that we're looking at over $650,000 in costs, which we need to figure out where we're going to get this money from, because I don't want to cut a senior program or a youth program or stop, trimming the trees or doing things on the street, because now we need to take a look at where are we going to get $650,000 from, which I'm willing to do, in order to protect the tenants who are being wrongfully treated by a handful of individuals, housing providers, that maybe have been taking advantage of those tenants. Now, we are trying to bundle everything to bring it back to council, and we're never going to end this conversation and see what really the results that we have been doing. Now we're bringing back the ordinance that we adopted in September because we feel like we need to make some changes to it. Okay, that's fine. Let's take a look at it. We still have the funds that are still outstanding of $261,000 out there. I know staff has been still working with Hala on providing some assistance. Okay, we're doing that. But at what point do we draw the line and we say, let's take a look at everything we are trying to do to see if it works? So SB 567 had loopholes. 1482 had loopholes, which they took care of it in SB 567. And we moved ahead and we did all this in advance of even the law being implemented in April. And we did it because we wanted to do what's best for our renters. But honestly, our voters spoke in a couple of years, 3 years ago, and said no to rent control. No to Measure RC. Right or wrong?
Yeah, Measure RC was 4 years ago. This
Well,
discussion
but
is coming.
It has the same things in Measure RC.
What I'm saying, this discussion came out of a citywide community survey in 2022, where 60% of people who were surveyed said we want stronger renter protections.
Okay.
It's two completely different.
So-
The city was surveyed. Voters.
Let's.
Hey, folks, sorry. We're not going to go back and forth with the audience. That's not the way this
Right,
works.
and
Appreciate all your input, but no, we're not going to argue with the audience.
This conversation I'm having with Councilmember Anthony in regards to whether it was a survey. The survey, there was a lot of misleading information on the survey. And yes, I was not on council at that time, but there were a lot of people who disagreed on how the survey was conducted. And I don't want to bring the survey, right now. But if we really truly want to know how everyone in the community feels about having rent control, and let's call it what it is, which is putting rent control in the city of Burbank, then I suggest from this body, let's put a measure on the ballot in November, which we can do. Let's ask our residents again what they want to see for the city of Burbank. I will not be sitting here tonight making a decision on behalf of the hundreds and hundreds of emails that we receive from everyone telling us that rent control is not the best thing for the city. Our own staff did not come back and say, we feel rent control is good for the city. However, we're still pushing and pushing and pushing every single meeting that we need to arrive to rent control, which I completely disagree, and I'm not going to take a stand on a rent control issue until I see what happens with these other items that the city attorney brought to us tonight. And we want to give it a try, and we want to invest almost $700,000 in doing this. So I'm not ready to go down that path. And if I'm going to do it, it has to go out to the voters, and we owe it to the voters because that's who put us in this seat. So I'm not going to make a decision for all these people who are sitting here tonight to say, yes, that's the best thing for you. That's it.
Do you mind if I want to kick this over to Councilmember Takahashi, but I'm going to give her a minute to gather her thoughts. Here's the, I actually agree with both of you in a weird way. Look, I'm just going to, this is what I think. Folks didn't like RC. People that sit on this dais didn't vote for RC. And yet when we survey folks, and yes, look, we could talk about, is it an adequate sample size? All fair questions. But when we do it year after year, people keep saying the rent's too darn high. But for that matter, mortgages are too darn high, gas is too darn high. So people want us to do something, but they don't like the solution that was provided in RC. Here's my point to you, Councilmember Mullins. I respect where you're coming from. But even if you went to the ballot, which, half the room would certainly like, you wouldn't even know what to actually put on the ballot. My point is, that's the problem with a survey that says, do you think the rent's too darn high? Most people are probably going to say, yeah. Do you do you think we should have rent control? Well, again, what does that mean? Does that mean eviction protections, relocation? If we're going to do the outreach, we have to ask the right question. I think a lot of the things we're going to talk about tonight are going to help solve the problem. If you're going to ask a question about rent control, let's be incredibly direct. Do you think CPI plus 5% for a total max of 10% is doing the right job in Burbank? Is it sufficient? And if not, what do you think that number should be? At least then you actually have a real an answer that you could either just note and file, not take any action on, or you could put it on the ballot. But right now, it's sort of chicken or the egg. There's nothing we could go to the voters with. And so I am going to pass it over to you in a second, council member. Here's my point. There's a lot of data we don't have. I would love to know what the rents in Burbank, not regionally, but rents in Burbank have done over the last decade. I'd love to know where CPI has been. And I understand it's not a perfect connection, but still I'd love to know. We know what RC costs, but this is not exactly RC. You were the co-author of it, Councilmember Anthony. There are some similar provisions. There's also some differences. We need a fresh...
all these cities have similar provisions on there.
No, totally. But my point is that the cost analysis of 2020 is going to be different than the cost analysis of 2024. Now, we have a pretty comprehensive proposal, that's been handed to us by the BTU. I'm not saying it's the right proposal, but one place to start with is what would that cost? These are questions we haven't answered. We would have to explore, and only by exploring those questions could we then decide, do you note and file it? Do we think this is a great idea, let's do it? Or do you kick it to the voters? But right now, it's like we're trying to answer a question that we haven't even asked the right question to. Just my 2 cents. Councilmember Takahashi.
Okay. So I don't care about RC, but we're at a different place now, to Mayor's point, and we're not going to make a decision tonight. I mean, that's just, we're talking about this for next steps. And I hope that no one here is thinking that's what we're going to do. One thing that's happened between when RC was on the ballot and now is that other cities have adopted different ordinances, and we have more information. And something that's different is the composition of the audience coming into the council, and the discussions that we're having, and the asks for the discussions, and what we're being presented with from the community. And to me, this is not what we're talking about tonight. Is not a rehash of RC. It is a response to the community that has asked us to talk about this. I voted no for RC, and I have not. I'm going to be flat out. I have not been a fan of rent caps, but I'm also a person who is willing to look at everything and take a good look at what the options are, and to try to find sophisticated ways to address the issues we have in our community. And our community is asking us to take a look. I saw in some of the examples we saw from other cities that there might be ways to address this in different ways than RC approach that may not create such a need for deep costs for covering it. Like looking at Glendale, several people have brought up Glendale, for example. Some folks may find Glendale to not be strict enough, but it also is an option that it wasn't a high cost to make that implemented. So that just starts the conversation. So I think it's different now than before because we're just having the conversation in a different way. It's coming from a different place. And my gut tells me we're going to end up in whatever this conversation ends up, we're going to end up in a very different place than what RC would have proposed. So I'm very comfortable, even though I am not a fan, or do I feel supportive generally of rent caps, I'm very, very comfortable having that conversation because it's the conversation the community wants us to have. That said, I also think that we need to be careful not to jump to anything too quick. Because if we tonight say, you know what, let's explore 3%, we're going to end up with more consternation in the community. So to Vice Mayor's point, and I think to the point of several folks in the community, but also to some folks want us to move really quickly on this, and I understand. But I think what we really are hearing is an ask to have a conversation community-wide. And that's something that actually we're really good at in our city. We're really good at having these conversations. I'm thinking of, through this conversation, I was thinking of how we came to where we were on the plastics ordinance. We did an excellent job of bringing the community together and figuring out a good plastics. It took a little time, but we got to a plastics ordinance that we could get to. And I think that we can use a similar kind of approach to get to something that might be a good start for our community here. Maybe it won't be very much as robust as the BTO proposal, or maybe it will also, like to Councilmember Anthony's suggestion, thought was to have it be able to be like a soft cap, right, of some kind. We don't know, but we can't know where we're going to go unless we have that conversation. And if we stop the conversation tonight, we may stop it, the community won't stop it. It's going to keep coming. So I feel like it's our responsibility to keep going. I don't know where it's going to go, but I'm comfortable moving forward with the next step of that conversation and to include the community in that conversation to move forward Where that's going to go, I don't know. I really honestly can't say. I don't feel comfortable saying what number would work for me, but moving forward.
Thank you for that comment. Vice Mayor.
I couldn't agree more with my colleague to the left and my colleague to the right. Quite frankly, Councilor Mons, I did not vote for RC because I saw conflicting issues with our charter. Not because I am a renter who didn't feel like we needed to explore that. And I think that is the position of many renters in the community who saw issues with that measure, no offense, but who want to explore other things.
It wasn't written with the help of the city, so there was going to be problems.
And if at the end of the day we decide to take anything to the voters, or if we decide to vote on something here, I want the community input. I think we have heard from both sides of the aisle multiple times, oh, I wasn't at the table, I wasn't at the round table, I wasn't included, the realtors weren't there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're right, you weren't there. We had a realtor, not you, Harry, we had another realtor come up and say that again today. But
you can give him a hard time. He wrote that Anita Break thing, and I know you did it, Harry. I don't actually know that, but I'm going to get BPD to do a handwriting analysis.
Harry, if you did it, I'm just saying.
I'm going to be stuck on that for a week, by the way.
But anyways, I look, those folks want a chance to weigh in on this, and let's be real, everybody has brought up the percentage. Everybody is talking about that. Everybody is worried about it or in favor of it, against it, whatever your position is. That's what folks are coming to the podium to talk about because that's their bottom line, right? On both ends. That is going to lead to how much money I end up paying in rent and how much money my landlord gets back in return. I get that. That is the bottom line. That is a scary mark. So let's bring it to the community. Let's have that be the community outreach and have the folks on both sides who have said that they don't have the chance to weigh in, let them weigh in. And let's see what we get back. And let's see if that is something we can then bring to this council or take to the voters. But I can't say no on something when half of the room, and quite literally, because I think both of us were doing a tally, half of the room is asking for rent control while half of the room was saying don't do it. I think we have the responsibility to bring robust discussions to that community and to the extended community who, like you mentioned, Councilor Mullins, is not in the room. Let's find them. Let's go talk to them.
You can go first, Councilmember Mullins.
I'll just make a couple of comments, and I appreciate everyone's input. And I am very passionate about this because I have worked really hard to balance things out for the landlords and I apologize, I say landlords or house providers, and the tenants. I mean, I worked with each and every one of you, dedicated to do what's right for them, and to also maybe put a little bit more pressure on the house providers to be able to work with us within the city. But I'm also very aware what they have been saying. Every one of them, every email that we receive, if you go back and look at our emails, I think today we received over 200 emails just today that says no rent control, no rent cap, rent control does not work. And with all due respect, I know we have a lot of tenants, and I met with them several times, and they think I've been very transparent and honest about what we're looking at. I have not misled anyone in this room. And a lot of the speakers, even though we can't ask where they're from, came from other cities to speak on other cities' behalf, on our behalf, to speak on the people that actually live here in Burbank that we heard from, and they've been talking to us for over a year and a half. Every single time I met, like all of you, this is not a secret. They all want to meet with us. We sit down and meet with them. Every one of them have told me, we don't want rent control. And I'm sure they told each and every one of you the same thing they told me. So when I have someone from Glendale who's here standing before us and saying, I'm here because I want to support, that's great. They're supporting the Burbank Tenant Union. It's wonderful. But I don't really want to, I hear them. I appreciate the support. But I'm also looking at all the other individuals who have come to me and said, rent control doesn't work, which I know it doesn't. We have attended many conferences, we've attended many meetings in regards to what works and what doesn't. And this is why I mentioned RC, because that's what RC was addressing. And it's similar, maybe it's not exactly the same. So with that, I say this because I'm committed to say the truth. I'm committed to tell what people have told me, and this is what I'm passing on. I owe it to them. I represent the entire community. I have represented the tenants over and over again, but it's time for me to speak up also on all the other members who have come in, all the other emails that we have received. I'm committed to speak. It's not that I don't have an open mind. It's not that I don't want to discuss it, but I want everybody to be aware what we really heard over the last year and a half. That's it.
And I appreciate that. And I know the mayor wants to say something, but I just want to clarify my tally here. I was not counting folks who came in and very honestly said they were not from Burbank. I didn't count the folks who said they came from Glendale to support, the Pasadena guy that said he came to support, Matt Buck. I didn't count you either, sorry. I didn't count anybody from out of town because that's something I've been saying from the beginning. Yeah. And even with our residents and the landlords that live here in Burbank, we are still split in the middle. And that's who I'm thinking about, our community, because I have to find balance for them.
Oh, go for it.
To add one data point to this conversation. Great, robust conversation, by the way. So I just recently, there was published in February a complete survey of, let's say it's a Journal of Housing Economics study, rent control effects through the lens of empirical research and almost complete review of the literature ever published on rent caps, specifically rent caps. And I recommend, I can send this, I think you all got copies of it, right? And so I can send this and you can look at it for yourself.
For good of the order, let's have, provide it to the city manager and that can be disseminated in the proper course.
Yeah, if we can link this, link this on the suite.
Well, you're on top of it.
I think that it's a really interesting study to look at because, well, first, data can be interpreted in a lot of different ways, but basically what it said is it depends, okay? It depends on what else is going on in the city and what other policies are being implemented. So I think that looking at it in a vacuum of one single policy, it's difficult to analyze, but it's also important to know that it's kind of a moving target. So I wanted to provide this as a point of data for folks in case I wanted to look at actual data in the research of what the impact of rent caps are. This is entire world, every single study that's ever been done together in one survey. So anyway, I wanted to just throw this in the hat for data points.
Sure. Great. Well, I guess we should all go home now. No need to hear. Now, I've been waiting on my manifesto. Here we go. So I'll start with the last point there. I probably had more public comment in the last week. Thank you, Christopher Matthew Spencer, than anyone else. I bring that up because if you're wondering the emails you get from Uprise Burbank or Burbank Republican Party, it's all Christopher Matthew Spencer. Happy to tell you about that offline. But he did a fun thing, and he shared my personal cell phone number out with everybody, which is fine. No, because I give it out all the time, 818-806-9392. But my point is I had a lot of conversations over the last week, so much so that, by the way, for many of you in the room, I didn't get back to you. I'm sorry. I was drowning. I really tried, but it was a lot. A lot of people don't live in Burbank. I don't know. And I know this is where, Vice Mayor, we have publicly kind of disagreed, but okay. We have a former mayor sitting in the room whose family has a very storied history and connection to Burbank. He doesn't live in Burbank, but I would still say he's a stakeholder who provides much needed housing in our community. Your family does. I still think that's a perspective worth hearing. I see a representative from the Burbank Association of Realtors who doesn't live in Burbank, and yet it's an incredible part of our economy. And by the way, Ryan Bell, who's not a Burbank resident, is probably one of the smartest folks on rent stabilization, whether you agree with them or not. I mean, across the state, he's probably one of the brightest, and he doesn't live in Burbank. I don't really care whether you live in Burbank. What I care about is, do you have good data, good solutions? Is what you're offering up good for Burbank? So here's what I'm hearing. We need more housing. I'm sorry, the one thing I will say that probably makes everybody mad is this. rent stabilization is not the answer, not the ultimate answer. We need more housing. We need to produce more housing. And by the way, the whole reason that our economy is in the toilet, the whole reason that people are facing the pressure and being priced out of communities they've called home is because we didn't build it for years. We didn't. That's on us. So we need to build more housing. The problem is it's expensive to do it. It's time consuming to do it. And you can't get enough of it online fast enough to meet demand. That's where rent stabilization does come in. We have it, by the way. That's another kind of, this will probably be one of the last times I touch the topic. So indulge me if you will, at least in this capacity. We have rent stabilization of some kind in Burbank, 10%. The question we need to be asking of our community to get the answer that we really want to know is 10% sufficient? Well, and here's my thought on that. I don't know. I kind of see both ends of the spectrum. On the one hand, my wages aren't increasing 10% a year. I don't know how you make it in this economy. 10% increases a year, 8.25%, whatever. And yet, and look, even the housing providers that don't want to see the rent cap touch would probably agree. It's hard as a young professional to make it in this economy. It is. On the other hand, we have to be careful not to enact policy that literally drives people that have invested in our community and put everything they've had into providing housing out of business because they can't keep up with the high cost of utility rates and declining insurance and everything. So look, I don't have the right number for all of you here tonight, and I don't have the answer. But what I will say to, I think, the majority of my colleagues is I think we have to have the discussion. And I don't think we have the data. I mean, because there's really two questions we have to ask ourselves and the community. Number one is, what would that number be if greater than 2 or 3% but less than 10? I don't think we have a good answer. But whatever number you arrive at, you need a structure, you need a mechanism to set that rate. I think, as you said, Mr. McDougall, to provide that release valve. All of that comes at a cost, and we need to know what that would cost in Burbank. So the way I look at it, there's nothing we can do tonight. Even this proposal from the Burbank Tenants Union, I'm going to look at it. I'd like our staff to analyze it. That's not anything we can put in place tonight. But the real solution is, do we just say, let's shelve it? Is this not a conversation worth having, and we're done with it? Burbank's done talking about it. Or do we say there are more questions to be asked to have an informed decision? I'm hearing a majority of the council say that's a conversation we want to have. And I agree, because this problem isn't going away. I pray for the day 20 years from now when we have a boatload of new housing in Burbank and across the Southland, and all of a sudden we see alleviation of the market pressure. That's what I'm going to try and do in the next 20 years. I think we're all going to play our part to do that. But we have pinch right now. And so the last thing I will say, and I appreciate all of you indulging me, I'll get off my soapbox, is we're not the enemy here. I think you're all the victim of a system that's setting you up for failure. I really do. To our tenants, I'm sorry. I really am. I don't know how you survive in this economy with wages where they are and the cost of housing and everything where they are. And to our housing providers that are sitting here, I get it. You're not the boogeyman. You're not out here asking for anything unreasonable. You just want to protect your nest egg. You want to survive in this economy. So my point is, let's solve the answer together, and let's just dial it back a little bit. Let's not villainize each other. We're not the bad guy here. What happened, the reason we found ourselves in this mess really is two things: government inaction, or just government red tape, high cost of everything, saying no to housing, and then, of course, bad actors that drive up the cost of everything for everybody too. So, look, I am in favor of taking a look at number one. I think it's going to require a little bit more work. I think we have a lot of community outreach we need to do. I think we can fashion surveys, town halls, forums in a way that is asking detailed questions. I think we can work collaboratively with everyone who's come in tonight and has data to provide to get proposals that we can consider. We have one sitting right here that we should analyze. Let's work on one. But let's not hang up 2, 3, and 4. That can be done now, immediately, as far as I'm concerned. So let's do that and keep talking about one.
Sorry. So I'm going to throw this out there, and I don't know. They might hate the recommendation, but since we received a proposal from the Burbank Tenant Union, which I have not had a chance to even look at, if the home providers decided to submit their own ordinance and proposal, would we be open to having them to look at it?
Please.
I have been asking for that for weeks. Please. Would love to see that.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing it out
Multiple
there.
proposals, multiple ideas, multiple points. What can we do for you?
And it might be, we don't want you to do anything.
Sure.
I mean, I'm literally, I'm literally saying, they might be saying, just go with certain things. We don't want one thing or another, but at least, give an opportunity, a balanced opportunity to see what's in that proposal versus what the house providers will prevent.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, would you want to, so I'm getting the feeling that we should separate the two then, keep one separate and then move 2, 3, and 4.
I'm very reluctant
tonight.
to do it because I do get the whole point of the two working together, but the problem is one is going to take more time and 2, 3, and 4 can be done in the next 3 to 4 months, as I see it.
To your point, even in the BTU proposal and even in most of these other cities, they separate them.
They do.
So I'm comfortable moving 2, 3, and 4 forward and then coming back to 1.
Yeah, my question to staff would be, just as a starting point, I'm not saying we run with it, but this BTU proposal that we've been handed, right? We have our budget process next month. Could we get a workup to see if we did what they wanted us to do, just in terms of the mechanics, having a board and all this stuff, what would it cost? Probably a lot. I'm going to throw it out there. It's probably a lot, might not even fit within our budget, but just to have some data, could we look at what it would cost?
Well, if I
Mayor,
could,
we have, in the presentation today, we have the information related to already the other communities that already have rent boards. And they vary millions of dollars, $5 million, $6 million.
And Mr. Mayor, to the point of analyzing it, it's a very loose
Sure.
suggestion. It doesn't go through hard numbers. It basically leaves it up to the Community Development Department to figure out what we would need pertaining to Burbank and the rentals. So we can go as big or as small as.
No, I guess my question to staff is this. Pasadena, over $5 million. Glendale isn't really rent stabilization. I'm not going to compare it. Bell Gardens, $1 million. Beverly Hills, 1.7. I mean, 1.7 and 5.4 million is a pretty darn wide spectrum. I'd like to know, what are they doing in Beverly Hills that is saving so much darn money compared to Pasadena? And I feel like there's an answer out there. So, and I bet there's some people in the room that probably have some thoughts on what it would, but that's what we should be asking.
If I could modify the ask?
Please.
I would direct staff to just come back and look at possible proposals, a range of, if we do it very conservatively to cover the issues that we need, the rent registry and the fees, or if we wanted to do a big, robust Pasadena-style thing, like. Well,
It's going to be robust. So the light small is the proposal you're going to get in May. If you want to register, control, cap, and provide a due process for fair return, that's going to be a big program, and we can. I don't know about this current budget process, but we have our own way of looking at the numbers and the classifications we would use, and I think we might have done some work for RC when we looked at it, but yeah, we can look at it, but it's not going to be on the small side. If how many rental units do we have?
Around 26,000, Sherpa?
24,138.
So that's 10 times the compliance we do today on Section 8 and affordable.
Great.
So we'll look at it in that context, but it's.
Yeah, to the mayor's point, I think the question is great, thanks for handing us something. I don't know how much this costs. Right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I understand what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would love to see that. And there is a large variance, Councilmember Anthony, even all of these cities, by the way, have a form of a rent board. Every single one of them, because, the ones that have a rent stabilization or like a cap, any cap has some kind of a board. So they are still spending varying degrees of dollars, because 1.3 million is very different than the 5 point something that Pasadena is spending, which is closer to the county, which is outrageous, by the way. So
The reporting wasn't uniform also. Some cities said and other permanent staffing costs. So I just don't want to give you the impression that they got the same quality of information from every city. They were also working on a deadline and.
So I think to the Vice Mayor's point, what is going to help us answer this question? Because look, the answer is either going to be, yeah, it's something we want to pursue, and here's how we're going to fit it in our budget, or I'm sorry, we can't afford that infrastructure. Either way, we need a financial feasibility study. We need to know what it would apply in Burbank. And then also to Councilmember Takahashi's point, and then I know you want to jump in, you also brought up the alternative of Glendale. I'm not endorsing that alternative, but okay, I get it's $400,000 in Glendale, but now's where we kind of got to dig into the weeds. We're dealing with very abstract numbers with wide fluctuations, and it isn't, I get that there's different ways to do it, but there are some cost savings that some communities are using, so that's kind of where we need to get to. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did have a chance to look over at least the brief on the BTU proposal. And it incorporates things that we talked about with 2, 3, and 4 with just cause protections and relocation assistance. So I'm wondering if we could limit the scope of looking at it for just the first 2 bullet points.
The RSO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And also I want to just be really careful. I don't want to give priority to this proposal over, you know what I mean? I don't want to give any kind of sense of this. If we start to analyze it and going into it, we might end up on a momentum to move towards adopting it. So I just want to be careful not to automatically do that.
So I think maybe the better way to do it is, this is a great proposal in terms of a starting point for discussion. And if BTU wants to follow up and you tell us what you think it could cost, that'd be great. But I think we need an independent, from our staff. You know the city better than anybody, right? You need to do a financial feasibility study. You're going to know our infrastructure needs better than anybody, or at least forecast it to the degree of confidence you can. And by the way, I know some of this was done with RC, but it's still very difficult to find that information. All anyone really talks about is it was a lot. But we need to know what a lot really is. And in 2024 dollars compared to 2020 dollars, I have a feeling the price went up.
In 2020, I think it was.
So did we adequately talk that to death, or
Well,
anyone else? We are going to need a motion in a minute. Yeah.
I do want to bring up one thing, and it's only bringing it up because of the discussion that we've had. The fact that we're moving forward with 1, 2, 3, and 4, now we're going to see people tomorrow read the news, and some of the property owners are going to take matters into their own hands and move forward with increases and evictions. Not saying all of them will, but they will have the inclination to do that. Would you, as a body, be interested in discussing tonight putting forth a moratorium?
I don't think this is properly agendized under the Brown Act.
Oh.
Yeah. I can't say I disagree.
There's
with Mr.
nothing
McDougall.
new in the staff report that creates the urgency. You'd have to make the findings by 4/5 that you're going to add an item.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Based upon an urgency that wasn't known.
I wouldn't vote as an urgency. I would say we discuss it now to bring it back so we can
It's
vote on
not
it.
even on.
No, you don't think that would be part of
I don't think
okay.
it's within the
All right.
scope. I mean, so the purpose of the Brown Act is to let the public know what you're talking about so they can come out. The people that are here this evening came out to a comparison of rent stabilization and tenant protection measures, not a moratorium on rents.
More than half of these cities put in moratoriums when they enacted their.
Well, in my opinion, we didn't agendize a moratorium on rents.
All right, I'll defer to council. That's fine. All right.
We can very much enthusiastically encourage the news to say that we are going to continue the discussion further, but we have made no decision tonight or any indication of what our decision might be in the future.
Can I just make a point on that? I think for the well-being of our entire community, if you are in this room, you're obviously a thought leader in this. Please, on both sides, if you're talking to folks, tell them this is an ongoing discussion. It hurts me every time. I'm looking at you, Gavin. It hurts me every time when I hear folks being like, oh my God, I know you discussed rent control and you passed it last night and you did it. No, we just had a really ridiculously long discussion until 2 a.m. about it. But we're just going forward once again on another step. Listen, if folks want to talk about it further, invite them to come to the discussions. But please, on both sides, I don't want to see a property owner who is now freaking out because they think they have to come meet some rent cap, which doesn't exist. And I don't want to see a tenant who now thinks that they were not part of the discussion, it's not solved, or it's done. We don't want to see confusion and chaos on both sides. So please, 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 you are all here till 2 a.m. for a reason. Spread the word responsibly that this was not done tonight.
I'm going to add one final comment, and then we should really do the motion. To those who are representing or are in fact housing providers in our community, my ask of you, and I'm asking this because I think it helps you in the long run, is we obviously want to be accurate in the information that we're conveying in the course of the city. And I would hate to see what you've described, Councilmember Anthony, because if there were a rash of rent increases and evictions, it could only prompt faster and more extreme action from the council. I think right now, cooler heads need to prevail across the board. There's a discussion being had. Nothing has been decided other than we want to continue talking about it. And I think that we need to do it in a very collaborative and open way. You're all going to be back here. You're going to comment again. And so it's sort of that chicken or the egg. I mean, okay, if you overreact to it, do you actually bring upon faster what you don't want to happen? Now is the time to be all of us as community leaders saying we're going to go cautiously and slowly in a way that includes everybody. We're not trying to cause a panic. That's certainly not the goal here. And I don't think one is happening. I think this was a very fruitful discussion tonight. I'm very proud of what we did. So just my 2 cents. But that is a whole nother diatribe on how governments try to manage economies, and sometimes it doesn't work out, but it's late. Who'd like to make a motion? Councilmember Mullins, you look just ready.
So I'm just going to stay here and watch what the
Fine.
motion is about.
The vice
I may
mayor.
second it, so.
You know what? I'll spare y'all. It's late. Okay.
I wanted to hear.
I'm going to make the rare
chance.
motion. All right.
Yeah, you never get to make a motion. Go for
I
it.
don't make motions, but this is very tricky and complicated. So I want to make sure I capture it right. I'm going to defer to all the extensive commentary that was made on the record tonight, but in summary, we are moving to proceed with a further study and discussion of, number one, cap on rent increases, but I want to be clear that no determination has been made to do it or not. It's just we want to have the discussion and a more detailed discussion at that with robust community outreach and input. I can go further, but I think, Mr. Hess, you know quite well what we're talking about: surveys, town halls, town forums. I mean, I think you get it.
Sure, that may require resources that we would come back to you as we talk about the budget. There may be some
Come back in
time
2
money,
weeks.
just like we did with districting.
I'll have my checkbook out. Let's do it. Number two, we want to bring back on the earliest feasible timeline the urgency ordinance that was adopted in September of 2023, regulating eviction and relocation assistance. We want a discussion across all categories of eviction as codified in Assembly Bill 1482. We also want to look at the inclusion of anti-harassment and anti-retaliation provisions that create a rebuttable presumption, as you described on the record, Mr. McDougall, in civil proceedings. And of course, with 3 and 4, with both really fit into your budget ask, we'd like to bring that back on the earliest possible timeline to discuss and hopefully fund and implement. Did I miss anything?
And including the mediation and.
Oh, I'm sorry, the mediation. Yes, absolutely. And also on on number 2, if there is something that we can look at from Culver City, that how they define small landlords that offers that 50% discount, I think that's a point of discussion that folks had. I think I captured it all. I'm still awake. Anyone else want to second it? Add anything?
I'll second.
Wonderful. Any other discussion? That's gold. Let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
How I divide this motion, I'm okay with 2, 3, and 4, but I'm not
Not on
okay
one.
with 1.
Can we, Mr. City Attorney, can we just bifurcate the vote, a vote on 1 and then a separate vote on 2, 3, and 4? I'll construe that as 2 motions made by the chair and 2 seconds made by the vice chair.
Does the second amend?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. So let's do a vote on only number 1 first. So we have, I believe, anyway, start from the beginning.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
No.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Yes, passes 4-1. Let's go to a vote on 2, 3, and 4.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Yes, and I will find out who wrote that Anita break thing. I'm
Thank you.
fixated
That was
on
very
that.
good.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for staying so late. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute recess for council only, and Mr. Prescott can get ready. 2 minutes.
That's longer than this will take.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're still watching, Harry Tamurian needs a break. I envy him. So we do have one more item of business. I'm going to note we have a quorum here in the room. The final report on council's agenda this evening is a discussion on incentivizing the transition of legal non-conforming firearm retailer businesses. We're going to have a staff presentation from Mr. Prescott, followed by public comment. And with that, Mr. Prescott, why don't you take it away?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. During the city's outreach for a firearm retail ordinance, certain firearm retailers expressed openness to the possibility of exiting the firearms retail business. These retailers may be willing to consider transitioning their businesses or shutting down with the appropriate incentive. At present, staff does not have a cost estimate for this proposal and seeks council direction on whether to explore this option further. So we're requesting tonight direction from council to staff to proceed with exploring incentivizing the transition of interested firearm retailer businesses and coming back and determining the level of financial resources required and coming back to council with a potential program for that.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Prescott. We did have one green comment card from a Jackie Walter, but it looks like she is left. Any other comment card? Going once, going twice. Mr. Prescott, any response to comment? Seeing none.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have questions or comments from council?
I think it's a great idea. Can I make a motion?
Please. And your motion is?
Okay, I was joking-ish, but if you're willing, I'll do it. Yes, do it. I support this initiative, and I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to proceed with exploring incentivizing the transition of interested firearm retailer businesses and determining the level of financial resources required.
Second.
Too slow. I'm going to go with second on the vice mayor on that one. That was close. All right. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Mullins looks like she's really eager to comment.
No,
All right. Let's do
I'm eager to vote.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Yes, that passes.
Thank you.
I think that's a record for both the longest and the shortest agenda item ever. Okay, we will now hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance in conferences, regional meetings, and community events. Councilmember Mullins, as always, I appreciate you going first.
I just love you for that. Okay, April 10th, I attended a Zoom meeting with 2 high school students who were conducting a survey about public service. That was great. The same day, I attended the Burbank's Arts Beautification, I can't even talk anymore, program VIP reception. Great job they did on the drawing for the boxes, and I know the mayor and Councilmember Takahashi were there as well. Also on Saturday, April 13th, I attended Leadership Burbank Cause for Pause. And I also attended the LA County Department of Mental Health Services Area 26 Annual Armenian Genocide event talking about mental health impact on from the genocide. Monday, April 15th, I participated in a BHRC meeting. And on Wednesday the 17th, I was, along with other council members in Sacramento, attended the Cal City's annual City Leader Summit. And Monday, I met with Burbank Tenant Union members. And that was it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilmember Takahashi.
All right, April 10th, I went to the Burbank Arts Beautification Program reception with the mayor and Councilmember Mullins. The 11th, I attended in the morning the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission as a liaison for the commission. Let's see, on the 13th of April, in the afternoon, I offered a walkabout for the community up and down San Fernando Boulevard. And so it was raining, so I only got I got 4 or 5 people, but it was a really great discussion, and I'll be offering them again. It was a good opportunity to walk that space. I sent some feedback to our transportation folks.
from them. The 15th, Sustainable Burbank Commission as a liaison with with Vice Mayor Perez. The 17th, 18th, and 19th as at Cal Cities. Lots of housing and funding and advocacy sessions there. It was great. On the 20th, with others, I attended the ANCA Armenian Genocide Commemoration and Flower Laying Ceremony. On the 21st, I attended the Eco Council pedal party, and my bike was a celebrity there, so I was very excited about that. And then yesterday, I attended online a really interesting webinar offered by the National League of Cities, going over the Linkey and Freed decision in the Supreme Court, which is about social media posts by electeds and folks who represent the city. And there was an updated ruling at the Supreme Court, and also then a remand down to the previous court on the test of whether a social media account can delete comments or block people. So that's I discussed it a little bit with the city manager, and I think that's worth, if the webinar is still available, it's worth looking into. If not, we can do a quick memo if you want an update.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, I want that memo. What did I do? I went to a bunch of stuff. Let's see. I'll just talk about the one thing I did on Saturday. The Parks and Rec Earth Day event. I got to plant a tree again this year. That was fun. A bunch of kids showed up, and we all gave the shovels out, and we put in a tree. And that was up at Stowe Canyon. Thank you. Stowe Canyon Park. And yeah, it's nice. And yeah, trees are good.
Trees are great. Vice Mayor Perez.
Okay, with the last remaining shreds of voice I have. On April 10th, I also attended with Councilmember Takahashi our Affordable Housing Subcommittee meeting. I also had the library trustee meeting that night. They had a great update about the Civic Center that will be coming back to us. On Thursday, April 11th, I attended a tour of the Sphere, which is a prototype for the Sphere in Vegas, and had a wonderful, robust conversation with the representative for, it's MSG, who talked to myself and the economic development folks. We had a great conversation about why they picked Burbank. And then on Saturday, April 13th, I attended the Go Green Burbank Earth Day celebration. They had a wonderful event, and a lot of folks attend the community garden. I also went to the Leadership Burbank Cause for Paws with my dog. It was very cute. And then on April 15th, I went to the Sustainable Burbank Commission. On Wednesday, April 17th through the 19th. I was also up in Sacramento and Cal Cities. I think that's why I have no voice left. And then on the 20th, I went to the Family Services Agency Care Walk. It was great. I know you're waiting for me to say it. I raced the mayor, and I got defeated, and he beat me in a race. And you bet your mayorship, though, on that race, so I'm glad you won.
I did.
Almost got beat out by an 8-year-old, but we don't talk about that.
It doesn't matter. I won.
But the fun part was I did get to present an award to the Zonta Club of Burbank for all the service that they've done for our community. And then after that, we attended the ANCA's Burbank Annual Armenian Genocide Commemoration. I think they're very grateful to have members of multiple elected level or different elected levels present, including many members of the city council. And then finally on Sunday, April 21st, I attended the Armenian Genocide Commemorative event in the city of Glendale, which if you have never gone, it is a wonderful event with a lot of cultural performances, and I suggest you attend. And that is everything.
Wonderful. I did all the things that were discussed, but I want to mention a couple quickly. Friday, April 12th, I hosted California State Senate Pro Tem, in other words, the leader of the Senate, Mike McGuire, who was passing through Burbank. Talked about a great deal of things, but including the BRT. money for bridges, things of that nature. We'll see if it goes anywhere, but that was fun. Tuesday the 16th, I want to congratulate Robert Perrin on his 37 years of service with community development. He just retired from the city of Burbank, and it was great to stop by and really just thank him for his service. Also had a tour of Burbank Animal Shelter that day to discuss my agenda item request on converting it to a no-kill shelter. I'll hold any other commentary for that agenda item. The 18th, participated virtually in the Burbank Chamber of Commerce board meeting. And of course, we were in Sacramento last week, nearly all of us, and had some great meetings with Assemblymember Friedman, Senator Menjivar, and a lot of just really great informative segments. And lastly, you are correct, Vice Mayor. I made a challenge to everyone racing that if they lapped the mayor, they get to be the mayor. I did win, and let that be a lesson that if you come for the crown, you better be prepared to want it more than me, because I was not going to lose that race. I might have pulled a hammy, but I won.
Are you bragging that you beat an 8-year-old in a race?
I am absolutely bragging that an 8-year-old did outrun the mayor.
I don't think he thought anybody was gonna run, and
I didn't.
I like just casually came up to him and was like, "This is for your mayorship, right?" And he was like, "Yeah." And so I booked it, and he ran for his life. But you won.
Hey, that was the highlight of my mayorship. If only Jonathan was here to capture it. So with that, now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Does anyone have anything? You can take coffee orders. It'll be open soon. Anyone else? Yep, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 items. The first item is about travel expenses. So in accordance with the council travel expense policy, I'd like to request an additional allocation of $1,500 to travel to 2 upcoming events as a committee representative for SCAG, Conference Environmental and Energy Committee representation, and NLC, National League of Cities, Community Services Committee in Sacramento. I'm proud to be able to represent the city as an advocate in these policy committees.
Got that?
That's the first one. And then the second one is, I noticed one of the community members put a video up of some public comment, and I wanted to just get a memo on what's our policy for videos for when people who are not, when people of the public in the video, do we have a policy for other people putting on people without their permission?
I think we have our use of video media policy. We can send that home.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. Anything else? Okay. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, May 7th, 2024 for the beginning of budget season, which is my favorite. It'll be a joint meeting in the council chamber located at 275 East Olive Avenue, 2nd floor. Thank you, everyone. And again, always your host, Nick Schultz. Have a good night.